Good morning. Got a fabulous morning lined up for you today, or day lined up for you today. Now, you know I'd normally go like this, wouldn't you? Early bird? Go on then. Go on then, early bird. Tweet, 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 tweet. No early bird. No early bird. Roy hasn't arrived. Roy hasn't arrived with it yet. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do the menu. I'm going to do how to get in touch and see if he gets here. If not, then I'm just going to start the 8 o'clock hour without him. And then I'll make him do the early bird when he arrives. Right. Oh, sorry, Kat. I've got that on the wrong desk, haven't I? Right. Okay, here we go. This is today's menu. We have got fabulous fabrics at 8 o'clock. Well, if you like blue, got a brand new, Kat, just put the one with the gingham in the middle of the table. Brand new Moda bundle. Brand new Moda bundle. On the chair as well, Kat. Then at 9 o'clock, Helen McCook. She's joined the family. Helen McCook is here. She's doing embroidered tablecloths. Here's a couple. Lovely. Oh, just one. That's right. Gorgeous. Then at 10 o'clock, we've got the Strewn quilt with Janet Clare. Now, which picture are you going to show? Are you going to show the one made of the old fabric or the one made of the new fabric? Right, show the new fabric then. Show the new fabric. Look, it's called Strewn and it's gorgeous, isn't it? That's Janet Clare. Then at 11 o'clock, we've got the Bohin collection with Helen McCook. Now, they are a French company who make the most exquisite needles and scissors and things like that. All made for purpose, all within the fashion industry. And she'll be carrying on with her embroidered tablecloths then. Then at 12 o'clock, we've got Applique picture kits with Janet Clare. Here's a few. Swan. Here's another. That's the new one. Time for tea. Tea for two. Two for tea. That's time for sewing. No, it's not called that. Sewing time. And then one there, little houses. Little houses. Right, yeah, and that's the day. That's the day. So now there are three ways you can get in touch. The first way is by email. First one's by email. Second one is Facebook Live. There you go. Now, who's been messaging on Facebook Live? I'll do a few of these before we move over. So, Attract says good morning. The other Jan says good morning. Emily says good morning. Kate says good morning. Jan says good morning. Sue says good morning. Laurie says good morning. Julie Vaughan says good morning. Mari says yoo-hoo, John. And Roy. Roy's not here. He hasn't arrived yet. Our dog's named Roy, and he's lovely too. Well, who's to say our Roy's lovely? Who else? Hang on. There's more. Lintuit says, good morning, everyone. This cold and frosty morning. Now, wasn't as cold, because I got in my car and it was -1. By the time I got to the water, it was -4. Then it went back up to -1. And then as I approached Redditch, it went to -3. I think your thingy might be wrong. Oh, okay. Then we've got Anne says good morning. Louise says good morning, watching you from my bed today. Hilary says good morning. Angie's watching as well. And then the third way is website, www.sewingstreet.com. There you go, there's the website. Then you go to the top right-hand corner and you click on Watch the Show Live. And then there I am. So now there's no early bird to show you yet, you see. So scroll down the page and you will see two columns in a minute. The left-hand column will be things we've shown so far, and the right-hand column is everything we've got on today's show. So there's all your gorgeous, there's your mega bundle. And then all your gorgeous fabric. Oh, no, I've got to move, haven't I? All your gorgeous fabrics and everything like that. Really, really lovely. So that's still all 8 o'clock. Oh, hang on, we see Roy. We've got Roy. Hang on a sec then. Hang on 1 second. I might have to go back, Kat, sorry. Right, what else? I can't look at the screen and walk at the same time. Still on the fabric. Still on the fabric. Tiny tonals. Monochrome even. Gorgeous. That's all 8 o'clock. Then we've got 9 o'clock is... Blimey, 8 o'clock goes... There you go. No, yet. Oh, it's in the wrong order. 9 o'clock's actually Helen McCook, isn't it? 10 o'clock... 10 o'clock, there's your Strewn from Janet Clare. Now then, there's 11 o'clock. The needles and the scissors and the leather point protector. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Then we go on to Janet Clare. The apron, the frame and thread. There's the little pictures, look. You don't get the frames, obviously. Oh, and then did she get a little child's apron out? We need to get the mannequin, didn't we? Anyway, there's 9 o'clock. Look at these gorgeous tablecloths. Now, they're in 3 different sizes, and we crashed the price. Look, is that a table runner I see there? I think so. Hoops. Oh, yeah, that table, they called it a tablecloth, but it's a runner, isn't it? Right, so, is Roy there? Cat? Right, we'll start then. I'm going to have to go. Oh, no, I can't. I can't go because there's no cat to move the camera. Okay, right, ready? I'm going over then. Oh, she's here now. Was he there? I thought that was Cat. Right, here we go. Sorry, I'm moving all the way over here, all the way over here. Ben moving the cameras because Cat's gone to look for Roy. I'm in my place. There we go. A story. What? What's the update, Cat? Okay. Okay, fine. Right. Shall we get on? Who's here then? Paul says good morning. John Clare says good morning. Ange says good morning. Come on, Roy. Yeah, exactly. Where is he? Pam Minnie Harley says good morning. Julie Vaughan said, what a show yesterday was. Can't wait for today. Auntie Sally says good morning, John and team. Fiona says morning, everyone. Looks like a great show today. Right. Shall we start with this? Brand new Moda bundle. Single figures already. How many to start with then? Single figures already. Now that screen's white today. The top screen's white. It's fine. It's got the right thing on there, everything. With my name, but it's white. Anyway, look at these gorgeous. Oh, now I need to tell you they're all different weights. They feel like different. That's definitely thicker than all the others. Beautiful, gorgeous, gorgeous. Hang on, how many are in here? 6 meters, 12 of them. Maybe that's just that definitely feels thicker than all the others. Isn't that weird? Maybe I'm just having a funny one this one. No, it's definitely thicker. Anyway, look, it's got half a meter for free. Half a meter free. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. They're all woven. All fabrics are woven. All fabrics are woven. At £76.89, you've got your half a metre for free in there. Oh, they're gorgeous. This is lovely. Now, hang on, they feel like a poplin weight. They feel a lighter weight, these. I haven't got any information on my screen, unfortunately. Oh, no, they're definitely a poplin weight. Oh, they're gorgeous. So you get half a metre of each of them. I don't know which one I like best, you know. That's gorgeous. I used to have a shirt like that in the 80s. Beautiful. Absolutely stunning. That one, yeah, 100% woven cotton. That one's heavier. That one is definitely heavier than all the others. Only a little bit, but definitely heavier. It's definitely a poplin weight as well. Between a lawn and a poplin. It's lovely. Look at all the... I'd say shirt weight. It's very shirt weight, these are. Okay, apparently Roy hasn't got our early bird. Now, I wonder what happened to it then. But then did somebody say it came up on last night's run? The cat said to come up on last night's run. Oh, that's nice. That's a lovely. That's a denim, that one, look. Oh, these are very traditional. I'm loving these. Look at the mess I've made. I am going to have to do them I have to fold them up now because I've got to do them by the half metre. I didn't think that one through. Beautiful, aren't they? I think, you know, I think more people will buy these by the half metre because they're going to buy them for shirts and blouses and little projects like that. Well, also, this is the most affordable way of getting it. So, how much does that work out then at half a metre in the bundle? I'm getting there, look. Work out in the bundle at £6.40 for half a metre. That's good. Moda. Oh, now they should have a quote on the selvage then if they're Moda, shouldn't they? Oh. Doesn't even say Moda on it. That's funny, isn't it? Cheryl says good morning. Margaret says good morning. Steph says good morning. June, hello, June. Sending you lots of love, June. Donna says good morning. Lots of you in today. This is lovely, this one. Hang on, don't take me off them yet. I haven't finished folding them yet. Yeah, we'll do them by the ½ metre now. Actually, I've got one more and then we can start. And they're lovely. They feel gorgeous. They are like a lawn poplin weight, these. Yeah, no, definitely spring. New year, new you. Right, so we'll start with this one then. That is beautiful, isn't it? Now, I'm a bit concerned, right? This is just me being a bit concerned now. Moda fabrics normally have Moda down the selvage. None of these fabrics got anything down the selvage. On the selvage. Yeah, that's a tape measure. That's the Moda. I mean, it will be Moda. It will be Moda, don't get me wrong. But it's just odd that it hasn't got... Let's go on to the heavier one, see if it's on that one. It's got a selvage. Look, there's the selvage, but it's got nothing written on it. Very strange. Very strange. Anyway, let's start. It's only $6.99 for ½ metre, look. $6.99. $6.99. Beautiful. This is Moda Vista Woven Stripe Ecru. They haven't mentioned the blue and the green in there. No. Anyway, it's lovely. Thinking shirts. Thinking sashes. No, you wouldn't make trousers out of this. You could make like kind of lounging pajamas. Make beautiful pajamas. Really, really gorgeous pajamas. Lucy Pickley says, morning, everyone. Today's going to be a good day. Dee says, morning, all. Just off to get my Botox done. Now, hang on. What's... Right, okay. I don't know what this is, right? What's dystonia? I thought it was a country you went on holiday to, dystonia. So, anyway, message on my bottom. Good morning, Chirpy Chappy from Malvina in Greater London. Oh, I'm not really chirpy today, but thank you. Malvina. It's because I'm doing all my look. Oh, Lord. I love it. I've got addicted to it now. I did, on my 4 days off, I had a personal training session every morning for 4 days. And we did it early, not early morning, but, 9 o'clock. He's booked, you see, from 5 till 9. He has a client at 5, a client at 6, a client at 7. Well, no, he has to have a bit more because he has to drive to them. But his first client is 5 o'clock in the morning. It's a very famous hairdresser. Right, so that's that one. Now I'm going to move on to the rust check one, which I think feels heavier than all the others, but it just be me. So are they 44 inches wide? Yeah, 44 inches wide. The lovely lumberjack shirt, that one. If you're going to do cushions, make sure you back it with something. Oh, it's because it's woven, maybe. No printing for the selvage. Maybe. Yes, of course. Oh, well done, Claire. Yeah, because, of course, all fabric's woven, but obviously normal Moda fabric is the cotton is woven, and then they print on it, don't they? Whereas this is they've taken the different coloured threads and woven them on a loom. So you think it'd be more expensive. Why do you think it'd be more expensive? Oh, no, it's not, though, is it? It's lovely. Beautiful, that one. Right, then I'm going to go on to the multi-stripe next. Yeah, my bad. It's because it's woven. The one thing that's good about that, it means all your stripes will be dead straight if it's woven. Look. Lovely shirt. That'd make a lovely summer shirt, wouldn't it, that one? There you go. Beautiful, isn't it? Whose HR team must be working today? Mine. I have to, no. You know, it could be because I ran out in December and the new batch only arrived 2 days ago. So it could be the HR. How did you know that, Claire? You friends with my postman? Oh, no, it didn't even come with the postman. It came special delivery. Oh, yeah, maybe it is that. It's not, well, I've only taken it 2 days. Yeah, no, they work out where your hormones are missing, and they give you, yeah, mainly testosterone, yeah. Morning, John. You're looking fabulous today. No sea swim for me last night due to the snow and ice. Oh, Claire's got it as well. That's why she knew about the woven. She had her HRTs kicking in. But yeah, no, it's really weird because mine did run out way before Christmas, and I forgot to do anything about it. And then I got in touch with them, and they said, oh, well, you need to do this, this, and this, but we'll just send you some to tide you over. So 2 days I've been doing it now. Beautiful. Moving on. In fact, I forgot what I was going to say then. HRT's not kicking in if my memory's gone, is it? Right, here we go. This is a lovely plaid. Plaid for the lads, this one. You see, they keep calling it ecru. It's not ecru. $6.99. Alana says, good morning, John, from Alana, baby Simon and mum Margaret enjoying the show. Simon was going to sleep till he heard your voice. Ah. The Crazy Rain says hello. Vicky says, good morning, John, from a very cold... Oh, -7 in Southampton. Was only -1 when I left my house this morning. The towels were still like cardboard on the windscreen. Next week, it goes to 12 degrees, apparently. It's T-shirt weather. Wear a T-shirt on your legs. $6.99 for half a metre. Then I've got a lovely green. This is nice. This is like, it's like Susan Briscoe's Samugi green, isn't it? They called it Celadon. Amanda Holden. What was she wearing? Oh, when she's on the show in Alan Carr with Italy. They're doing a new one of those, aren't they? Because there's loads of social media going about. Oh, is it started already? Oh. I'm bored with Love Island. I've got rid of the link for Love Island. It's boring me. But, Love It or List It was in my village this week. Dulcie messaged me going, did you know Love It or List It into your village? I was like, no. So I've got it on catch up. It was on this week and everything. Their house wasn't in my village. One of the houses they came to look at was in my village. I know. And they called it a picturesque Warwickshire village, Long Marston. And they showed the pub and the notice board and the church. Didn't show my house. Didn't show my house, no. Well, the airfield's always been out of the village, wasn't it? Well, there was an abandoned plane at the front, and then you'd have... No, I'm thinking about Bulldog Bash. That was fun, when all the bikers came to town. And we had... Oh, it's the early bird right. Roy, get in here. Where's Roy? He's not here. Oh, okay. Did you find it? Where was it? Oh, honestly, jewellery maker. I'm blaming Elle. Leave it on that table. I'll go back over in a minute. No, I'll do it here. I'll do it in a minute, yeah. I'll carry on with these. Then we'll do the early bird. Right, Joe. Thank you. On the overhead. Thank you. You do tell me what you... No, it's nice. You're the only director that does it, Charlie. We'll have to check Chris Parks at the weekend, won't we, see if he does it or not. I think he's a bit nervous. He needs a beard trim as well. Not chest. Check, rust, woven. Thinking of Chris Parker then. Chest rust. He's a bit ginge. Jonge, as they say in my world. Jonge. $6.99. Beautiful. Then I've got a lovely green, soft green with a little... Oh, no, it's not a slub. It's a little woven square in it. Oh, that's pretty. That's like a very vintage fabric, that one. It's like a Victoriana fabric, that one. You see, now they've called that one Celadon as well. Is it Celadon green, then? No, I haven't. Is it green? Good morning. Will you have the Cricket Maker 3 on anytime soon? What was the cricket I had on last week? No, that was the cricket. Was that the cricket 3? No, it wasn't the maker. I don't think, was it? Oh, I don't know. I don't know. You'll have to. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that one. Who asked that one? Stacey. I don't know. They don't tell me what I'm doing. I just turn up. Oh, celadons are jade green used in pottery. There you go. I wouldn't call that jade. Sage, maybe, light sage. Anyway, this is lovely. I'd like pyjamas made out of this one. Beautiful. Or Frothy Dave's jade. Indigo woven, this one. Check indigo. Lovely. Beautiful. Then we've got the what? Single figures on all these. Oh, this is nice. I'd like a shirt made out of this. Summer shirt, holiday shirt made out of this, please. Rust woven, striped rust woven. I'm seeing Adam next week. Maybe I'll tell him to make me one. Oh, it was the Explorer 3 that we had last week. And what do you want? The Maker 3. Oh, I don't know. Which one's the Maker 3? Is that the really expensive one? They've got them in the building. Check on Hobby Maker. Then this is a lovely woven one here. There was a cricket. I don't know where it's gone. It was on the shelf there. Yeah. This is plain rust woven. I would. No, I wouldn't call that rust. Muted salmon swimming upstream for its life. The bear chasing after it. Big brown bear. They're terrifying, big brown bears, aren't they? We did, when I filmed Prince Valiant, we had one on set one day, and it was just absolutely terrifying. Right. This is gorgeous. The green plaid, or have we called it? Oh, they called that celadon as well. Just a check, they've called it. Morning, John. Do you know when the Green Machine Man is back on? Viv, he was on the other day. He was on with Vix the other day. I tuned in. Oh, is he back on in a couple of weeks' time? Oh, well, he was definitely on 2 days ago, or 3 days ago with Vix. I say 3 days ago. It was one day last week. I only had 3 days off, so sometime. Why, Viv? Why do you need that? Are you going to buy one? And then I've got the green stripe. That's the last one of these. Gorgeous, $6.99. Lovely, fresh. They're all very fresh, aren't they? So, mega bundle, single figures on the mega bundle. Most affordable way to get involved. Get all of these, half a metre of each. $76.89. That's got your, that already got this, got the half a metre for free in there. Half a metre for free. Works out to £6.49 a half metre, was it? Something like that. Beautiful, right. This is going to confuse a lot of you now. 8:24 and 17 seconds. Because it's time for the early bird. Well, we're blaming Roy. Actually arrived last night. Jewellery maker have had it. Jewellery maker had it. Let me move that fabric out the way. So what is it, you say? It is a quilter's seamer because it is a little block that is 1/4 of an inch wide. Very popular, always sells out this. Ooh. There it is. Not much to look at, but then neither am I. $8.99, it's 8 inches in length, and it's 1/4 of an inch thick all round. So where do you think we're going to go? Are you going to show that? Go on then. Have you? You found it, or Hayley found it then? $10.99 it is at Singer. Same thing, direct comparison, same thing. So $8.99 is our normal price, and the price it will be again after midnight tonight. Early bird, I might keep this as a pointer. don't take that much off the early bird. So we're making Roy pay the difference then. I'll put it down for you, look. So it's 1/4 inch, so you can measure your 1/4 inches perfectly, and 8 inches in length. It's $2.99. Add it to your order if you already bought something today. Loads of you there. Well, at $2.99, I'm not surprised. How fabulous is that? You see, I was thinking $6.99. Oh, okay. Ben was thinking $4.99. Charlie was thinking $11.99. He's greedy like that, Charlie, yeah. Yeah, if Charlie bought it, he'd have it delivered to my house like his dash water. I couldn't believe it. So I was halfway through my personal training session, and Ranjit turned up, my driver, and the delivery driver, and he came out with carrying one, and I went, oh, lovely, and he went, I said, thanks, I'll just sign for it. He went, no, there's 3. I went, no, I've only ordered one. Then I thought, oh, do you know what I've done? I've clicked 3 times on the thing. So there's only one is mine. He went, well, I'm taking a picture. So he took a picture of mine on its own. Then he brought the other 2 out. Hats. They were hats. Oh, there's Jessie Cot just arriving. What time do you call this? 8:26 in the morning. Well, no, Paul's been in for ages. Paul Ranyard waved ages ago. We leaves early, didn't he? $2.99. Loads of you there. $40 people got it in their baskets. Check out. Oh, look at that. Check out, check out, check out. Well, not a prison because there's no rainbow, is there? It's the thing, as we've been told. Paul Demis, we miss him. Not. $2.99. Why? Do you? What for? Oh, okay. $2.99. Beautiful. Keep going through. Keep loads of you there. Loads of you there. Half the stock's, a third of the stock's gone. Sorry, a third of the stock's gone. Oh, Viv. They're on the website. They're on the website. They should be on the website. I know they had deals on. Last time he was on with not Cherry. Cherry doesn't work here. With Vix. At $2.99. Haley will turn the telly on now and go, why are they doing the early bird at 28 minutes past 8? We haven't been on it for 28 minutes, Haley, don't worry. No. Viv says. Yeah, Viv's saying she wants Gucci. Oh, hang on, what's this one? What 3D shape is it? Square, obviously. Who's that? Oh, I don't know who that is. Square, who asked that question? Karen, I don't mean obviously. Because it'd be a triangle, it's a square, look, because you need to do the seams. Look, there you go. Look, there you go. Square. You use it to measure your 1/4 inch seam allowance. Because it's exactly 1/4 inch. You know, like on the edge of your... Don't use this for... well, you could use it for FPP, but just mind your fingers. Steph says... oh, that's a nice message. Thank you, Steph. John Scott loves fabric a lot. He said he displays it with such elan with his fabulous shirts and cute use of words. John Scott is... Oh, it's a poem. It's a poem. John Scott loves fabric a lot. He displays it with great elan with his fabulous shirt and his cute use of words. John Scott, the Sewing Street Superman. Ah, thank you. Don't let Stuart hear you sending me poems. He'll be jealous. Where was it, Kat? Oh, Brian's just delivered. Brian's just delivered the other one. We've got 2 of these now. Roy, not Brian, Roy. It's twin brother. It's Roy's twin brother. You know, did I tell you the story about my... because if you got on my calendar, Roy's on January with me, right? And Vicky, my postmistress, said, I know this man. I know this man. His name's Brian. I went, no, that man's name's Roy. And she went, no, he doesn't live in my village, no. But Vicky's lived there all her life. Vicky's the karaoke queen of just all the karaoke bars and everything. $2.99. Vicky, I've never known a person go on so many holidays. She's always in Egypt or Turkey or Africa. Oh no, she has a fabulous life. Anyway, moving on. Please be careful because loads and loads and loads of that have gone. Shouldn't be 2.99. I don't know who decided that. Oh, it's gone cold again today in here. It's on 23, but it's freezing. Yeah, warm it up a tiny bit. Because Janet Clare will freeze. Now, look at this. This is a bundle, right? And they're tone on tone, right? But they're not all the same pattern. They're all different patterns. Look, so the bundle, that one there has got like mandalas and stars on it. That one there has got bumblebees on it, or bees on it. Oh, that one there's the same as this, but just in white on white. That one there's got ivy leaves. That one there's got the same as the first one there, so I can put that one with that one. So I've got two of those. Oh, no, three of those. There's a bumblebee one there. Then that was the same as that one there. Then that... Oh, I see. Look, so you've got three patterns. You've got the mandalas and stars there in the three colours. You've got the bees in the three colours. And you've got the ivy in the three colours. Half a metre for free. $63.92. They're beautiful blend. Now, these are like... You know what we should have had on with these? That Aurifil box with all of the creams and the neutrals. The lady, she's called Margot something, isn't she? Have you got it there? Have you got it there? Is it what? Oh, is it sold out? No, definitely not. Definitely not. Oh, yeah. It's who? Oh, that's not... No wonder I didn't know. If it's a name you've made up. He's going, the Mrs. Berrington one. I was like, no, her name's Margot Bird or something. Oh, they've sold out. We launched them on the Aurifil shop day. And I was like, if you're not a sew, you won't understand these threads because they were all like cream. You need to get out more, Ben. $63.92. Half a metre for free. So how much does that work out at half a metre? £7.10 for half a metre, those for Lewis and Irene fabrics, that's good. Now, obviously, you're getting half a metre of each in here. Half a metre of each in here. Don't worry, that's not Jimmy. Jimmy's not arrived. But I have got all these by the half metre. Let's whiz through them, shall we? We don't need to whiz. Right, so I'm going to do the circles and stars first. So I've got them in three colours. I've got the grey, the white, and the neutral. No, come on. You should know now. Which one have you got? Okay, what's the number, is it then? Yep, well done. I'll train him up by the end of the year. Beautiful. Now it's tone on tone, right? So it's tiny tonals. Oh, Sea Holly, it's called. Floral. Oh, crime, blimey. Sea Holly, floral, cream on cream. $7.99 for half a metre. See what a good deal it is if you buy the bundle. But obviously, if you want more... You see, the thing is, I think this... You only need half a metre of each one for your stash because you just need to use it as a blender, don't you? So get the bundle. That's what I think, anyway. That's my personal opinion. So then I've got the same pattern in the grey. It's called Sea Holly. Now, did you watch Dancing on Ice at the weekend, everyone? Yeah. It was one episode was on Sunday, yeah. Stephen Mulhern and Holly Willoughby. We're not Holly Willie. Holly Willoughby. The whole name didn't come out then. $7.99. I'm just going to take a slurp. Now, I haven't brought ginger with me. I've got ginger tea bags today. No, I didn't run out, but it was a bit weird, the one I had yesterday, so I thought I'd go for more strength today. Lovely. Then I've got the white on white. Oh, hang on. Get rid of that. It's lovely, isn't it? I'm thinking wedding. Well, no, I was thinking either a wedding dress or your table linen. You make a lovely. Do you know what the table runners that I got done for Serafina's wedding? They're embroidering them now as we speak. Now the ones I got someone else to sew. I said I'll make them. Then I thought, oh, this will take too long. So I paid someone to do them, yeah. And then delivered them, going, this is your present. This is your wedding present. No. August, the wedding. Beautiful. So that's your 3 with your sea holly. So now let's do ivy next then. Ivy in the 3 colours. Doing that one first. Now, in theory, it should be called cream. Cream on cream ivy. And the tables are in such a state, aren't they? Kat's just washing the table next to me because there's so much glitter and glue and everything all over the tables. Anyway, $7.99 for half a metre. Ivy cream on cream. Then we've got grey. Because I mentioned that yesterday's Derek Trolley didn't tell me what camera we were on, because they're supposed to say on 2, on 3, on you, on the overhead. Either Bruce, I got used to Bruce not saying it, but Ollie, new director yesterday, Ollie didn't do it, so I said that to Charlie saying, on you, John, on overhead, John, on camera 3, John. I don't know Charlie was dead, but he's emphasising it today. At $7.99. Oh no! When Ben was out, he was very good at things like that. Really, really good at that. No, you were. $7.99. Beautiful. Moving on. Then we've got the white on white. Again, wedding. You see, you could make them. A wedding dress doesn't have to be silk. Can you imagine? Because imagine this with pleats. It would. Beautiful. We're a bit late for winter weddings now. Spring weddings. This with daffodils would look lovely. Actually, Charlie, we thought you'd come back from your Christmas holidays engaged. Yeah. Because you were making a big thing of it. Yeah, no, but whose? Yeah, exactly. Beautiful. They could have done, rather than doing that, they could have just made you power of attorney. Anyway, look. This is your bumblebee version in the ecru first, cream first. No, Charlie, don't. Don't. Oh, that's right then. Well, no, it's the leap year. The ladies, Kat, you have to post your boyfriend because it's the leap year this year. Kat's just giving me such a look. Floor Kat's just gone, no way. Anyway, Queen Bee, this one. Cream on cream. Beautiful. Then I've got it in the grey. So pretty, isn't it? This is one of their old, I don't know about this, but that's their bumblebee design from one they did seasons ago. $7.99 for half a metre. Then it's going to put it on the back of a quilt if ever he makes a quilt. Beautiful. And then we've got white on white. Gorgeous, white on white. So as you can see, that when all of these I've shown you, you can buy the half metre off the bolt. So you can have whatever you want. However, the most affordable way of buying them is in the bundle. Look at that. Gorgeous. $63.92. You get 4.5 metres in total. 9 fabrics, you get 1 of them for free. $63.92. Right, now I've got some printed denim, yeah. Now, this isn't denim. This is, well, denim is when you take a blue or a white and a different colour and weave them like that. So denim can go anything from a chambray like this right the way up to a heavy. Now I've got 2 because I've got 2 embossed and 2 printed. One of them's these sold out. What number have you got then? No, I've not got that. No. Okay, that one's sold out. So that's this one. Paisley for Charlie. $3.99. $3.99. This is like a poplin weight, like a chambray weight. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. One sold out. The one with sprigs is sold out. I had that the other day. It's all sold out. We've done this. I've done this, haven't I? When did you schedule it? Oh, okay. I've only been in 2 days. I've definitely had this recently. Oh, I had it with Jess on Saturday. I did this one and this one with Jess on Saturday. $3.99. Okay, be careful, be careful, be careful. That's about to sell out. Oh, 2.5 meters, that one left, and way too many people in baskets. Then I've got your embossed denim here. Which one do you want to do first? This one. It's lovely, isn't it? Now, this has got a bit of elastane in it, if I'm right. I think it's got 5% elastane in it, this one. So the only difference with this one is, look, you can see that it's been made like the tapestries are made, where they've actually embossed the pattern. It's not a printed pattern. It's actually within the fabric. It's lovely. The other side's nice as well. If Delphine had this, she'd use both sides, wouldn't she? Oh, I got it wrong. So it's what? 75 cotton, 5% elastane, and what's the rest? Hang on. Oh, okay, only 2% elastane, and then how much polyester? 18. That means it'll bounce back in the wash. $5.99. It is stretchy though. It is stretchy. Look. Only a one. Well, they call it a two-way stretch, don't they? But it only stretches that way. It doesn't stretch that way. $5.99 for half a metre. What, on Saturday? Very, very popular, this one. Forget Me Not, this is called. Forget Me Not. Margaret said, good morning, John and team. Freezing here this morning. My window's half frozen. You can see nice fabrics for patterns in there. Yeah, the old-fashioned ice always had lovely patterns on the inside, didn't it? You haven't got ice on the inside, have you, Margaret? The banner, we've got a new ramp out of the building with the hand banner. Right, beautiful. It's all the ice is all like kind of snow queeny. Look at this one. Oh, no, it's nowhere near as cold. Well, you haven't eaten anything. You're not eating anything. Uh-oh. That's not a good sign. Not with me today, no. $5.99. Keep going through, keep going through, keep going through. Oh, not on the inside, no, on the outside, she says. Beautiful. Don't pour warm water on your windscreen because it'll smash. Monochrome bundle next. Monochrome rainbow. Well, it's hardly a rainbow, is it? Because there's more than 7 colours in there. Oh, there's a slate in there as well. You know what they've done when they made this? They've seen slate and didn't know it was blue. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 5.5 metres. Oh, did you make it, Ben? Did you not have your colour chart with you? Yeah. Yeah. Right. 5.5 metres. Right, how much is it then? How much does this work? At £37.90, how much does it work out half a metre? I haven't got these by the half metre. They're obviously on the website. Beautiful. Working out 3.44 for half a metre. Oh. Oh, do you know what they've done? She's taken another half metre off. Because if it felt like you hadn't taken that off, so how much are these normally? No. £34.11. No, the other way around. Yeah, 34.11 divided by 11. Carol says 12-inch mobile with heater on all night, frozen pipes, good job I filled the kettle, door frozen shut. Oh, Carol. Wow, that's really good. That's really good now. £34.11 for all of those. Brilliant for your stash. Yes, well, that's because you picked a slate, which is blue, you see. Yeah. Have you been here that long? £34.11. Blimey. You see, it feels like Charlie's been here longer than 2 years, but it feels like Ben's only just joined us, and yet Ben's been here a year and a half, and Charlie's only been here for 2 years. Weird, isn't it? Who said that? Loving the cold, crisp day, says Lo. Rain forecast for tomorrow. Yeah, low. Apparently around here it's going to be 12 degrees next week. Beautiful, £34.11 there. Right, now I've got some flannels. I launched these, I can't remember when I launched this. I'm just going to do this to remind you about this, right? This was the early bird, right, which is supposed to be $8.99. Look how much Ben took it to. $2.99. Beautiful. I still want to know why they've taken Levi offers. I don't understand why Levi's gone. Yeah, but all he's going to do is stand there pointing at a card. No, we'll get him back. What? All of them? I don't see the point then. Beautiful, $2.99. Okay, let's move on. Oh, yeah. The Moda woven bundle from earlier. There's only 5 of them left. Hang on, wait a minute, let me get it for you there. Only 5 of these left, brand new today. There you go. Half a metre of each. Well, not just. I think it's been a while now. 76.89. Oh, Delia says, morning, John team. Better today, so up and about, watching you whilst I'm setting up for a sewing day. Oh, that'd be nice, Delia, for you. No, no, everybody says this. You've got that completely wrong. You've got that completely wrong. Moving on. Right, we've got flannels now. Right, these are by the half metre. No, we did have a mega bundle of on the first day, but we've only got a limited amount left now, so we've just done it by the half metre. If we did a bundle, it'd be none left for the half metres. Yep. Houndstooth in 2 different colours. The lighter one first. Beautiful. $8.99 for half a metre. It's Moda. You see the Modas here? Moda Lakeside Gathering Houndstooth Pale Blue. It's like a brush cotton. It's like a brush cotton. The thing is, right, if I want a flannel, do they call it flannel? You see, flannel to me is flannelly on both sides. So if you make flannel pyjamas or flannel sheets, they're flannel on both sides. This is just flannel on one side. So I would call this personally brush cotton. Beautiful. And then I've got it in the blue, the darker blue. $8.99, blue flannel. They've already started asking that though, haven't they? Yeah. Beautiful. I've got chevrons next. 3 different colourways of chevron. $8.99, remember, Lakeside Gathering by Moda. I'm a what? Oh, yeah. Question, please. If I'm making a shirt from the check flannel, obviously match the front opening, what do you do about the sleeves? In which flannel? Oh, the check flannel. I wouldn't worry about it. You don't even try matching a sleeve. The only thing I'd do is maybe work a way out of making the top of the sleeve head the same as up there. But if you look at most check shirts, the sleeves don't match anywhere at all. Just don't try matching them. Yeah, doesn't look weird. What we used to do with period gowns is cut the sleeves on the bias so that you had you had the shirt going like that, and then the sleeves went like that. So they were a definite different look. Well, I've been around a long time. That's how I know the answers. $8.99. Ben's heading for a slap today. Navy blue. You're doing what I do what? Yeah. There you go. What's the matter? 5 to 9 on a Friday morning. I did wake up this morning thinking it was Saturday. I'm in all weekend. Are you in all weekend as well? Yeah. We've got Jess direct producing tomorrow, and we've got Kerry on Sunday, and Chris Parker or Parks? Parker, because Chris Parks worked at the same quarter, didn't he? I'm not in 7 days. Ben's producing 7 days next week, so I'll tune in about Thursday, because he'll lose it about then. Oh, look at the time. I wonder why Helen McCook was standing over there waving. She's going, hurry up. I'm here. Right, and then I've got the cream one with the nutmeg, I'm calling that one. No, we won't get to any more. Let's do the check one, because Anne's just mentioned the check ones. And then we can move on. Here we go. So there's your 2 check ones, your 2 blue check ones. Beautiful, aren't they? Which one first? It's nice, isn't it? $8.99 in plaid, they've called it. Plaid blue. Plaid for the lads. But it's not just for the lads. Julie. Me Julie. Don't know why I said that. Okay, and then last one for the hour. Dark plaid for the lads. Just dark blue. Oh, have you? Oh, I've got me 2 of them as well. Yeah. Beautiful. Right. All the others will be swapped over during the break, so you'll be able to find them on today's show. Don't go anywhere. It's her first day. She's very nervous. She's not at all. She's not at all. She came striding in her boots and her brooch and said, I'm here. Helen McCook joins the family today. Now, if you used to watch us on Sewing Quarter, you already know her and love her. She's been on Hobby Maker as well, but this is our first time on Sewing Street, and we're doing the most gorgeous embroidered tablecloth. There are runners in there as well, but they've called them tablecloths. I think they were trying to disguise them because they know, you know how much I hate a table runner. Anyway, I will see you back here in 4 minutes from now.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. I've been part of the Sewing Street family now for over a year, and it's been the most incredible journey so far. Some of you may already know that I like all things sewing, anything from quilting to toy making, needle felting, and of course applique, which is my favourite. The best thing about being part of the show is being able to share with you my imagination and bringing you new ideas and new designs and patterns, and seeing how you interpret those designs and make your own work, and then sharing your images of those is the most rewarding part for me. I'm currently working on lots of new ideas and exciting projects that I cannot wait to bring to the show and share with you all. But in the meantime, take care everyone and happy sewing.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
It's freezing in here. It's freezing, but look who's here. Helen McCook. Oh, I haven't seen you for such a long time.
Donkeys.
Well, I say that because I was thinking earlier, I hadn't seen you since Sewing Quarter days, but actually I saw you on the events, didn't I, when I was with Dulcie?
Yeah,
And she was just about to start Wicked, I think.
Yes.
And you were doing, demonstrating and everything at
That's it.
one of the NEC events,
Yeah,
weren't you?
exactly.
So before we go any further, some of you might not know who Helen is. So what's your name? Where did you come from? What do you do for a living?
So I'm Helen McCook.
Yep.
I'm from Birmingham originally.
Yeah.
And live in Staffordshire, but I do embroidery, so hand embroidery particularly.
Yes.
But I go all over the place and I work online as well. So we've
But
got,
you don't just do embroidery. You trained at...
yeah, so I trained at the Royal School of Needlework.
Yes.
So I did a degree first and then I went there as an apprentice.
And that's the one at Hampton
It
Court
is
Palace,
Hampton
isn't it?
Court Palace. It's rather nice.
No, it's gorgeous, gorgeous. But
Yeah.
you've also, there's a great big book that
Yeah.
you've done, that they've got the top embroiderers.
Yes.
And you've done a whole section in there on, is yours?
2 sections.
Oh, two sections.
2 sections I have, you know.
So what was one gold work?
So I did gold work and metal thread embroidery, and then also how to conservation mount your embroideries. So how
Oh, that's
to,
why I
how
got
to
bored by
present
then. I
them.
hadn't watched them.
Yes,
that
I
bit.
know. All the sparkly stuff's done by that
Yes,
point.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. But so what I'm trying to say is about you, Hunter, is you're quite a well-renowned, would you call yourself an embroiderer?
Yes, yes. So I'm an
Hand
embroiderer.
embroiderer.
Yeah. So if I'm going to be fancy, I say I'm an artisan embroiderer.
Right.
But yeah, so embroidery. So I love my subject.
Yeah.
I think it's for everybody.
Yeah.
And I think it's a bit. If you think it's not for you, you haven't found the right technique yet.
Exactly, because there are so many
There's
techniques. aren't
so
there?
many techniques.
Right, I need to point out though that these aren't your designs.
No.
Those who'll know you from Sewing Street will remember your designs, from,
Yes.
which I'm going to have a meeting about later. Say we need to get them back here. So this is you are an ambassador for the company that
Yes.
we've got these
Yes.
table runners and tablecloths from.
Indeed.
But you won't do any rubbish. Do you know what I mean? You only
No,
do the
no,
best
no.
sorts of things. I'm trying to build you up here without sounding immodest, but you are really highly regarded in what you do. And what I love is you make it accessible to everybody.
Yeah.
So because some embroiderers or needleworkers have this kind of like, oh, it's only for the, and
No.
hoi polloi sort of thing, whereas you want to make it for everybody.
No,
don't
you know what? I think it's really interesting because embroidery has got this reputation of only being for the elite.
Yes, elite, that's the word I was
And it's because we often see in those circles, so we see those kind of rarefied moments which have embroidery in them as a really important and central part to them. But having said that, embroidery for centuries worldwide has been a language for all of us, like a craft language for all of us. And I think it's really important for people to realise that and to be able to connect with that. And we saw some of that during COVID, people kind of realising they suddenly, oh, I've only got a hobby that involves other people or being outside. And we had a lot of reconnection with that during that period. So, yeah, but it's for centuries, throughout
Well, you only have to look
history.
at any period drama or any period portrait, I
Absolutely.
think, but it's always the queen or the courtiers that are sitting,
Yeah.
you know, the ladies in waiting doing their
Yeah.
work and thing. And even later on sort of thing, you can imagine but it is a thing for everybody, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. There's something for everybody. There's a way of approaching that will work for you. So I think it's just that thing about kind of taking a deep dive into
Yes,
it and
yeah.
finding your feet in it.
And also, in a time now, we're far more aware of mindfulness and things like that.
Absolutely.
Something like this, you even if you sit down for a couple of hours one afternoon, you're not going to be thinking about all the horrible things happening either in your life or in the world or
No,
anything. You can just...
The thing is though, so I stitch or draw and stitch every day, and regardless of what else I'm doing for work for that. And then I kind of think it's one of those things, if I've got a meeting to go to or something to be going to or something else I've got to do, I set an alarm clock, because if I'm stitching, I kind of just immerse myself into it, and I quite often have, you know, something playing in the background, and I'll just be in it, and my other things I'm worrying about kind of just filter out.
Exactly.
It kind of just, it becomes white noise.
But also, it's also a portable thing as well, isn't it? So you
Absolutely,
can
yeah.
go to a knit and natter or sew and chat or whatever they're
Yeah.
called and everything.
Yeah.
Or if you are a young mum and you're doing waiting outside for school, the sports days and things like that, you could be sitting in the car in the warmth doing yours while they're out there playing their sport.
You know what? I have one of these collapsible embroidery frames with me at all times. I have a little pair of scissors with me, and I stitch. I also have a notebook. I always draw and like sketch and all sorts of things.
Yeah.
But I'm always got something just in case, because I'm one of those people gets twitchy fingers, so I'm like, I need to do something.
Yeah.
Get very bored. So
And it's better
need to
for you than
engage.
going on social media and swiping and all that
Well,
sort of stuff.
the thing is, you've got something to show for every moment you spend on it. So even if it's only 5 minutes, that's 5 minutes of stitching and making something beautiful. And that's another 5 minutes that you're kind of building up. And also the confidence of stitching, because I think if you're not used to stitching, like anything, the more you do it, the more it becomes natural to
Yes,
you.
yeah.
So actually, in that, even a 5 minute a day kind of hobby, like habit, you kind of builds up and you start to feel like it's a normal and comfortable thing for you to be doing, rather than, oh, this is something somebody else does, or somebody else is really skilled at that. I know somebody who's really good at that. No, you could be good at that. So engage with it, even on a regular basis for a short time. 5-10 minutes, not long enough to get frustrated, long enough to just do. So,
Okay, last question now. When we were on Sewing Quarter together, we were going to design your wedding dress.
Yes.
Yeah? And
Yeah.
then COVID came. Did you get married?
No.
Oh.
2 dates came and went during COVID, and then we ended up buying a house and everything, so which was more than we expected, but I've got a workspace there at home, which is good. So, no, we've been chatting about it, so the plans are still there, so I might still be recruiting.
Oh, no.
you.
Because we were talking about all the different things. And then, of course, COVID happened and everything came to a stop, didn't it?
No, well, now it's
still around then?
Yes,
He's managed to keep this
he's
one.
doing really well, actually.
Oh, good,
He's doing well for himself.
Right, with that, let's start. So today we're doing table runners and tablecloths.
Yes.
Now, it's really weird because when my nan, well, it was before she passed away, but whenever we went to stay with my nan, she always had serviettes, and they were the best ones. They weren't out for normal wear.
Napkins.
Napkins.
Napkins, darling. Serviettes are
but also the
disposable.
tablecloth with the embroidery on the corners. And it only came out for special occasions.
Yes.
Then when my nan died, my mum got them.
Yeah.
Or had them and everything. And I remember them being in the sideboard drawer, and they only came out on special occasions. And they started looking a bit tired and everything. And then when my mum went, there were a couple left, and I was like, I'm having those.
Yes.
And I don't use them because they're very old. They're just a memory thing.
But they
now.
feel special to
But
you.
they feel very, very special. And these, as soon as I saw these, I thought, these are like those. These are bringing back all sorts of lovely feelings. Right. Now, we have got ranges and different sizes for different. This one is called a blue floral. Now, the size is 130 by 160. That's this one. Now, here we go. Now, this is your the most expensive one of them, but look what you're getting. The size. Now, in the packet, you get the actual tablecloth with the drawing on it. You get the threads, which we'll show you in an open one in a minute, and you get the needle to do the work with. And there's an instructions pamphlet and leaflet and everything like that. It's not saying, oh, it's on split pay, this one. 99.99 split pay, two-way split pay. So, but first of all, let's crash it because it's £50 a month, or, oh, that's good, £84.99, £84.99. Now, let me show, I'll open one of the smaller ones. I don't want to mess this one up. But £84.99. So you get the tablecloth with the drawings on it. You get all the threads. Now, you've got to tell me it's washable, isn't it?
It's fully washable. Yeah, the threads are colour fast, as you'd expect.
Yes.
And but yeah, so it's a fully
imagine embroidering
usable.
the whole thing and then put it in the washing machine.
You imagine what a nightmare. But I mean, I would say that if it's something that you've got that you've already had passed down to you, for example, you can always test if it's colour fast. So if you've got like little bits at the end.
Well, mine just goes straight in the washing. Well, the thing is, my nan wouldn't have colour fast. She'll have bunged it in the mangle.
Well, there is that, yeah. But if you are worried,
Yeah.
then you can always just, some of the little thread ends on the back, just snip it off, put a little piece of kitchen roll, put them in between and wet the whole thing, leave it to dry, and if anything's run, you know it's not colour fast.
Oh, okay, so if you
really
want to double check, we can say...
If you want to be a belt and braces,
Yeah.
you can do it like that.
Okay, £84.99. That's your large, that's the biggest one. I only got one that size, which is big, Threads, you get the actual tablecloth with the drawing on it. You get the threads, you get the needle, you get the chart of what to sew and how to sew it. Beautiful, so that's that one. Now, we've got these are table runners, right? Now, I hate a table runner, but actually, some of these are beautiful. But then one lady put on Facebook this week, the only way to display a table runner, she had it on the wall above her chest of drawers. Oh, no, bookcase, and it looked gorgeous. So maybe I'll have a new...
Newfound love of them.
Yeah.
I think it's that thing as well, though. They can, if you've got like a Welsh dresser or anything like that, it doesn't have to be a table runner, and you can use it for so many other things. Fold it in the middle and put it on a little coffee table. It can look really beautiful. Yeah.
Right, none of mine have got names, Ben. None of them have got labels on. So you'll have to show me a picture. Let's have a look at the picture. Wait a moment. I've got daffodils. It's got daffodils on it. That one. Okay, there it is. £28.99. Oh no, we're going to crash all these. So what have they called this one? Springtime Florals, they've called this one. £24.99 this one goes to. Do you know what as well? What's lovely about this is it's £24.99. If you've never done it before, it's £24.99. You haven't had to buy a sewing machine, you haven't had to buy a quilt kit, you haven't had to buy anything like that. So if you've never done anything like this before, and you've got a finished product as well, you might hate it and go, I'm never doing that again. It's £24.99. You might absolutely adore it and come back and buy all the others, you know what I mean? But
Absolutely.
it's a good... It's not, what I'm saying is, if it's a new hobby, you haven't got to lay out loads and
It's
loads
really
of things.
self-contained price, though,
Yes.
isn't it? It's like, it doesn't have arms and legs. You don't need like 1,001 other things.
No.
So it's like...
Do I definitely need a hoop, though?
You don't have to have a hoop. It's just easier to have a hoop because it holds the tension. It means that you can use both hands if your thread's getting a bit tangly or you want to control it. And you'll see when I demonstrate how I use the hoop. But you could use a hoop that's freestanding, or if you want to try it, you can use just a normal circular hoop like we've got the pieces in.
Yep.
And just weight it to the table with a book, just to give it a go and see how you feel about it.
Beautiful.
And it's easier if you don't have to hold the hoop, because actually it's quite hard on your hands holding the hoop all the time.
Yep.
So it's strange.
We have got samples of all these coming up, which we'll show you in a second, of the actual embroidery happening. Right, so the next one. Which I'm presuming must be that one. That one. Mine haven't got names on you, so that's the problem. Wildflower Florals, is that the one? Let's have a look at the picture. Okay, not £28.99. We'll get some sewn in a minute, I promise. £24.99. So let's have a look at that in situ.
Feels like bingo,
Lovely.
this. You're doing very well with the matching. Feels like bingo.
Yes, well, I'm
Slap.
So these in your house? You take these pictures in your house?
I know.
So where is your house? In Birmingham?
Staffordshire.
Oh, you moved out then?
Yeah. So. Yeah.
And that's where you work. So if I come and interview you, I've got to come to Staffordshire.
Yeah, well, give me a notice to tidy it up.
Okay, fine.
It's chaos at the moment. I've been working on deadlines, so.
Oh, Floral Hearts, that's obvious, that one. That's lovely, that one. Now you see, I don't like a table runner, but I'm actually liking these.
Yeah.
Now I don't know if it's because of the nostalgic element of my nan,
Yeah.
or the fact that I could put them somewhere else, like you say, on a dresser, or I'd put it on the end of a bed or something.
Yes,
Because my nan used
exactly.
to have things like, in the bedroom, she'd have like doilies, but with the embroidery in the middle of them.
Yeah.
And things on the bed as well,
Yeah.
sort of thing. So,
I think these would be really versatile as well. I mean, there's the aspect of them being quite sustainable. So the idea of like the napkins and the tablecloths, you know, you're not doing throwaway things,
No.
which I love that. But also the idea of them kind of being related to kind of special occasions and particular people or occasions. But then also, I just love the idea that you could do other things with them. So, you know,
Yes.
as you say, that you could use them on the bed, but you could make things out of them as well. You could include them in your quilting project.
oh yes, I hadn't even thought about
You know,
that.
there's all
and my
sorts.
friend is, Francesca is Italian. All of the towels in her, you know, the bathrooms that we use, I think,
Yeah.
they're all like cotton. They're
Yes.
not
Yeah.
towels. They're
No,
cottons like
no,
these.
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's your love hearts. There's your love hearts. Then I've got like this one's like poppies, because that's the only one of this size left. There you go. Again, going to 24. Now it's called poppies, Ben. You see, I was giving you the clue there. 24.99. So they're all 40 by 100. So a metre long by almost half a metre wide. We'll get one out afterwards and show you all the details in a minute. I want to get on with the sewing. I've just got two more to show you, which are a different size. I've got 80 by 80 now, and these are both adorable. So these are your slightly bigger tablecloths, but not the huge one. Which one do you want first, the blue one or the yellow one? Blue first. Very popular. Well, I think this is because this is the picture we showed right at the beginning. Charlie, was that the picture we showed? And not £29.99, £25.99. Right, that's only a pound more. And yet this one is 80 by 80, this one. 80 by 80, that's beautiful, isn't it? Oh, right, okay. Now I've got one open here, so I'm going to show you what you actually get in your kit. So, look, so you get a card, what do you call this? Organizer, a thread, that comes in it there. Then you get, this is your instructions. So there's that, it's on the back of, so that's the outside of your packet there. And then on the back of there is a close-up of what you actually stitch and the colours that you've got there and how you actually do it. Then you've got your needle, I've just saw a needle in there somewhere. There, you get your needle, the needle will be in there, so be careful when you open it. And now, can I just tell you, this is gorgeous quality. This is really, really lovely. And also, look at the attention to detailing here. They could have just given you a square of cotton, but look at this detailing here. This automatically gives it that lovely vintage feel, doesn't it? And expensive. Then, open it up. Oh, this is a lovely size. This will look gorgeous in the middle of your table. And it's all drawn on for you. Everything's drawn on for you. Beautiful. So that's that. And then, where's the threads? So the threads will arrive like this. So they've got the numbers on them. Look, 2, 3, 4. And then you put them, oh, here you go, look. So then you put them on your card like that. So you've got them separated. Oh, sorry, let me twist that around for you. There you go. So that's a because you're not going to do it in one sitting, are you? You don't want all your threads all tangling and everything like that. So for your £25.99, you get the tablecloth, you get all your threads. And you said there's more than enough thread in here.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You'll have more left over. So don't worry if you kind of make mistakes or want to redo something or anything like that.
Or add something.
Absolutely. Don't you think, though, if somebody's got like a vintage-style bedroom, they'd make a beautiful centre of a table, like a bed cover.
Oh, yes. Yeah,
So you could stitch it and then add things into the middle, and then you could kind of go off-piece and then quilt round the edge, like the patchwork around the edge of that. It'd be so beautiful.
Yeah. Or, do you know what would be lovely? You'd have to just do it, is make a huge cushion.
Yeah.
Massive, like not a bolster, because that's long, isn't
Yeah.
it? But just a really, really big
Yeah.
cushion to go on the bed and everything. It'd be
Yeah.
lovely. But with all the hand embroidery on it and everything. Right, so that's that one. One more. Let me just put that there, that goes there. One more is this one here, which is my, I either like this one or the daffodils I'm being drawn to today. Oh, have you? Oh. Okay, let's do that one first. Apparently there's another green one that wasn't in the box.
Ooh.
Well, we can do it from a picture. I definitely, because I've done those. I've put those on there, haven't I? As I've read them out. So
It's a little bonus one.
25.99.
Little bonus one.
Little bonus one. Okay, let's have a look then at the picture of the green one. What size is it? So it's the 80 by 80. Okay, we'll put some graphics in for you. What have they called it? Blue. Oh, blue florals. We've done blue florals. But anyway, go on. Let's have a look at it.
Okay.
I can't see from that picture. Anyway, yeah.
It's that, actually.
Oh, it's that one there. No, it's this one here. Anyway, right, perfect. Right, okay, so that's all the kits, right? Now, if you're wondering about, I mean, you get everything you want in it, but if you're thinking about sharp little scissors, in the 11 o'clock hour, you've got, now what's it called? The
Bohin.
Right,
Yeah.
and they are?
They're just needle and tool makers par excellence.
Okay, so we've got those. So if you want to upgrade, because you get a needle in it, but obviously you've got, I can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 needles in there. You might want more than one needle, and you can use your normal needles, but if you want the top quality that you would recommend, that's at 11 o'clock. Right, so let's start then,
Right, so I'm doing the blue florals one, which is the one you've just shown.
Right, okay.
Got it into the hoop. As I say, I like to use a hoop so that you don't have to hold it. And I like to jump around a bit, so as you can see, but for the case of demonstrate, it's quite good.
Right.
You're going to use 3 strands of the stranded. Now, these threads, they're splittable. So if I show you this.
So when you say 3 strands, you don't pull 3 pieces off, you pull 1 piece off.
Yeah, so what you're going to do is you're going to take one of those off.
Yeah.
And then you're going to separate it into 3, so into half. So there's 6 strands within this.
Right.
So you can choose to separate 3 off and then separate them like that all the way down, or you can separate 1 off at a time.
I was always told just to take 1 off at a time.
Yeah, so I'd prefer to take 1 off at a time.
Yeah.
So the reason being that they don't twist around each other then.
Right.
So you take them 1 off at a time and then you're ready to go.
And then you put that one back on your
Yeah,
card.
you pop that back on the card so that you can keep it safe and use it later on. That's ready to rock and roll.
Lovely.
So it's good to go. Okay, so that goes into the needle. Okay, so I've got some of that here.
Right.
Right, so we can see on the chart, it tells you, again, to split your threads into 3s. We don't do straight stitch, we've got satin stitch, and there's also some stem stitch. So what we're going to do is we're going to use the satin stitch mostly. Now, this tells you to just go straight to the satin stitch. You're going to put it at an angle of 45 degrees.
Yeah.
You can see the little lines drawn on to guide you. Satin stitch has a long stitch on the back and a long stitch on the front. So you're going to come up just outside the paint line.
So now those paint lines don't come off, do they?
No, which is why you want to cover them.
Right, so you go beyond the line.
Yeah, you just go fractionally beyond it, and then that means that you're going to cover it up. So you want to try and maintain your angle if possible.
So are you left-handed?
No, I'm right-handed, but because I'm working with both hands, you put your dominant hand underneath the frame.
Oh, I didn't know that.
So, yeah, because you become a bit ambidextrous when you're working with embroidery.
Yeah.
So, as I say, it's quicker if you're using a hoop that you don't have to hold, that you use both hands. So I can demonstrate right or left-handed, but as I say, I'm right-handed, you put your dominant hand underneath.
So does it make any difference to the way we stitch if we're left-handed and right-handed?
There's only certain stitches that it would make a difference. So what I would say is that there's things like herringbone, for example, and I can demonstrate this for you on the later show.
Oh, yeah, we'll do that. Yeah.
And what we can do is you'd maybe start at the other end if you're left-handed than to right-handed.
Right, but if I'm doing this?
This, absolutely not. None of these stitches we're going to do on any of these kits make a difference.
But we'll cover that in the next hour.
Yeah.
But I noticed you started halfway down. Is that
Yes,
the
the reason being, with satin stitch, if I'm trying to maintain a 45-degree angle, if you go very slightly off, very slightly off, very slightly off, and you've started at one end, it's a long way to go before you actually properly look at it and then go, I've gone off.
Right.
So whereas if you start in the middle, it helps to maintain the angle because you've got a shorter distance to travel on.
Right.
So you can see you'd work towards one end and then you'd come back to the centre and work towards the other end.
Yeah.
We do this with quite a lot of things where you're doing full coverage and you've got an angle to maintain. So it
So
just
do you
makes it
always
easier.
put it on an angle then? You never go straight across?
You can go straight across. It just actually looks slightly more attractive, and it helps the threads to sit slightly closer together. So unless you're making a stitch that's a really big gap, it helps to give you a better finish.
Okay, message on the bottom. Morning all. Can a beginner do these embroideries, please? Love, Mimi.
100% Mimi. Yeah, they're all pretty straightforward, and we're actually going to demonstrate all the stitches that you'll possibly need anyway. So you can always kind of re-watch. The instructions are quite good, but there's also, I mean, there's resources such as the RSN Stitch Bank that will show you step by step how to do things as well. So if you wanted to see those in diagrams or videos.
Oh yes, now we've got to talk about that. Before I do that though, Berta, happy, how old is she? 85, Berta's 85 day. Happy birthday, Berta. Now, what were you saying about the stitch thing then?
So there's a thing called the RSN Stitch Bank. So the Royal
So,
School of Needlework.
Royal School of
Needlework Stitch Bank. And so it's where I trained. They were 150 years old last year. And to celebrate that, they wanted to give a gift to everybody. So what they decided to do was to create a free gift.
Yeah, yeah.
Completely free. It's the idea is that it's to make stitches accessible as possible to as many people as possible, and to be able to use it in your classes or to use it, you know, at home and on the go. I have mine on my iPad and my phone. So and what you do is you go onto it and you can look by technique, or you could look by stitch name, or you can just browse through and you find the stitch that you want to do. So let's say satin stitch, and you can then see a step-by-step diagram and also a video. And if you're left-handed, you can click flip image and it will show you how it looks left-handed too.
So where's that? RSN?
RSN Stitch Bank.
RSN Stitch Bank, completely for free.
Yep, absolutely.
You can look at, so once you've got the hang of this, you might be thinking, oh, I want to do a bit more than, because you said this one had straight stitch,
Yes.
satin stitch, and what was the
And
other one?
stem
you said?
stitch.
Stem stitch, but you might
Yeah.
want to do something else.
Absolutely, you could completely go off-piste with it, and we'll do some of that, I think, at 11.
Yeah, yeah.
But it's the thing is they're very flexible, you know, so if you're a stitcher or even if you're new to stitch, you can look at the texture of what you want to create. So these are quite smooth and you're looking at filling stitches and outlining stitches, whereas you might think, actually, I want those leaves to have a bit more texture. So you can really kind of go and play with that. And I think some of the samples I brought in, I've put a bit more of that in.
Yeah.
But equally, it could be that you like, you know, a mixture, multimedia. You want to do a bit of applique on there, and then some stitching, some beading, fabric paint, you know, so it's all sorts of things to all sorts of people, so they're very flexible. But as I say, the thing with stitches, there's so many of them, you know, and they look so different. So it really kind of depends on your personal taste, and you can really kind of personalise them to what you want. So, as you can tell, completely obsessed with stitch. So there's something for everybody. Now, you'd fill in the whole of that. Now, the other thing that we could do is if you wanted to create, if you think your edges aren't as smooth as you want, you can raise up the level of the embroidery slightly and also help to get a smoother edge by putting a split stitch in first. So what you do is you'd literally put a stitch travelling forward about 2 or 3 millimetres and then split it from beneath, okay?
Yeah.
Split stitch does what it says on the tin.
Yeah.
So, and then what you can do is you travel forward again. Now you outline.
Oh, so you're doing an outline first, you're not filling in
so you
first.
outline it first, and then what you do is that gives you a lovely firm edge against which to work your embroidery. But also it helps to raise up the level of the embroidery, give it a bit more of a 3D look. So what you can do is you can pop it in. And as I say, it's not one of those things that it actually tells you on the card, but actually it's a nice little tip that will give you a better finish. So you can also use split stitch for your outlinings. It's, you know, what you could do with this, if you didn't want to fully fill everything in, you could outline or stem stitch around and then just put little straight stitches in.
Oh, yeah. Oh, so it's your project, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Now, when I'm doing my satin stitch, do I always go in the same direction?
No.
Oh.
So, if you're going to do your 45-degree angle like this, there's a thing that we call ascending and descending angles, and you basically want to ski downhill. So if I'm looking at this and that's the highest part and that's the lowest part, I want to come up on the highest part.
Right.
So come up in the bit that's furthest forward in the direction you're going and go down in the lowest part, so you're skiing downhill with your stitch.
Oh, I see. So whichever way, so if it's going downhill, you always go from the highest bit to the lowest bit.
Yes.
So when if you're going that way,
yes,
you start from this side and go down. Oh, wow.
Exactly. So So it's one of those, it's a little tip, but it just helps you because the stitch rolls towards the previous stitch, so it actually helps you to get a slightly better finish. But you can see it just slightly raises up the level of the embroidery. And the other thing that I would say is if you want the finish to look slightly finer as well, you can actually use single strands or double strands rather than triple strands.
Oh, okay.
Triple strands will fill in quicker.
I just think the triple strand makes it look more like luxurious.
Yeah, it's like textural, isn't it? It's
Yeah.
got a bit more height, but you can see as well that this is more raised where we've done the outlining.
Yeah, yeah.
So you can see the finish looks slightly different. So
Okay, so now you finished that leaf, but you've still got some thread left.
Yeah.
Would you jump?
well, you can jump to here because it's really close, or you could use that for the stem. So we've got a little bit of stem here, which will be worked in stem stitch. So you travel forward, and then you're coming up. I'm going to pull this because it's slightly looping that side, so you can see it's got a slight curve. So I'll pull the loop to the outside edge of the curve and come up on the inside edge.
So hang on, what was the stem stitch? You do a normal stitch?
Yeah, so you step forward and then come back to the halfway point.
Oh, okay.
So you travel forward, pull the loop to the outside edge of the curve, come up at the halfway point, which is generally the end of the previous stitch, and pull.
Right.
And then here.
Okay, so now you finish with that green.
Yeah.
Do I do a knot?
Well, you can do a knot, but knots can do themselves, and also they're quite lumpy and bumpy on the back.
Oh, and it's a tablecloth, so you can see both sides.
Yeah.
Yes, of course.
So what you want to do is, we know that we're going to fully cover this in, so we can see on the picture that it's fully covered. I can come up here and do 2 tiny little stitches, nice and small and tight, on or next to each other. Do those little stitches, bring it to the top, and then I can snip it off.
With your posh scissors.
Absolutely. So that's sufficient to hold it in. It's nice and secure, but equally, once I've worked the petal over the top of it, it becomes more secure. So it's nice.
And then does it also look neater from the underneath?
Absolutely, yeah. So it's a nice, neat, kind of well-controlled way of working. Now I'm just going to do a little bit more of that stem stitch so you can see, make sure that everyone understands that stitch at home. So
I was getting close. That's great, Charlie. Thank you. Susie Duncan says, what stunning designs. I love the embroidery. Lo says, I wish I had the patience to do this. Lo, you could do it while Jeff's driving the motorhome.
Oh.
Alison Marion says, what beautiful kits. I have my nan's and my mum's embroidered cloths, also one that I did when I was a child. I sat with my nan and we did it together. Wonderful memories. There you go. Judith says, morning, both cross-stitch and embroidery has kept me sane over the past few years. Really looking forward to this. Margaret says it's snowing now in Yorkshire. Oh no, Margaret.
So you can see stem stitch creates like a rope-like effect.
Right. Ben says, how do you know where to come back up?
As you're working a stem stitch.
Yeah. Or any stitch. You can't believe that you keep hitting the line.
So part of it's muscle memory, but also if you're working with both hands, I'm keeping my hand in position so I know that it's actually quite a small turning circle.
Okay, how often do you prick your finger underneath?
Not very often, to be honest.
How many times would I prick my finger underneath?
When you're getting used to it,
Yeah.
a few times.
Yes.
Keep your plasters to hand. The other thing is, if you do prick yourself while you're stitching, then what you can do is you can actually remove, it's not very nice, but you can remove your own blood with your own saliva.
See, this is the tip I give all the time, because when you make wedding dresses,
Yeah.
the last thing you want is, if you're stitching the hand, the last thing you want is a
Absolutely.
big blob of your blood.
Absolutely.
So you chew
Yeah.
white cotton thread, has to be cotton, it can't be polyester.
Yeah.
And it doesn't sound very nice at all, but literally, if you then bleed on it, you dab it with the piece of thread that's in your mouth, and your saliva takes the blood out. And everyone laughs at me and goes,
It's to do with your salivary amylase.
pardon?
So, indeed. So, so there's good biology behind it, but it's your saliva wouldn't remove somebody else's blood. And I know this.
Oh, so I couldn't do it for you?
No. And I know this because we actually used to do this in the studio. So if there was
Well, you make someone bleed and then all spit on them.
torture, blood, sweat and tears. No, what used to happen was that if at the end of a project, as you're going, you should be being fully aware of what you're doing and keep an eye on it. And if there's any problems as you go, you deal with it as you go. It's much easier, as you know. But at the end of a project, when it's being checked, if there is anything that's been overlooked, you know, if there's blood, anybody who's worked on it has to come back up with a little ball.
Oh, no. I always thought you had to do it instantly.
You need to do it instantly, preferably, but it will work if
you have missed something.
Yeah.
But then if you're making the Bayeux tapestry and the whole village has done it, and someone
Yeah.
goes, whose blood's this? Who
It
did
gives
the
you
Norman
away.
soldier?
It's like an Agatha Christie moment.
Yeah.
Because it's like suddenly you know you have the big reveal. It's like, Oh no, it was me. So yeah, so just constant vigilance. But yeah, so it's one of those. But yeah, it does work. Good tip.
Yeah,
So,
no, I always say it, and people look at me like I'm crazy.
like you're bonkers. Yeah, there's a lot of that in embroidery actually, and
Yeah,
textiles, isn't
imagine.
there? So yeah, so it's.
So now your this is stem stitch. They look bigger. Are you doing it bigger?
You can
on
do
this
them
one?
slightly bigger if you want them to fill in quicker, but also if you want them to have a more rolling effect, then you do them slightly smaller or with a few more threads in the needle. If you want them slightly flatter and smoother, you can lengthen the stitch slightly or use slightly less threads in the needle.
Yeah.
And it gives you just
But it
a
wouldn't work
slightly
with one,
different
would
effect.
it? You couldn't do it with one.
You could, it's just you'd have to have quite a small stitch to be able to read the S curve of it.
Yes,
So
yeah,
the
that's,
kind
that's
of,
what I was thinking.
yeah. So you have to be quite
Yeah.
dinky with your stitch length. So yeah.
So if I do it with one thread, does it then become like black work?
No, black work's an entirely different technique, which also ironically doesn't have to always be in black.
Well, no.
So,
So that's not. I always thought that was like a straight stitch that you went back on yourself.
so black work is a counted technique which is on even weave linen, and it's symmetrical patterning. So it was originally created to kind of imitate lace.
Yes.
And its footprint.
Henry VIII's wife.
Yeah, well, there you go. So basically, yeah, so there was two kind of origins for it here. One was the Spanish black work, which we think came with us to here from Spain with Catherine of Aragon.
Yep.
It was the Moorish influence or the geometry. But then the other part, we did have black work here before, and it was very simple double running stitch patterns, which were kind of seen from both sides, because it might be on a...
I was going to say, because it was on the organza on the collars.
Exactly,
and everything,
and the cuffs, so you could see both sides. So, and you see them on things like the Holbein paintings, and you see them as they kind of progress over time. By the time you're into the period of Elizabeth I, we're having massive sleeves and skirt fronts that are all black work and very kind of beautiful. But they've kind of progressed, and it's kind of that combination of all of them. But yeah, it's beautiful, and you can kind of now you can play with black work, like the graphic quality. So you kind of play with the different thicknesses of thread and create photographs and all sorts.
But now is Holbein stitch a different stitch then?
Holbein stitch.
Like you're come for you to do an exam, isn't it?
So Holbein stitch is basically a double running stitch. So you'll do a running stitch, which is in and out of the fabric, making even gaps.
Yeah.
And then you come backwards and fill in the gaps with an even stitch as well. So obviously it creates a look that's from front and back the same.
Brilliant.
So, so you can create very simple patterns using Holbein stitch, and that's what we did originally.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've got some questions.
Yes.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah,
Hi all. When I was a child, my gran always had embroidery on the go. Curtains, tablecloths, pillowcases, napkins, runners, and the top of the piano. Oh, yes, Vivienne, yes, the top of the piano. My nan had a chenille shawl on the top of her. Never got played. The piano never got played.
Yeah.
Loving this. Could I ask, how do you keep the back beautiful? Lynn in freezing Scarborough. It's freezing everywhere today.
Yeah. So basically, first thing I would say is, and I always joke about this, anyone who's looking at the back of your embroidery is not your pal. If you're not sitting an exam or being tested on it, there's not a lot of reason for somebody to look at the back, right? So that's the first thing.
Don't invite me round to your house then.
It's a Victorian, you can look at the back of my embroidery all you like, it's fine. But if your pal's coming round to look and she's like, flipping it straight over before she said anything about how beautiful the front is, she's not your friend. Oh. Send her away. Yeah. Not your people. And it's that thing about, it's a Victorian... Yeah, it's absolutely, find your tribe, stick to them. It's one of those things, it's a Victorian idea. So it's that idea that the back should look like the front. That's not, you're not making a flag.
Yeah.
It's a functional space. It should be neat and efficient on the back, and that's it.
Yeah.
So don't worry too greatly about it. But what I would say is to help control it, try not to have loops on the back. So sometimes if you get knots and catches, but run your fingers over the back of it, you'll feel the difference in the way it feels if there's any knots on the back or loops. And deal with it immediately, because if you leave it, it's harder to then go back and deal with it.
Do you condition your threads at all?
No,
oh,
I don't.
That was a look, wasn't it?
I do not, John.
How do you stop it knotting then?
So you should be in control of your thread. So control the length of your thread. Normally we have a fingertip to elbow length.
Well, I noticed those aren't very long. They're not cut very long. The bits
well, the reason is normally the working thread is a fingertip to elbow length. That's called an L or an elm. We've been using this since medieval period. It's how they used to measure fabric. It's how they used to measure thread, and we still use it. And the reason is, if you're working, you shouldn't be having your arm up here, right? So the condition of the thread, the more it goes through the fabric, the more worn it becomes, and the more the surface shine comes off it. So it's one of those things about being kind to the thread and just observing as you go. So as I say, it's just one of those things, having a shorter length of thread. Also, people think, oh, I'm saving myself from having to start and stop so often, and thread the needle as much. So get yourself a needle thredder or a bigger needle. Right.
Have we got some of those?
We should have needle
I think
threads
got
for the
needle
next
threads
show.
in next hour.
So they are your friend, right? So use them.
Yeah.
It shouldn't feel like a challenge.
No.
You know, so if you need a bigger needle, get a bigger needle. You know, so that's fine. And we'll talk about needle size and how you choose it.
Oh yes,
in the
yes,
next
yes.
show.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's the one thing. But also, people think, as I say, it's one of those things that I'm saving myself time. You're not, because by the time you've wrestled with all that thread and kind of got it through, and it's all worn and tired by the end, and it tangles up on itself and twists.
Also,
So-
you're compromising your finished thing, because if you're taking away the sheen of from the beginning to the end of it, the sheen of your thread's going to be different.
Yeah,
isn't
so
it?
you've got a bit that's lovely and shiny and a bit that's a bit looks like you've licked it. So
You embroiderers, you're weird, aren't you?
yes, we are.
Anne says, what a lovely show this is. Hope we have more. Yeah, I want to get back on as well, Anne, so don't worry. Oh, hang on, message on the bottom. I've always struggled with satin stitch, so I gave up and went to cross stitch instead. It was never explained to me to start in the middle. Thank you from Georgina in Yorkshire.
Oh, Georgina, go back to it. It's your stitch.
Sorry, what was I saying?
It's your stitch. Go for it.
Yeah, we've had loads of messages. You know how they fall off the bottom? We've lost some of them. So so thank you for all the messages. Right. Jose says, John, my auntie who's a tailor told me about this. Oh, yeah, about the ingredients of your spit when she was altering wedding dresses. Yeah, exactly. Such a good tip, says Susie. I've used it lots. I use the same elbow to fingertip length for all sewing. I use gravity too. Drop the needle down and allow the thread to spin. Make sure your hands are not too dry when you start. Seams hand cream. Absolutely loving this, says Ellen Repton. Thank you, Ellen. Right, now, what time is it? Oh, look at the time. It's 42 already and we haven't even done anything.
I know.
So we've done satin stitch and we've done stem stitch. What's the other one?
Now I'm going to do some long and short. So long and short fills in an area. It's a bit like colouring in. They used to call it painting by thread or painting by needle.
Yeah.
So so what we can do, also known as silk shading. So what I'm doing is, I know that the angles, everything's going towards the centre of the flower here. So I'm not going to go crazy with my
So we're not going on a 45 degree on this one?
No, you can set your angles up. Can you see I've set somebody up there?
Yeah.
And at the side, don't feel like you've got to go over here, because you don't. So you're leading towards the centre of the flower.
Right.
So then what you can do is you can go and fill in. Now, long and short, it doesn't suggest, as the name kind of suggests to you, that you should have a long stitch and a short stitch. What we want is irregularity, because otherwise you're creating ridges. So in this case, for the outer edge, I'm coming up in the shape and going down over the outer edge. And again, if you want a neater edge and a raised up edge, you can actually split stitch underneath that and work over the top. And then what you do is you put stitches in of different lengths on the inner line and a neat finish on the outer line at the paint line. And that stops you getting ridges, which is quite often the problem that people have with their long and short. And you can see I'm not labouring over it. I'm just popping those in, making sure I've got nice coverage, and each stitch should sit in its own space.
Right.
So make sure that you've completely covered that up, okay?
Okay, so you've done that in the pale blue. Will you fill that bit in there in the same colour, or that be in a different colour?
You can choose. So, I mean, it makes suggestions on here. You can see on your thing you've got suggestions of lighter and then a bit darker, and then some different tones as you go through. But you can work it however you like. And equally, if blue's not your colour palette, you can swap it out for threads you've got at home. So,
okay, so what do you know what this thread is?
These are stranded cottons.
Right, so which stranded cottons do you use?
I like DMC personally.
Okay, that's what we use here, isn't it? We've got DMC.
Yeah, so DMC, it's a nice quality thread, you know what you're getting.
Yeah.
And it behaves the way you want it to as well, which, you know, sounds like I'm dog training.
No. But also, it's like that buy cheap, buy twice.
Absolutely.
It might not be the most affordable one out there, but it's going to help your finished project.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't need to buy threads for these.
No.
But it's only if you want these flowers to be a different colour, you're going to have to supply your own.
Absolutely, yeah. You could change the colour all you like, but the ones that you want, as per the purchase, they're already in here.
Yeah.
But yeah, DMC, you know what you're getting, and they're colour fast in the sunlight, you know, within a reasonable margin, and they're, you know, washable. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up my angles again. I'm splitting the stitch and travelling forward. Now I can split anywhere along the length of this stitch, which means that again, I'm going to try and make them irregular biting points. So some of them I'll take much higher and some of them much lower. And the stitch length will actually be about the same size, but because some of them are higher and some of them are lower, with the biting point, they'll look longer or shorter.
Sue says, I've missed Helen on our screens. Haven't embroidered for ages, and she's inspired me to pick it up again.
Oh, Sue, pick it up. Get on with it. It's good.
Oh, now Ellen's tempted to as well. Yeah, go on, Ellen, do it, do it.
See, it's that gateway, isn't it? It's like it opens up in front of you and you suddenly there's a whole stitch world in front of you. But you can see it doesn't have to take long. You don't have to labour over it.
No. Now, you're doing it standing up here.
Yeah.
When you're at home, are you sitting down?
Yes, I sit down, and what you want to make sure is that you've got a seat that supports you in your lower back, and your frame is at the right height for you. So you want it at about chest height. The reason being, if it's too low, you'll roll towards it and you'll get a bad back and neck and shoulders.
Right.
If it's too high, your shoulders raise and you're going to be quite sore after a while. So make yourself comfortable and try not to sit with your legs crossed. Try and sit with your feet flat on the floor.
Oh, you see, isn't that funny? Because when I used to, as a pattern cutter, I used to sit down to do it all and everything.
Yes.
And if your table's like, I got this thing at the back of my, and the doctors thought I had something called ankylosing spondylitis, which is really, really, really not a nice thing to have.
Yeah.
Anyway, I went to another doctor and they said, how high's your table and how high's your chair? And I bought one of those. Now, I'm not saying everyone has to do this, but I bought one of those where it's kind of a funny, and you kneel on it, but you're sitting comfortably, but your posture is brilliant. And that was fantastic for doing things like this because it automatically wasn't uncomfortable, even though I thought it was going to be, because it's a thing on wheels.
Like
You've got one seat like that and a knee pad like that,
Yeah.
and you kind of kneel into it, but it makes your posture perfect for doing stitching and pattern cutting and things like that.
It's, as I say, everyone's slightly different, and it's one of those things. But yeah, just a normal thing. You don't have to engage with loads of purchases, but just even roll up.
Posh way of saying you have to engage in lots of purchases.
Well, but the thing is, though, it's that thing to make it accessible as possible. You can roll up a blanket or a jumper and put it in the small of your back, and then make sure that that's supported. Because I know personally, I do roll towards things. I get lazy, as we all do as time passes. Yeah. So I know that if I don't have something there, I just drop.
Yeah.
So and then after an hour, I'm like, crikey, my neck hurts. So it's kind of thinking about the way you're working and being aware and being nice to yourself.
Helen, I've never seen a clear and informative demo. Whilst a great crafter, I avoid embroidery. I'm going to pick it up now. Inspired by June is it June in Liverpool? What did I say? Yeah, no, exactly. Never seen such a clear and informative one. But she was from two places, look. She was from Wrexham and in Liverpool, yeah? Anyway, what she was saying was your brilliant demo.
Oh, thank you. Well, June, pick it up, have a go. As I say, I shout from the mountaintop about this. I think it's for everyone, and it should be. Give it a go. And if this isn't for you, don't change the stitches.
Yeah.
Like that, you can do anything with it. And as I say, if you want to do shorter amounts of stitches and just straight stitches and a little beading or whatever, diamantes. I like a bit of sparkle personally. Get some fabric, paint out some fabric inks. You know, you can paint on them. You can put edges on there, and then you can put your beads and things on. So
okay, so let's just go back to we had satin stitch, straight stitch, and what was the other one on there?
Long and short.
Long short. So we've done all of those.
Yes, we've done all of those.
Because what we're going to do is we were going to just stop doing this now, but I think we'll just carry on doing this because there's other stitches you need to show, Arthur, from this, and you also want to show us how we can go.
Yeah, we can go off-piste. Yeah.
What I might do then, just while we're doing this, let me just recap what we've got, and then I can show you little bits from some of them that you've got here, can't I? So if we go back to the beginning again, so this one here was your 130 by 160. This is a big one. 130 by 160. So what flowers has this got on it? It's got the blue. Is that this one here? That one looks like. Oh yes, that one looks like that one there. Oh. So there you go. Just see a little bit of it there. So now that one should have been how much? Because we haven't got the thing. 99.99 that was supposed to be. And it's now 84.99, but still on split pay. It's the only one on split pay. But that's big. That one there is 130 by 160, that one. Okay, that's that one. Then we went to the runners. So we had the daffodil one next, which I love, which is this one here. Actually, I can show you the actual pattern on here, look. Oh, hang on a second. There's only one of the daffodils left. And how many in baskets? 17 in baskets. 17 in baskets, but only one left of that one. So that one will be gone in a minute. Righty-ho. Then we went to the one that looks like a horseshoe over the cupboard. Which is, I presume, that one. Loads and loads and loads in baskets. Gorgeous, that's that one. Remember, these were supposed to be 29. How much were these meant to be? 28.99. Rightio. Then there's this one here, which is the Love Hearts. They're like little forget-me... Oh, of course they'll be forget-me-nots if they're Love Hearts. Duh. 24.99. Then we had the poppies. These are more. These seem very dramatic. The poppy ones, look, because they've got the red. 24.99. It's beautiful. It does look like it's been coloured in, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
Then we had the blue. The blue 80 by 80 square. Oh, that's sold out. That's sold out. That's sold out. And then we've got the yellow 80 by 80 square. Okay, now, every single kit, there are more people got it in their baskets than we've got stock of. So you do need to start checking out. I'm just going to talk very quickly about the hoop. Did our hoops arrive? Did Brian bring the hoops up? Is that one of ours, or is that your own?
That's mine, but you can...
Hang on. Well, I'll tell you what. I'll do the hoops. I'll do because Brian should be here by your 11 o'clock hour. We'll do hoops. Let's do a bit more stitching just to fill in the last 3 or 4 minutes, and then when we come back, we'll do. Well, there might not be any kits left when we come back at 11 o'clock, so you need to check out. We'll talk hoops, we'll talk needles, we'll talk scissors, and we'll talk going rogue.
Lovely.
Is that all right?
Sounds
right.
great.
But we'll carry on. So what stitch can you do for us now?
Right. Well, let's go back to basics. Let's talk about threading your needles.
Oh, yes, yes.
So people quite often, when you've got multiple threads, worry about how you're threading your needles. So I'd get all of those single threads into one piece. I'd snip off the ends so they're all at one point and there's no fluff, and take it to the cushiony bit of your fingers.
Hang on, can we see that? There we go, yeah, perfect.
So can you see that?
Yep.
So you're holding it still
your
so it's not...
nails.
Peacock feathers. Can you see that?
Somebody lost a false nail because outside the downstairs toilet there was a pink nail on the floor.
Not
and I was like, I wonder
guilty.
who's got pink nails on today, and they lose a... Not Janet Clare.
So all you do is you take your, you've got that in a cushiony bit of your fingers, you take the eye to the thread.
Yes.
Okay.
Don't take the thread to the needle.
No,
Take the eye
and
to
in
the
theory, there's nowhere for it to go but through.
Yeah.
If you're having trouble threading it up, try turning the eye of the needle round to the other side, because the eyes are pressed out from one direction.
Shh.
So the eyes are pressed out from one direction, so sometimes there can be a little bit of snag. So if they're struggling to pass through one way, try turning it around and go the other way. Okay. So
Little tip. Now, do I put... Oh, the next question was, do I put a knot in the end of it?
yes, but you're not keeping the knot.
Oh,
So
okay.
what you'll do is you'll put the knot in the end. So you'll just thread through like that. And then what you can do is you can start off somewhere...
Oh, on the top?
Well, yes, so we call this the waist knot technique. And again, it's to stop creating bulk and also so that the knots don't undo themselves.
Yeah.
So you do those tiny little stitches, 2 tiny little stitches on or next to each other in an area or on a line you know you're going to cover.
Yeah.
Which in the case of this is all of these. And then 2 little stitches, and then you're ready to start stitching. Now I can then snip off that little knot.
Yeah.
It's done its job, and it's nice and neat and self-contained.
Okay, so now what made you go into embroidery? And did you do something else textile-wise first and then discover embroidery?
So what happened was that I was doing a printed and dyed textiles degree with non-European art history.
Hang on, go back. You were doing what?
Printed and dyed textiles with non-European art history. Yes, It's a bit of a mouthful.
Non-European, so like Russian and Chinese? or what?
So Macaronesia, Micronesia, Polynesia, Africa, China, Japan.
Oh, okay, so where did that even come from?
Everywhere.
The Like at school?
Do you know what? I've always been a history geek. Here we
Oh,
go.
okay, no.
I've always been a history geek. So I do think that if you understand and have a reasonable knowledge of European history, you don't find it that difficult to understand European art generally, because you're in that community, you understand that history, you understand the mindset, and art is a product of the society it's made in. We're getting deep now.
No.
And because in other parts of the world there's very different mindsets and approaches to society and life, I wanted to understand that and be presented with that information. So that's why I chose that.
So that's why you're doing that degree?
Yes.
But then from that degree, how did you then end up at Royal School of Needlework?
What happened was I was coming towards the end of I was...
Where did you do that degree?
So in Birmingham.
Oh, okay, so you didn't move far then?
No. They've got a really good course. Yeah. So I went to that course, loved it, really interesting, but felt a little bit like a jigsaw with a couple of pieces missing. Didn't quite know where I was going with it. Thought I was going to be a colourist. Right. And then...
Not in the hairdresser show.
No. And then, so basically I was on work experience and somebody was chatting to me about... a lot of people had said, it's a dying trade, don't go into it, regarding printing in Britain. And then about the third day, I was having a conversation about the fifth person in a row had said this to me, and obviously my face had kind of gone. Oh. And then so they kind of went, well, let's have a chat about this. And they were like, there's so many people coming out of university with art degrees. What is going to make you the person that we employ if there's less and less jobs in this field? Yeah. Fair enough. So I was like, well, I don't know, good thoughts. So he was like, think about something a little bit more niche, go and do a bit more research and think about another string to your bow. So I went back to university, went to the careers library, and I pulled out a brochure about something completely different, and a leaflet for the RSN fell on my feet. So it was that Alice in Wonderland moment.
Somebody tell it.
Yeah.
I'm such a believer in these things happen.
You have to be prepared to follow the signs. So I followed the white rabbit down the hole, and here we are.
Yes, but you could so easily have also gone, oh, that's not for me, and scrunched up. You know what I mean? They're
you have to be open to
land
it.
in nothing, and you then go, do I do that one or do I do that one? Because I've never ever planned my career.
No.
It's just I obviously went to art school, but then where I went from there, something like that. I never thought I was going to be a television presenter. I was a costume supervisor. You know what I mean? And then suddenly this morning asked me to do it, and it's just those things come up, and it's whether you. And my little thing was. They offered me a job, and I was on holiday, and they sent a fax, and I sent the thing about, well, you'd have to change this, you'd have to change this, you'd have to change this, like thinking, well, I've got a job, I don't really care. Yeah. And then they came back and went, oh no, we'll change all that
because you weren't invested in it.
Yes.
You had the bravery to kind of go, it needs to be this if I'm interested.
Yes, because if I'd really wanted the job, I'd have gone, oh yes, that's fine, I'll do that. Whereas this was like, I don't care, I don't want to do this, I'm not doing this, I'm not doing Mondays, I'm not doing this. And they came back and went, and it was like, oh, okay, maybe I should do this.
Actually,
I'll just do it. I said, I'll just do it for 1 year. Yeah. So I came out of films for a year, thinking, I'll go back into films in a year's time. And then never did. Anyway, we're out of time. We're too busy chatting. But you'll come back in now's time where we'll do more off-piste sewing, embroidery. We'll do all about the tools. We'll hopefully have had the hoops and everything delivered by then as well. So it's fascinating. So it's lovely to have you back.
So
and can I just say, the diamond he bought you is gorgeous. It's been sparkling away in my eye that whole hour. You need to drop it in a glass of gin when it gets dirty, and then... I only know that from my mum. She used to drop her diamonds in gin. And then the dirty gin, she'd like neck it afterwards.
Don't waste your gin.
You'll be back in now. Okay. Janet, Claire's up next. She's got a brand new quilt for you and everything. It's a lovely day today, isn't it? We'll see you back here in 4 minutes from now.
Hello, my name's Rebecca Harrison. My background is in theatre costume, so I've made costumes for film, TV and theatre. I began to sew when I was at school, in primary school, and I also did a lot of sewing with my mum at home. One of the first things that I ever made was this little mouse, and I hand sewed her at primary school. I think I was 8 or 9. When I did her, and I treasure her. She's I just love her. Her stuffing's gone in her head, so she's a bit wobbly. My favourite things to sew are corsets, probably because of my period background, but I just love them. I've got one here. I love the structure of them. the shape the bones make. I just think they're beautiful, and the fact that through the ages they've changed to make women's shape different, and I find that really fascinating. My claim to fame is because I've obviously doing costumes for film and theatre, I've been lucky enough to meet a lot of famous people. So I've met people like Dame Judi Dench, Kate Winslet, Juliette Binoche, lots and lots of people, lots more than I can probably, I haven't got time to say them all. But yeah, just and all around the building where I used to work in London, you'd see lots of people, Christopher Lee, Sir Richard Attenborough, yeah, just lots and lots of people. So it was really lovely, yeah, I feel very privileged to do what I do. I love my job, and I'm very lucky that I get to do it every day. And I really enjoy being on Sewing Street and demonstrating how to make things, and hopefully inspire you to get sewing.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
All those questions that came through from Helen at the end of that hour, I'll ask them when we come back in her next hour. Janet Clare's here.
Hello, lovely.
Ding! Now, I made a mistake. Apparently, you've done this quilt before.
I have, I did it
Without
with Stuart, though, so it doesn't count, does it?
No, it doesn't count. Different fabric. How are you?
I'm good, and you?
Did you have a lovely Christmas?
We had a really, really nice Christmas. Saw everyone, had a really nice relaxed time. It's good.
Fantastic. Right, so what's this quilt called? Strewn?
Strewn.
Where's that come from then?
It's because the way that you make the blocks, you sort of create a block and then you cut it up and then you sort of rearrange it. So I thought that it was kind of like throwing them around.
It's an old-fashioned word.
It is.
Strewn.
I know, it's quite nice. I have to come up with quilt names and colour names and pattern names, and sometimes they go a little bit...
So when's the next fabric out then?
I've just actually sat in the green room and answered an email about the next collection that's coming in. So I've seen digital mock-up of how it's going
But
to
that's
look.
you seeing it,
That's
not
me
us
seeing it, you seeing it. The next one that you will see is called Bluebell, and we should have it sort of February.
That's not the
February
pinky
time.
one then. The pink.
No, you've got a long time to wait
You
for
see,
that.
it's weird, isn't it? How it
I
works?
know.
Right.
It takes a long time.
The quilt behind Janet is the design, but it's not that fabric.
No.
It's not that fabric. So have a look at the design behind Janet first of all. So it's that
This is what you
design,
can make.
but it's not that fabric. This is the fabric. Oh! Oh!
There you go. It's like a little prezzy.
Oh, I like this. So you get 2 layer cakes, right? 2 Janet Clare collage layer cakes, plus, what's this?
That will be for binding.
That's lovely, isn't it? What's this then? Is that in there?
That's in the collection. So I've got my original drawings with me, and I've got some fabric to show
Lovely.
you with that. But the quilt I made for Nicole's 21st birthday.
Who?
Joe's girlfriend, my son's girlfriend.
Blimey.
Her 21st birthday.
How long's he been with her?
About 3 years.
Oh, that's right then. I was going to
Actually,
say.
it might be 4. Might be 4. Met at school. So it's a really quick make. It showcases your fabric. So it's perfect if you've got fabric that you love and you really don't want to cut it up into tiny little bits. And it's really fun to make, and every quilt would be unique just by the technique.
Okay, brilliant. So this is the fabric. Can I open one of these then?
Yes, you
I'll be
can.
gentle with it.
All right, because we'll have to put it all back together.
I have.
Yeah, you have.
Okay, I'll put
In your 4 minutes between shows, we'll make
No,
you
you'll
do
have to
that.
wait, because you're on the last show.
I am on
So
that.
you'll
I'll
have
have
to
to
wait
wait to the end.
And now I've got a meeting, and then you'll have to wait.
Oh,
Right,
then
have a
I'll
look at the
wait.
fabric then. Look at the gorgeous fabric. So what's this one called?
Now,
you've
I've got
all the
drawings.
Actually, do you know what? I'm going to come
That's
over
called
to you.
snippets.
I'll come over to you, and we can go through this, right?
Right, so I don't need my little scraps. We've opened that. That's
No.
perfect. So the beauty, I know you're here. The beauty
Did you want
of
this
the,
plugged in?
Not just now,
Okay.
thank you. The beauty of the layer cakes is that they're laser cut. So you've got 10 inches and they're perfect 10 inches. So it reduces a lot of the cutting that you need to do. So you're on the halfway there. So that's the design. And they enlarged it. Can you see?
Yeah.
I enlarged it from my original.
Beautiful. So that's that one.
You get, and sometimes you get 2 of each print, and sometimes you just get 1. Now that one is a white on cream.
Oh, yeah,
and
it's a very,
actually
very delicate... Oh. Yes, it's that. It is that,
It's
but
that,
it's the white
but
on cream.
it's white on cream. So I don't like things that are completely plain and flat. I tend to have a watercolour finish on it or very subtle. Now, what's that one called?
This one looks like little hammers, little
There you
keyholes.
go. That's called Bits and Bobs.
Bits and bobs.
Bits and Bobs. See, I designed that on the 13th of December 21.
Were we
you
in
can
lockdown
see-
at that point?
I think that
don't
was the
know.
second cancelled Christmas, wasn't it?
Was that the Christmas? I think that was the Christmas. Wasn't that the Christmas where they said you can go round
We're
for an
going
hour?
to have Christmas, but you
can
don't
go for an hour.
actually
And
have
if
Christmas.
because I was on here in the morning.
Oh, were you?
So I then would then have had to driven to the Wirral to have my Christmas dinner, but stayed 1 hour and then
then
driven
come
all the way
home
back. So
again.
I didn't. I stayed
That
at home
was
and had
the-
egg and chips.
That was the Christmas that was
Yeah.
pretty much cancelled,
Yeah.
even though we were promised Christmas. Now, this one is... Now, it says I love quilting. Well, it did say I love quilting. It's
That's
not
not
that
that one.
is
That's
it?
this one here.
It said I love quilting, and then I cut it up. Here you go. Pick a mix.
Right.
Can you see how we
So
just
you
pick
wrote,
out-
I love quilting.
Yes.
Chopped up and moved them round.
Yeah. And you can see how we decide to pick up different colours. And they're never completely flat. They really pay attention to all the shading with the fountain pen ink.
Beautiful. They've got lovely leaves.
Leaves.
So this, if it was December, it was cold, and if I remember rightly, December
Yep.
the 21st. But you've got they're like spring-like leaves.
Yes, and also, you know, I'm just playing in my studio
Yeah.
to see what happens. So I don't know whether they changed the scale of that.
But
That's
They haven't changed the scale of that one,
No,
but
there's
they've changed
this-
because
yeah.
you've gone... Oh, that's... That's even
I think
different
that's-
again.
Yeah, it is. It's slightly different. So I do the drawings and then they will digitise them and play with the repeat.
Yeah.
So I don't really get into the repeat side
No,
of things.
that's the. Oh, now.
Yes,
that's
and
this
that's
one.
in a different colour palette.
But
That's
that's not I
this
Love
one.
Quilting, though, is it?
That's this one. That's this multi.
So what did that look like before you cut it up?
That would have been, I think that says quilts, and you can see I used a much drier brush and let it all the bristles open.
So then when, oh no, you've done the different colourways here.
Yeah, I do give them an idea of colour that I want to do, and here's the big sheet that they will match. Can you see how we never get a solid colour?
Yes,
I don't give them a solid colour. And we get to design the selvage quote.
Oh, yes.
And what the colour registration dots are going to be as well.
Oh, so that's that one.
So that's that one.
Then I've got, oh, I love that one.
That
wood
is,
grain.
Yeah, that's that dry. But I was making great big sheets of paper with all these different ink techniques on them, and then subdividing them and collaging with them.
Yes,
so
of course.
that's where it all sort of built into.
And then, oh, hang on, now you can really see the
Oh
checker
yes,
one
the
there.
check on that one.
Now, it's, like you say, you get 2 of some, 3 of others, but
Yeah.
1 of others. There.
Yeah.
See, there's that one original one we saw on white on cream.
Yeah.
That's your
That
ecru one
really
green, yeah.
sharp
But again,
green.
look at the green in the background. The green's not a flat green, is
Not
it?
completely flat. Never
Then
completely
you've got your
flat.
leaves, which
The
on that
leaves.
beautiful green.
Oh, that one. That's
Oh.
ink splatter. That was the best. That's really
Best
fun.
one.
Now, I didn't turn this in as a design because I didn't think that it was the one that they would want. I
Yeah.
only send them sort of 7 or 8 designs. So this was probably the 9th one I had. But I did write them a little note on this sheet of paper. And
There,
they
where
wrote
you put
back.
it out
Yeah,
there.
probably there. And they wrote back and went, oh, have you got any more of that? Because we really love it. So that's how that came about.
So there's the one on the green
That's the
background.
one on the
then you've got
green.
another I Love Quilting. Then you've got your check one.
Yep, it's all coming through. And you can see how they pick out different colours. But it's all got the ink splodges and everything.
Yeah. And then no, it's not called wood grain, is it? But again, the beautiful colours.
They are really nice, really rich.
Yeah.
And you can use the reverse of the print.
I was going to
as
say, because
well.
look, you can see on that one, it's not the solid print. So you get 2 of the, you get two
2
of these, plus this extra bit here is for your binding.
Yeah. And there's really no waste involved.
No, I'm going to go back
I
over
found
there
a
now.
print that they didn't use. Look.
Oh,
There's a
no.
print that I
Well,
did
that's your selvage.
Yeah, on the 16th. So they didn't use that because you've got to edit it all down. I give them all the ideas that I think will work, and then it's up to them really
And do you
to
get upset
refine
when
it.
they come back and go, we don't want that one?
Not really, no, because I mean, you're just so lucky to get the fabric made, aren't you?
You could
know,
paint that
you're
in
not
pink
really.
and send it in next
I
for your
could
next
send
one.
it in again.
Your next one.
I
I've got
could
to just
send
go
it
back
in
here. You
again.
tidy up there because we're going to do a demo in a second.
I'll get ready for a
Yeah,
demo.
so you've got your 2 10-inch charm packs, layer cakes. You've got your fabric for your border. You've got your instructions. Where is it? £124.99 on 2-way split pay. Now, there are so many of these in baskets. I just need to be careful. We will start a demo. We are doing a demo, aren't we?
Yeah.
We are doing a demo. And remember, these come directly from Janet, and they come in the bag. They come in the bag.
We had those new printed because everyone had the little Hugo dogs, didn't
Yep.
they? And we did those for a few years, and we thought there's enough Hugos in the world.
Yeah.
So we're going to do some little sayings and some new designs. So maybe.
So will everybody this time get hope anchors?
They're all getting hope anchors the soul, and I've made some little. Used the fabric if you don't want another tote bag. I've made a quick little cushion that I did some machine quilting on
Yeah.
and added some bright pink pom-pom, which is good fun.
Gorgeous.
I like doing the quilted back as well. I think it sort of elevates it, makes it look a bit posher, more substantial.
So you get 2 layer cakes. You get the fabric to do the board, the binding, and you get the instructions. £124.99. Now lots and lots and lots of baskets. But I know what you're doing. You wait to see what it's going to look like in this. So we'll do that in a second. We do have the pattern on its own. If you've got your now, you see, you could have. In our Boxing Day clearance with Vix, or was it Vix here Boxing Day? Or, you know, one of our Black Friday deals, you could have already bought 2 layer cakes already.
Yeah, yep. And yardage. I mean, it works with yardage. You just have to cut the squares.
Yeah.
So use what you've got. Maybe buy 1 layer cake and supplement
Yeah,
or
with fabric,
whatever
yeah,
you
exactly.
want to do.
Ben, is it this design? No, okay. 124.99. Beautiful. Right. So that's it. That's the quilt kit. Here's the pattern on its own. And I won't introduce anything else just yet because well, I will. One other thing. I will do one other thing. Do strewn pattern. So in here, pattern as always is absolutely flying out. Beautifully printed, gorgeous quality of paper. And look.
Yeah,
this means
layouts.
we'll all have different versions.
Different layouts. So Tony's done that on the computer. So he's used exactly
Where is
the
he?
same blocks. He's at home.
I thought he'd have driven you in today in this horrible weather.
Actually, it was quite bright and sunny. He should have driven last month. Last month was not
When
nice,
did
but this is
you
bright and sunny.
drive in, bright and sunny? Oh, yes.
I just come up in. I just leave about 2:30 or something.
Oh, yeah, yesterday. I was going to say it wasn't
Yeah,
bright and sunny when
yesterday.
you arrived this morning.
No, spent quite a lot of time defrosting the car, didn't
Yes,
we?
yeah.
But anyway, we're all
You need
here.
2 old
We're
towels
all
like
here,
I've got.
safe and sound.
Right,
So, yeah,
okay.
you've got a nice colouring sheet in your pattern.
Yeah, for you to do your different things. Right, the only other thing I'm going to introduce before we go any further is the apron. We've got the apron pattern back. Here's the apron pattern. Wear your creativity. Now, you did bring another apron with you, didn't you?
I've got lots of aprons with me. I've got because people ask me about this apron. This is my Posh Jobs apron. It's obviously white linen and you have to really look after it.
Yes.
And it's obviously more famous than I am. People don't recognise me if I'm not wearing my apron. But this is the apron that I will actually keep on the back of the door at the studio. This is the one that I actually do all my designing in. You can see it's got sort of fabric dye and paint and everything all over it.
Yeah.
So they work in any fabric. They're just a really nice, comfy shape. And you can make it as fun as you like. And they are completely reversible unless you've done all your mad embroidery through it.
Yeah, what about sizes? Here they are, UK sizes, 10 to 34. 10 to 34.
Yes,
it's all in there. It's all in one pattern.
Yes, it's a graded nest. We sent it off to a pattern grading company and all of the dressmaking sizes are in there. And we gave them the dress size for UK 32.
Oh, okay.
So
Yeah, but
all in there.
But yeah, so comfy 32, snug 34. I've got you.
Yes, and it's very simple. And actually, I should have got Helen to do some embroidery on it while she was sat there this morning.
She's there now.
I know. I should just take it off and give it to her.
Yeah.
I'll have one of those
An original
daffodils
one
or
there,
something.
yeah.
Yeah. Why didn't I think about that?
Yeah.
So there you go.
Okay,
Apron,
lovely.
Really good fun.
So that's the pattern for the grown-up, artisan pattern, wear your creativity, £12.99. Here's the one for the child.
Yeah.
Look at this, how cute
Oh,
is
that's
this?
so
what's
cute.
the bit?
And
Can you
that's
see
one.
that?
Oh no, it's
I'll do it like that.
she's lost a shoulder.
Oh,
Lost a
sorry.
shoulder. So that's one I've started sort of embellishing, but they're really cute.
Lift
fully
up one
lined.
shoulder, the
I
other
just
one
won't
falls off.
stay on the shoulders.
There you go.
I
There
just
you go.
started embellishing. It's a fun little thing to add to, put your swimming badges on or whatever you want to do.
Oh,
So they're
brilliant. How
really
much is that
nice
one?
little
At
projects.
£12.99 as well there. So what sizes does that go from and to?
I've done from about a size 6 months old because I thought you want them to be sitting up really before they're wearing
Yeah.
aprons until about
11.
10-ish because I thought if they're older than that you might just be able to get them in as small adults.
Oh, okay.
And then you're in that ticky teenage phase.
Yeah,
anyway,
and they'll
so
come back
who
to it
knows?
again
They'll come
afterwards.
back to it. But this is just so that you can see what it looks like in patchwork quilting cotton, and this is one of the larger sizes that I've got made up. So it works in any quilting cotton, in linens, and you can
And how do you put it
embellish
on?
it. You put it. I'm going to
No,
upset
don't worry,
the
don't worry.
mic. So what you're going to do is you're going to find your head hole. You could put it on, couldn't you? Your microphone will go mad. You're going to find
Take my mic out for a second, Charlie.
You're going to find your head hole and your arms. You're going to put it in like that. Mind your glasses. There you go. Put your arms in. And then you just do a bit of shuffling. Actually, it's taking it off that's harder than putting
now
it
you've
on.
told me.
Now I've told him. There you go. One. See, look, it's lovely. There you go. Don't look at my dressmaking. I've put the wrong person in this, haven't I?
No, I can't see
It'll
from
be
here.
looking at my
Bless them.
seams, how even it is. There you go. You look right at home.
I'll
Look
take.
You're on the ship.
Right, okay.
Because you've got surfing
I've got
on your things.
surfing dudes today. Right, it makes me look fat, this.
No, it doesn't.
Right, shall we make this then, but in the right fabric?
Let's make this in the right
Right,
fabric.
okay.
Okay, so I'm going to talk to you a bit about the
All right.
colouring sheet that you've got in. And Tony has done a mock-up of the quilt in the collage fabric, so you can do that. Because
Okay.
again, I've always got the decision, do I make another whole sample, spend 4 days doing a sample or not?
Yeah.
But the colouring sheet is really good fun, and the idea is that you're basically making 9 patches, which are 9 squares of fabric, and you arrange them in different combinations. So you can have a pale centre, a dark centre, you know, each corner a different colour, whatever you like. And then we're making disappearing 9 patches, which means that we're going to make our 9 patches and make them disappear by subdividing them. We're going to cut them into 4.
Okay.
So all I did was I did a little play here with the black, the colour one might show up a bit more. So, and then you've got all of these and you just think, well, how do I want to arrange them? So there's my spotty ones. And you can make it as scrappy as you like, or of course, if you've got the collage fabric, you know what they're going to be like. These are harder to pick up than I thought they were going to be. Anyway, you can start having a little play about where you want them to look. Here's 4 with the black ones. And Tony's done a mock-up for
Tony
the
colour all these in?
collage. No, I do all of this. This is fun, this. I don't let him do the fun jobs, John. He doesn't get to do the fun jobs. So can you see that the block, when you're playing with it, looks a lot more complicated than it actually is?
Yeah.
You look like you've cut squares and you've aligned all those rectangles together, but actually you haven't. You've done a 9 patch and then you subdivide it. And you can turn things around. You could off-centre some. You could do whatever you like. We're just playing with little bits of paper now.
But we'll do proper fabric in a minute.
Yeah,
There you
we'll
go.
do fabric in a minute. So you can have really good fun. That's what the layout was on that pattern sheet.
Right.
There's that. And I have, Tony did all this for me. Let's just move those all over there, shall we?
He works hard, doesn't he?
He does work very hard. He does. So I've got all of the blocks that you could
We're gonna
make
do it in
with
real
the
as well.
collage. Yeah, don't worry. All the blocks that you can make with
Oh,
the
look,
collage
he's even done
fabric.
the fabric
I know,
all
he's
little.
printed it all out. So there is a mock-up online for you. You can have a look at it. You can put them wherever you like. Just have a little play.
Don't worry about a direction.
You don't have to do all. You don't have to do all of this. You can make them scrappy and then just put them wherever you want. But it's quite fun to have a little play. You start squinting and then you twist and anyway, you could spend days just playing with that. But
Oh, all that work he's done for you.
I know, bless him. I'll play with it again, Tony. Don't worry. He enjoys all that. He does enjoy all that. Tony writes the patterns.
Does he?
Yeah.
But do you
Tony
tell him
writes
how
the
it's
patterns.
made?
I give him very detailed notes, don't I, darling? Thank you very much. He gets very, very detailed notes and the order of things to do in.
Yeah.
And then he actually writes the pattern, because if he understands the pattern, then we know that it works.
Oh, okay,
'Cause
brilliant.
He's not a quilter. He
Do you
doesn't
have
make-
pattern testers as well?
Yes, I have a lady called Pippa who does a lot of my sewing for me. But I made this.
And where does Elf fit in then?
Elf does the long arming. So
Okay.
Elf long armed this, and she created a special pantograph. Can you see we've got 4 gulls? They sort of wings.
Gulls, not girls. Gulls.
Gulls. I made this because it was a gift and I wanted to make it.
So you've taken off a bed to
Yeah,
bring in here
basically.
today?
Yeah, basically.
Lovely. So she froze last night.
She has gone to her parents for a couple of days, so
Okay.
she's not missing her quilt.
Right.
So there you go. So that was...
That's not right.
No, it's not right, is it? I obviously had... Now I'm getting confused. Those 2 together, then those 2 together.
That's
See,
it.
that's a
it,
square, that's
yeah,
a square.
That's
There
it.
you go.
So basically, to make this, you've cut out 9 squares
Yep.
and sewn them together.
But you're not even cutting out 9 squares. These are half size because the big one is 9 of those 10-inch squares sewn together.
Oh, so you get 9, you don't even cut them.
You don't even cut them. But I thought, I'm going to have so much fabric over
Yes,
here.
yeah.
And you're not going to be able to see it anyway. But they are double the size. So it grows so
But if
quickly.
you wanted to,
You can make it half size.
you could make it half size, couldn't
Yep.
you, if you wanted to. So basically, you've sewn 9 10-inch squares together
Yep.
from the... Now, can it just be random?
You can do it as random as you like. What you want to do really is you've got to think whether you want to build up a secondary pattern
Right.
or not. And the secondary pattern will come from whatever your centre square is, and then these squares that make the
Right,
cross
yeah.
will be, then they turn into rectangles, can
Right,
you see?
yeah, yeah, yeah.
So that is a secondary pattern, or you can make it scrappy and just put anything anywhere.
Right.
And then just rely on the twisting.
Yes.
It being fun when
So,
it's twisted.
so you've done the 9 squares,
You do the 9 squares.
and then you literally cut them
in
half and half.
In half and half, and it grows really, really quickly. It's really fun. You see, look, just by arranging them.
But you haven't got that in there, have you?
No, I did mine so it just twisted.
Right.
And I put it up on the design wall and I just put them anywhere. And then they probably got muddled up when I was sewing them as well, because I wanted it just to be scrappy and fun.
Yeah.
And why I made this quilt for Nicole for her 21st is because I didn't want her to have a quilt that she was frightened to use.
Right.
I wanted her to have a quilt that could go on the beach, go camping, go to a festival.
But can't they all do that?
They can, but she knows what I do for work, obviously,
Yeah.
and she was getting a Janet Clare quilt, and I didn't want her to feel precious in any way.
Yeah.
So this is like, if you spill coffee on it, that's fine, just wash it.
Yes.
You know, put it in the tumble dryer, do whatever. So that's why I made this, because she's got all the fabric. I stitched every stitch of it, and she's got something that's quite unique,
Yeah.
but it's very, very usable.
Yes. Oh, yeah, no, but I'm like
And
that
it's
with
a
all my quilts. They
really-
all go on the bed. The
Yeah,
cats
just
sleep on them. They
really
go in the
use them.
garden in summer. They go in the washing machine. They go in the tumble dryer.
Yeah, yeah. So really usable, and it's really big, and you need multiples of 9 patches, and I think you left with the layer cakes, I think you left with like 3 squares left over.
Oh, okay.
So it's very good for waste. So there's no waste.
There's no
in it
waste.
as well. No waste. So there
Fine.
you go. So when you've just played and decide what you want to do, I don't know, what do we want to do? Actually, maybe we'll have that where they come into the centre. Can you see how much yeah, maybe we'll do that one. Maybe we'll sew those together.
Okay.
And then you're just going to do pretty sides together. And you see, you want to prepare quite a few of these at a time. So I made all my 9 patches, then I cut those all up, and then I had them all arranged. And mine was scrappy.
But also, if you've done 9, 9, 9, 9, you don't have to keep. So you've got,
No, you don't
you've
have
got
to
the big
keep.
square, you cut it like
Yeah.
that. Like, you just keep that. You could take that one over there and put
Yeah.
it with that one, and take
Yeah.
that one over there and put it with that one.
Absolutely. And you could still design each block, because you're still going into making blocks. You're putting 4 squares
Yes,
together.
yeah.
They're a lot bigger than this, obviously. So you could have some with this, some with the frame. Just do it with the frame round.
Mm-hmm.
And that might be fun if you wanted to add like a personal message or some applique
Or an
on there.
applique,
You've
yeah.
given yourself a frame. Obviously, if you haven't had the white in the corners, they might get subdivided into here. So you see why the colouring sheet is useful, because it gets your head round where I place the mid-tone and the dark tone.
Yes, yeah.
You're cutting it up on a bit of paper, and then you can play it, and it helps you visualise. But it's just as much fun if it's scrappy. And I've got one here.
So the one
with
on the wall, is it any of those 3 on there?
I think the one on the wall is probably...
No.
No, I think it's the one that's on the photograph, and then these are different options.
Yeah. But
That's why
that's
he'd have
only
done it.
4 of thousands of
Yes,
different.
yeah.
different.
So look, we can mark up. So these are another set that we put together. But you could do that. That's quite fun. Should we do that one?
Yeah.
Let's do that one.
Charlie, just show us the picture of the finished computerized one in our fabrics.
There you go.
See, now, so that's the same as the
It's-
one you've
it's
made
the
here,
same
but he's
as-
just swapped the fabrics round.
He
Yes.
has. So that is the right exact proportions of the sharp green you're going to get, and all the tones are exactly as you would be able to make.
Yes.
But your quilt can look
Oh, no, be
really
completely different.
different.
Yeah, exactly. So you've got more blues than you have
more
greens,
blues.
basically.
Yes, basically. And they're really, really good fun.
And should we be aware of tonality of the fabric as well, or does it not matter at this stage?
I think if you're going scrappy, I wouldn't worry about it. And if you are doing anything that you want to be consistent, then decide that at the colouring in stage and the planning stage. Now, mine are as wonky as you can imagine.
Yeah. And also, you've sewn these together on your machine.
I've sewn these together on my machine, and this is a different machine, and we're just, it doesn't matter.
No, and
nothing matters.
you've pressed all your seams open.
I do press seams open, and I think it helps me with accuracy, and I need all the help I can get. And also, the elf likes it because they're very flat.
Well, I have to say, more and more of our demonstrators...
Oh, are they?
Who always at the beginning were like, oh, no, you always press the dark
side.
And they're all starting to do... unless it's one that needs it, press to one side.
You need
yes, but on the whole, like this, they're pressing them all over.
The only thing you can't do if you, when it comes to quilting, because not everyone has the long arm done, is... You can't stitch in the ditch if you pressed your seams open, because actually you're not stitching on fabric then, you're stitching on the thread.
Yes.
So again, that's another that's another decision you need to know ahead of the game.
How many people stitch in the ditch though?
Well, not many. I think it's probably going out of fashion. People used to stitch in the ditch. They used to think it was the less stressful way of getting the 3 layers together. But what actually happens, exactly.
Well, no, go, you go.
If you're not exactly on that ditch, it shows up so badly,
exactly.
doesn't
So
it?
if you came a quarter of an inch either side and went wobbly, it's not as noticeable if you've gone in the ditch and go off. It's like when you put the binding round, people who machine it, and then it doesn't catch it
quite
properly.
catch.
Yeah.
I know. And you think that is going to be so much easier to do, but it's not. It's much harder.
Also, I'd want what have you got on yours? Whales. Are they whales? No, seagulls.
Yeah, seagulls. There's 4 seagulls.
Yeah, I've got it now.
Made
No, it looks like a whale there.
Look at that, another thread.
Yeah, and a coffee stain. But I would do on a geometric one like this. I would do swirls and I do shapes and
like
things.
soften it up. Soften it up. Don't start pointing out threads. Honestly, it's terrible. Anyway, this is all very low key, very gentle. And Helen and I were talking in the green room about how calming it is to always have a little hand stitching project or a little something on the go all the time. So you may do this as a bit of an appetite cleanser, like you've made something much more complicated, or you've got something that's going to take you many hours on the go and you just want something that's fun as a bit of a, Sunday afternoon.
Yeah.
Bit of fun.
Or if you're just starting.
Or you're just starting.
Because it's an ideal one, because all you're doing is what I said I was going to do when I first started at Sewing Quarter. You're sewing squares together, you're cutting them up and you're sewing them back together again.
Yeah.
And you don't have a pattern. Well, you have a pattern to follow.
You don't have a pattern to follow. No, you don't worry about a pattern. And that's why the pre-cuts with Moda are so clever, because you get the design, you get all the fabric, and it all goes together. And you have most of that angst of like, what do I use? What proportion? How much fabric do I buy?
A direction. Is it going to go in the right direction?
All direction. And it's no waste, and we're big on not wasting. Like, use up what you've got.
Yeah. So you say you got 4 squares left over. You can make a little cushion front with it, or something like that.
You could make a little cushion front with it, or put it as part of your the backing, because the backing's always yards and yards and yards.
Oh yeah.
Which is why we don't include it in a kit.
Yeah.
Also, you split the investment in your quilt, don't you? Because you don't need the 6 yards of fabric until you've done the top. So it all works out. But this is little half size, so don't forget you're going to be working much bigger than this, and it really grows very, very quickly.
But I have to say I quite like it. I mean, I love this. I'd have this one, but I also love the smaller size as well.
Yeah, it's good. So these are little... We should iron these, John,
Yeah, okay.
We've got time for ironing, yes.
Yeah.
We've got time for ironing.
We? You mean me?
Yeah, you. Right, so you set the stitches in first. You do that in dressmaking as well?
I don't.
Don't you? Do you not need to in dressmaking?
Well, I never heard of it until we did this.
Well, we set the stitches in patchwork, and it sort of keeps things where it's supposed to be.
Okay, so when you've set your seam, right, and then if you're going to press them open, because we wouldn't have a seam this tiny in dressmaking.
No, you wouldn't. But you've got a 5/8 seam, so that you've got room to make the...
Alterations.
Yes, alterations, haven't you?
Right, okay, so...
So then you're just going to split it and then just sort of press it with your fingers open, run it up up. Sort of score. You can buy all sorts of
We've got
pressing
the June
and
tailor,
cracker things and wool felt, and they're all very nice to have. But you can do all of this with very, very basic equipment. So don't let it stop you. Just put the nice to haves on a little present list. You don't have to be accurate. Nobody cares. It's only sewing. Just enjoy it. I always say I'm as accurate as I can be while still enjoying the process.
Okay.
And that's it. And you would chain piece, so you will be making a lot of these. So then you would get a lot of them.
I haven't set the scene though.
No, you didn't set the scene.
Thank you.
Fast learner.
At 63.
Fast learner. You're taking a lot of information though, because I learned a lot from the embroidery demo.
Exactly.
You think, oh, I can embroider, and they think, oh no, I can't.
Yes, you can.
Let's pay attention.
Would you have enough patience?
No. Because we do pottery on a Thursday morning.
Do you?
Yeah, and I've made some marble clay at the end of last term.
Yeah.
And you sort of create the bowl or whatever, and then because the surface is all very sort of wet, and you've got sort of damp hands before the clay. You do all of this before the clay dries out.
Yeah.
So to show the marbling effect, I've got a terracotta and a buff-coloured clay. You have to sort of scrape it back. I was so bored. I was just scraping clay back for 2 hours yesterday morning. I was so bored. I was sulking.
No.
I've got no patience whatsoever. I'm terrible.
Are you watching Throwdown?
Yes. I want it done. I want it done.
Yeah.
I want to feel like I'm moving forward.
I wouldn't want all that because, you know, they do it, put it in the drying... Oh, put it in the drying... That's because you were talking. Put it in the drying room.
Yes.
And then wait, and then go somewhere else, then do this, and then put your colour on, then go back.
All handling the dryness of the clay, and there's so many variables. It really is a science as well as an art form. Anyway, we go every Thursday morning.
Twisted back.
It just wants to do that. So I would try and align those middle seams, and if they match, that's very nice, and if they don't, we don't care. And you can put a little pin. There's another seam there that you could match, and another seam there you could match. And you can just make them fit, or you can be a bit like me and we'll just see what happens.
Yeah. Or you could put your squares out that you don't have anything to match.
Yes, and then just make them wonky.
Yeah.
As good as you can. It doesn't matter, your fabric, and if you make a mistake with your fabric, it's all still there in front of you.
Yeah.
You know, you can sew it back together again. You can put your own spin on a pattern. There's no drama at all. Just be as careful as you can while still enjoying yourself. Because when I have finished my marbling clay experiments, I'm not doing it again because I know I didn't enjoy the vital part of the process. Yeah. So I've learned how to do it. I've had a go.
Right.
I will do my best and I'll not do it again.
All right. I've done a block here where you have to match, apart from the centre one.
Okay, perfect.
There's no seams to match on this one.
Honestly, it doesn't even matter.
No, exactly.
It doesn't even matter. All you're doing with these seams that are pressed open is that you need to just keep checking that they are sitting open behind you. So there you go.
Right, there are 18 of these sitting in baskets. You need to check out as soon as you can. 124.99 on split pay. Now, we found the Janet Clare 10-inch layer cake online for, how much was it, £90?
Was it?
£89.16.
Wow.
I know.
Wow. That was not from me.
88.95, sorry, 88.95, look.
88.95.
Look, it's not even this range, it's an older range, look.
Ah. Is that the blues?
2 left, 1 in butter, don't know what shop it is, but anyway.
The blues?
Yeah. See, we didn't even know you.
Wow.
When we first sold that fabric, we didn't know you.
Didn't even know me.
We used to go, this woman called Janet Clare drew this.
Yeah, whoever she is.
Maybe.
Oh, she only got blue ink, poor love.
Yeah. And this,
poor love.
This one's all splodged.
Splodged and scruffy, and she didn't know what
Little
straight
did we
line
know.
is. Didn't know.
Until that day, we were like, who's that woman? Who's that woman in
she's
the office?
coming in?
That's Janet Clare. Don't we sell her fabric?
Yeah, Stuart was in when we came and had our meeting, and he was going, "Oh, come on."
Oh.
He was egging us on. I went back and watched Sewing Bee, Stuart's Sewing Bee, because I thought, I watched it then. Of course, you didn't know him.
No,
you didn't have any idea that you were going to meet him. So I watched it back, and it was quite sweet.
Oh.
He's exactly like himself on it. He's exactly the same. It's quite nice going back and watching.
But how many years ago was that then? You think, because wasn't he the first one or the second one?
Yeah, he was the first one.
Yeah.
I was teasing him because they gave him like 8 hours to make an A-line skirt, and now they get 4.
4 hours to hold.
Chiffon
Yes,
ball gown,
exactly.
don't they? So he was saying, no, we didn't have that long. And I thought, yeah, people have learned. It just shows you how educational those TV programs are, because people know how to do that kind of stuff now, don't they? And we've all learned from watching.
I still think on Don't Be, though, they could be more educational.
They could. And it annoys me when they're getting pulled up because they haven't put the zip in properly.
Yeah.
And the contestant says, I haven't put the zip in properly, but I haven't got time to take it out. And you think, that's annoying. It's not fair.
Not fair.
It's not fair. I only unpick if I absolutely have to, because it's just misery. There you go, it's not bad.
Not bad for a beginner.
Not bad. Not
Just
bad.
checking on your seams rolled over now.
So, there you go. You can see how quickly it changes as well. So, if you are making something you want it to be in a definite design, you do need to keep track of where
Oh, yes,
you're going.
definitely, yeah.
Because I already can't remember what we were going to do.
Well, no,
this
you
on.
see, what you should do is put it all out on the floor, put it out on your bed or something like that, take a picture of it, because
Take a
you'll
picture.
never, ever remember where
You
you're
won't
thinking
remember.
everything was going to go.
And also, it doesn't matter.
And also, you're not going to do it all in one go, are you?
No, not like me. I made 4 quilts in October.
Why?
Because I had a deadline. You
Well,
just
they're
think,
Christmas presents.
I'm so spoiled. No, it was for Quilt Market.
Oh.
So I had 4 quilts to get on an aeroplane, the same aeroplane as me. And so I sat there really late at night quilting, thinking people are doing this voluntarily. Like, this is a luxury.
Yeah.
I was there thinking, got a deadline.
Oh, don't. I used to be like that. When I used to work from home making costumes,
Oh.
I'd be sitting there and then Dulcie would ring up and go, oh, do you fancy going out for lunch? Oh, yeah, let's do that. Or let's go to the theatre. Let's do that. And then 2 nights before you have to deliver it, you're up all night.
All
and all
night.
Day, and going, and then you come across a problem.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, I can't fix it. And you go, I'm never, ever doing this again. I'm going to do it. The minute I get it, I'm going to do it straight away. And I'd draw the pattern, I'd do the get to first fitting, mark it all up, then get home and then be like, oh, now I have to celebrate now because I've done the first fitting. And then it would always be the same, always the same.
Always the same. Like, we're always firefighting, and yet we know where the fires are in the year, which is so silly, isn't it? Because
Yeah.
you've only got so much time.
I know.
I think what happens is that you don't get complacent, but you think, right, I've problem solved, I understand the project, and you can take your foot off a bit.
Yes.
And then other things, you're working on other things up to that standard, and then it all happens again.
What time? Look at this. We haven't even.
We're
We're going to. There was us saying we won't have enough to fill this hour, and yet this has been a lovely hour.
Loads.
Right, okay, while we're doing this, can I just mention we have got an uphill-downhill pattern for sale,
yes.
which is a different design. It's just the pattern on its own.
Just the pattern on its own. That uses 2 10-inch layer cakes as well. My mum made this quilt. Where's the quilt? We'll get the quilt in a minute.
Oh,
John's
would you want me to iron or get the quilt, madam?
Well, just get on, honestly. Can't get the staff. My mum sewed this for me.
Your mum?
Yeah.
Oh. Right, here you go then.
Back in the day. Now, we cannot get hold of this fabric anymore. It was called Flight, and people went mad for it, and now we haven't got it anymore.
It flew.
It flew. It's a delectable mountain.
Right.
So I demonstrated delectable mountains, was it last
No,
month?
'cause you're-
Was it December or November? I have demonstrated them.
Yeah, it was with me. So the last time you were in, you weren't with me, were you?
No, was it
was
Stuart? Can't
Oh, I
remember.
can't remember.
Was
You,
it
you
you?
definitely did Delectable Mountain with me.
We did. So you're starting
So-
with half square triangles and you're subdividing them. And the mountain block looks like that.
Yeah. But it's not difficult. It's because you're sewing strips together.
No, you're making half square triangles.
That's right. Sorry. Yeah.
And then you make an opposite pair.
That's right.
So you've got the dark you light and dark contrast, so the darken bottom and one of them, and then you twist the other one so it's the opposite way round, and then you subdivide those into strips, rearrange the strips, and then sew them back together.
That's it.
And so you're not cutting or sewing that angle.
That was it. That's what I was trying to say. Now, do you use a rotary cutter when you're cutting out?
I absolutely do.
Would you use a Fiskars rotary cutter?
I have got one of these, actually. I might even have it with me. Which one do I have with me? My real one.
But look, for some reason...
No, I don't have my Fiskars.
Don't worry, don't worry.
I have this.
We've got this one, right? It's very, very popular because it's got that lovely little, if you want to model it for the upstairs camera, you've got the handle here to save your hand. Right-handed or left-handed, you've got the security tab.
And this one is very good when you're changing blades, isn't it? It feels a bit
because you have to
safer.
touch the blade and things like that.
And there's nothing like a new rotary cutter blade, is there?
Or a new rotary cutter.
Or a new rotary cutter.
Because, how much should this be? $24.99. Okay, watch this. We've got a crash.
Is it gonna? Have we got dramatic sound effects? Do we have
No,
to
we
do
don't have those
anything?
here, no.
Do we have to do anything exciting?
You have to make the, because you're holding it, you have to make the noise.
So that you just, very
hang
safe.
on, that's supposed to be $14.99, Ben. Noise. Noise. Oh, she's doing drumming. I know it's already happened, but it's supposed to be $14.99.
Oh, well, you got a bargain. But this one is actually very safe. You've got this little safety mechanism there, and then you just pop that back in. And they are scalpels on wheels, so do not be, you know, relaxed around a rotary cutter. They're very dangerous. And what happens is you think you've got a messy studio. Everyone works in a bit of a mess. Yep, it really is good.
Make sure you put your blade away every time.
Every single time. What happens is you'll go like this, and then you'll look at the pattern, you'll put it down, and you'll get the pattern, and then you've got some fabric. If that blade is not away, you will cut yourself, and then you will not be sewing. You'll waste all your sewing time for weeks and weeks and weeks.
Exactly.
So you have to be very careful with them. Also, you do want one that feels quite robust. These feel quite, you know, the blade feels quite stable when it's in there.
Yeah, and the fact you're not having to touch, when you change the blade, you don't have to touch the blade.
So we genuinely have these at work. I've just brought another one with me.
Of course, there's loads. Wait, now, what are you talking about now?
What are we talking
What are you talking about, Ben? The other Fiskars, right? So many people got them in baskets.
They are very good. There you go. Oh, brilliant. Okay. So, yes, the tools...
Also,
They make a
Fiskars
lot of
used to be
difference.
Wilkinson sword. Really, really, really...
Did they?
Yeah. And all my scissors from 1981 are all Wilkinson sword.
1981.
1981.
Why do you know you've got scissors from 1981?
Because I bought them when I went to Wimbledon School of Art.
Oh, they're still there. I've got some handmade ones in Sheffield, like Ernest Wright.
Oh, wow.
They're beautiful. Beautiful. But the tools that you work with every day, they're very important, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. And you look after them. They'll look after you.
You do look after them.
I don't, you see. I throw my rotary cutters and my scissors just into my trolley, and I should just be more...
You should be a bit more careful. Look at that ironing.
Oh, I've done it wrong.
Oh, my.
That's on you, did. I didn't do that one.
Work. Oh, yeah, it is, actually.
Thank you.
Sorry, John.
I'll do your fixing for you, though.
I'll have to make
She's
him
blaming
a
me
cup of-
now
I'll have to
for
make
one
him a
that
cup
you
of tea
did.
Now. That's my own ironing. Oh, dear, I don't know.
Doesn't Tony do them for you?
He doesn't do my ironing, actually, no.
So when you're in the workroom, is it just you?
Yeah, yeah. So
there's two
Tony and
desks.
Tessa are downstairs. No, Tony and Tessa are downstairs, and I've got this big open studio space all to myself.
But isn't there another desk? I thought I'd seen two desks in a photo.
There's three freestanding tables, one of which I sit at the most. That's where I
Right,
do
that'll be
most
it then.
things.
And then I saw there's a little one over there.
And then there's a whole worktop that runs the whole length of the room.
So is it in the garden?
No, it's up the road. We've got a whole building, rent a whole building. So we call it the warehouse, which is a joke. There's a room with all the stock in it. And
Yeah.
Tessa's got a desk and everything in there. That's where she works. And then Tony's got a desk and computers and everything in the other little room.
Right.
And then I've got the whole upstairs.
Wow.
I've got the whole upstairs. And it seats sort of 10 people. You can get 12 people.
And why would you want to do that then?
Because we do workshops there.
Do you?
You're coming to visit me,
I am.
aren't you?
Yes, but I've got to work out who else is near you.
Who else
see,
is
'cause
near me?
We're doing Stratford-upon-Avon area next month.
Nice.
Yeah, so we've done Brighton. Now we're doing Stratford.
So it took me about 2.5 hours to get here yesterday, but I got behind salt spreaders and stuff.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Probably be there in about 2 hours.
It's not that I don't want to come see you. It's just that to make it, if I'm paying for a cameraman or 2 cameramen
You've
to
got to
come
see
I've
other
got to see
people.
other people on the same day.
You could come see my friend Ginny, who does natural dyeing.
We're doing sewing at the moment. Yeah.
She does weaving and things. I have to find you some people.
Yeah, if you can find me 4 people who live near you, then I can do it all in one go.
There's an art school. You could go and visit the art
Yeah,
school.
no, it's anything to do with what we've done, all sorts of embroidery and stitching and art, and we did paper recycling and things like that. What to make with paper,
Nice.
cardboard recycling with Alison Reed.
Bit of cardboard.
Yeah.
Have a bit of cardboard.
I didn't know that cardboard was different to card. I thought it was all called cardboard. But cardboard's got the corrugated thing in the middle of it.
Is that specific to cardboard?
That's cardboard, yeah. And card
So it's 2 layers with the
with the thing in
squiggles,
it,
and
or
that's
just the squiggles. That's cardboard.
But anything that we would have, like the backing of something, is card.
Yes.
Oh, well, there you go. I didn't
There
know
you go,
that.
you learn something new every
See,
day.
I've learnt quite a few things this
Yeah.
morning.
So is there anything else we've got to say? Let's do a recap. Let's do a
Let's do a
recap,
little
right? So how are we doing with this quilt then, Ben? So this quilt behind me, no, this quilt in this colourway, $124.99, 2 split pays. It's called Random. No, it's not called Random. It's called Strewn.
Could have called it random. I'll put that on the short list.
Right, there's exactly the same amount available as there are in baskets. So I need you to check out. Lots have gone already, but I need you to check out if you want this, because as soon as one more, oh, there you go, right, too many people got them in their baskets now. So you need to check out, if you definitely want it, look at the colourway on the desk. Oh, there's the colourway all made, and then Janet's got the colourway on the desk here now. Oh, now you stitched that one over as well, you see.
Oh, I've
Blaming
done that
me
wrong.
for my pressing.
Shoddy workmanship.
You won't see it from the top.
You won't see it. Don't worry about it. Just tell your long armour.
There you go.
Thank you very much. There you go. Look, and they're half size, so you can imagine how quickly the big ones. And then when you're putting the blocks together, you can still twist and
Yeah,
play.
yeah, also because I wouldn't put that one and that.
That one together.
Yeah.
No, we could. We can do whatever.
No, I
we
wouldn't do
like,
that.
can't
So I wouldn't
we?
do that.
You don't want those two
No.
together. You want a dark one there, do you?
There you go.
There you go. And then we're starting to build.
Oh, like a railway
Yeah.
fence, whatever it's
Yeah.
called. Okay, so it's $124.99, 0% interest, 2-way split pay, £62.50, I think, or $62.49. Right, now there's now an extra 4 people to just put them in the basket. So people are going to miss out. 4 people are going to miss out when you check out. If you want it, please, please, please check out. So that's it. That's the whole quilt kit. So it'll arrive. I'll go back over here. So you get your 2 layer cakes, which I have to fold up in the break. You get your instructions, and you get that extra piece of fabric there to do your binding.
All your binding.
Oh, hang on, we've just got to wait for the camera to come around. So 2 layer cakes. It's in collage. Beautiful, beautiful colourway. So 2 of those, plus your fabric, plus your instructions. I'll put these safe because that was.
It's all right. Well, I'll tell you.
And then you've got you also get the bag, comes in the bag. Now, what day is it today? Friday.
Friday.
What day will we go to the post office?
We will go to the post office Monday afternoon, and we will go again we'll go until everything's out, but we try and do it Monday afternoon and then the Tuesday. So the 2 days after the
Right.
shows, we get it done.
There you go. So that's that one, right? You can get the pattern on its own.
And the colouring sheet.
And the
Very
colouring
useful to
sheets.
have.
Oh, hang on. These have been flying out. How many? 20 of these left. That's all. Just 20 of those left. Oh, 17 left now. 17 left. They're going to go. $9.99. Really lovely pattern with all the instructions in there, with your colouring in sheets, with all sorts of... There you go. I mean, look how different it looks. If you're formal and don't do the random, look how formal it becomes, or can become.
And I quite like that you're making a family of quilts. So if you're making them like 4 for the grandchildren or something, you've got the same fabric, the same quilt design, but they all look completely
Oh,
unique.
yeah.
I quite
and
like
then they'll
that.
fight over, go, that was mine.
That
No,
one
that
was
one was
mine.
mine. You have to
That's
put
right.
names on the back.
Quilt labels, make
Well, talk
quilt
about
labels.
grandchildren. You've got something to tell us then.
I hope not.
Right, so that's that. Now, I've got the apron on.
You're modelling that very well. I tell you, do you want to wear it for the rest of the morning?
On your hours, because I don't want to get it in mess. It might get embroidered on back.
You might give this one. You should wear this one if she's going to do some embroidery on it.
$12.99, all sorts of sizes. The patterns are all in there. It's graded for you. Lots and lots of instructions, look.
Lots of ideas for making it your own, really embellishing it and making it lovely. But you can make it in linen, any quilting cotton.
Yeah.
You can make it out of orphan blocks that you've got left. You can
Oh,
make
yeah, you
it
could
out of
patchwork it and everything, couldn't you?
embroider.
Yeah.
Start with one of those tablecloths.
Yeah, exactly. I've just got to do my microphone's got a bit funny.
All
There you go.
fabric.
Right, so that's the grown-up one. That's the grown-up one. We've got the child's one as well. And then where's my other pattern? I've got another.
Oh, I've got one here. I've got it here.
Oh, yes, sorry. Brilliant. There's the child's pattern there, $12.99. And then we've also got the pattern for uphill, down dale, just the pattern on its own. And you need 2 layer cakes, is that right?
2 layer cakes to make that size, yeah.
To make the top. 59.5. Oh, now, we didn't say how big that one was on the wall. 86 by 86 is huge on the wall.
Yeah,
this one here is 59 by 90.
This one covers the double bed really nicely. And it grows very fast. You'll get that made.
Lovely. The Fiskars, model the Fiskars, please.
Here we are.
They should have gone to $14.99. Why he's taking to $12.99? Well, he'll be in trouble.
He'll be in trouble. He'll have to make up the difference.
Yeah, that's right. You see, if you break it, you pay for it. If you take it too low, you pay the difference. $12.99. Make sure you check out those, hundreds of those. I wouldn't go in with that attitude, Ben. £12.99. £12.99. Right. When you come back in an hour,
Yes.
what are you going to do then? We've got the book.
We've got the book and we have lots of little applique pictures.
Oh, yeah. Shall we show those quickly, Charlie? Little applique pictures. Time for tea. Sewing time. Oh, that's little houses.
That's the little house. That's the new one.
That's the new one. Time for tea.
Time for tea.
Sewing time. And swans.
Swan. And we've got the book.
The book and everything that comes with it. Right, don't go anywhere. That's in an hour. Go and have a sit down.
I'll go and
rest.
sit down and a cup of tea.
It's very cold out there, by the way.
It is because the heating's not working.
No, but the heating's working in the dressing room.
Oh, is it? We'll all go and hide in the dressing room.
Jane Greenough slept in there for 4 hours yesterday.
Did she?
Yeah, and then Helen McCook's back, carrying on with our embroidery straight after this 4-minute break.
Hi, I'm Becky. I'm the soft craft expert for Crafter's Companion. I come from London and I've been sewing pretty much all my life. I particularly enjoy doing embroidery. I'm really keen on that, but my background is dressmaking and also sort of patchwork and quilting. So I do an awful lot of sewing for all sorts of different things. I suppose once you start sewing, you start doing lots of other kinds of sewing. So particularly got into needlepoint during lockdown, but I suppose embroidery is probably my real passion. My mum was a costume designer, so we were always sort of surrounded by bits of fabric and material and ribbons and that kind of thing. And I was always making teddies and my dolls' clothes as a small child. So it was just something that was quite natural. And in fact, I've got so used to being able to sew, it's just become a natural sort of part of what I do. I'm always fiddling around with fabric, as my husband puts it, making something new, trying something out. Always measure twice, cut once. I'm a great one for not doing that and I always regret it. And making sure that you've got an iron to hand is really important. I use a tiny little, sort of almost like a travel iron that I have right next to my desk when I'm working so it doesn't take up too much space.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Okay, my Facebook's gone off. Oh, no, it's back again now. I've got some questions for you, Helen McCook, before we go, that came up before your last one. Can you recommend any nickel-free embroidery needles?
Oh.
We've never heard of those. Oh, the gold ones. I suppose the gold ones
Yeah.
that Jane Watts had. But we've got fantastic ones now. Oh, do you know what? I thought I could scan through there were loads of lovely messages for you.
Aw.
And I thought I could scan through them, and they've all gone. Amanda says the tablecloths make lovely wedding presents. My goddaughter's getting married next year. She'll take the plunge. Vayen says, hello, Helen, how are you? And all the others disappeared. So I'm really sorry, because I saved them all there. And that, when more messages come, it only gives me that many messages. Anyway.
Well, thanks for the messages.
First day back.
Yes.
First day back. It's lovely
Good
to have
to
you.
be
Right,
here.
I'm going to go through what we did at the 9 o'clock hour, first of all, because everything got left, because lots of them were sold out, and some of them have only got 1 and 2 left. Then we'll talk about these incredible tools of the trade, and then we'll get on with some stitching as well. If you got any questions, do get them in. Get them in either on the bottom of the screen or on email or on the Facebook Live. Right, okay, so these are the tablecloths we were selling earlier. Right, I'll do big one first. This one should have been £99.99. It's big. You get the tablecloth, you get the drawing on the tablecloth, you get the needle, you get all the thread you need. It's £84.99. £84.99. Can we have the big telly round cap? Should have been. It's on two-way split pay, because it should have been £99.99. Also, like I say, so many people messaging in that their nans or their mums or had these. My nan had them, my mum had them. And I've got them now, so you could make your own heirlooms, basically, for the future. So that's the big tablecloth. Then we went to table runners. Now, the one with the, we're calling it horseshoe. It's not a horseshoe.
It's an open cartouche, darling.
They're what?
It's an open cartouche.
I don't even know what that means. It's an open cartouche. But there's only one left. There's only one left. And 12 people have got them in baskets, but there's only one of those left. The daffodil, what is an open cartouche?
It's where you've got kind of a surrounding outline of something, but then it's open because it's got a gap.
A horseshoe.
Like you've got like a sprig.
Oh,
well, it's a cartouche can be a full one, and then it's open because there's a gap in it.
And is there a closed cartouche?
It's just a cartouche.
Just a cartouche, right. Love hearts, forget-me-not hearts. There's only 2 of these left. Is that a closed cartouche, Ben says?
It could be.
That's a heart, Ben, that one, a heart.
I think this would be lovely for Valentine's Day as well.
Do you want a table runner for Valentine's Day?
No, I mean, don't you think it'd be lovely on your Valentine's table?
Oh, on the table, when you're serving up tea.
Yeah.
When the husband or the man serves up the tea for the lady.
Whoever's serving tea.
You know, it's like, well, it doesn't matter, you're getting married, but it's leap year, isn't it? So the ladies can ask the men this year.
I did ask him.
You did?
Yeah. Why am I waiting around?
Well, you still haven't got married, have you?
Well, that's all right. I've got them in the bag.
And you've got the diamond and the house, so it's fine. Got the important things. Right, then we've got the 80 by 80 tablecloth. I've only got this one. In the 80 by 80. That's the only one I've got in 80 by 80. And then what? And there's 8 of those left. How many baskets? 8. Oh, 16. 16 in baskets. And then this one here, the poppy. Is that an open cartouche or is that a sprig?
That's a sprig, darling.
That's a sprig. No, Ben, be quiet. You've got Ben overexcited.
If it gets more overblown and blousy than that, then it's a spray.
Oh, spray, yeah. Right, so that's those. They're all going to sell out, and we will go back to some stitching in a minute. But we need to talk to you about this company called Bohin. Is that how I say it?
Yes.
Right. Who are they, and why are they so spectacular?
So, why do I love Bohin? Well, they're a French company. And they've been going since 1833. So Benjamin Bohin founded the company. His family had got a background in manufacturing, so wooden and metal manufacturing. And he basically he was a polymath. He'd got this idea that whatever he threw himself into, he was brilliant at it. But he particularly looked at the textile industry.
Is that what polymath is?
Polymath is where you're excellent, you exceed at more than one subject.
Oh, okay. Oh, I'm not one of those then.
So, yeah, no, I'm not either. One thing's enough for me. But one obsession at a time.
I haven't even got one, so get yourself lucky.
One obsession at a time.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things. So he basically decided to look at the fashion and textiles industry. And there was really strong competition at the time from things being made in Britain and also in Germany, and he decided that he was going to look at the tradition of making in France. So he founded his company in Legal, which is where traditionally the needles were made, and he looked at all those skills that were in the community already and brought them all together. And then he also went out across the world and looked at the best making techniques. Wow. He brought it all into one company. So, for example, he looked at the way stainless steel was made and then looked at how he could change the recipe to make it perfect for his tools. Wow. The pins have got like Murano glass heads, so they don't bruise your fingers and they don't separate from the steel as easily. Everything is just really considered.
And did you say high fashion people use
Yes. That? So, for example, a lot of the couturiers use Bohin because you know what you're getting, and things like the pins that we've got in today, they're super fine, so they're for delicate fabrics. And I'll show you the difference between regular pins and the super fine.
Okay, where would you like to start? Ignore Ben. Where would you like to start?
Well, let's talk about the pins because we're talking about the pins at the moment. You might be wondering how you can rave on about pins so much, but here we go. So, like a regular pin is this kind of size.
Right, hang on a second. Let's just pack it there. How much? Where's the graphic coming in for those? That's the only pin we've got. We've only got one pin. Right, 1849. Now, obviously, Well, no, you're not paying. I was about to say you're going to pay more. Actually, our packets of 100 pins are $19.99, aren't they normally? You know the ones in the little designer thing. Have I lost Ben? Oh no, £19.99, aren't they? These are 18. I'm having to keep back and look there. £18.49. So tell me about the pins then.
Right. So if we go to the overhead a second, if we can.
Yeah, overhead.
We've got the one here is a regular pin, and you look at the thickness of that, and then you've got this one which is a super fine. Now, not only has it got a Murano glass head, which means that you're not going to get the head separating from the base.
Yeah.
You're also going to get less bruising if you're going through layers of fabric. But can you see how fine that is compared to the regular? It's because it's made out of piano wire steel. Yeah, exactly.
Piano wire
steel.
So strong.
Yes, very, very strong, flexible, and unlikely to snap. I mean, this isn't a challenge, by the way.
No.
But they are very long lasting. And so it's one of those things that you're buying a quality product and it's going to give you a quality finish. It works well with you. The tools that you purchase are worth investing in.
And also, I know we all say don't sew over your pins if you're doing dressmaking and everything, because they're like half the thickness, aren't they? You know what I mean? And if your needle's less likely, if you do leave one in by accident, your needle's less likely. Also, being glass, you can press over the top, can't you?
Absolutely, you can press over the top; they won't melt.
Yeah.
So if you're ironing, you can leave them in, and it's all nice and stable. Plus, they're for delicate fabrics as well, so anything that's just a bit finer, more delicate to handle. So
but I could use
a brilliant
for
product.
Quilting cotton and things.
You can use it for anything.
They're still solid,
yeah,
aren't
they're
they?
very secure, strong pins, but you can use it for anything, but they are initially made for more delicate fabrics.
Oh yes, of course, for silks and things like that.
But yeah, so something for everything.
Okay, so normal pins are 0.6 millimetre.
Yeah.
These are 0.4 millimetre.
Yeah.
So you can see that they are flexible and keep their form. Now, don't try this at home, but you can bend them to 40 degrees and they'll still stay intact. Oh, there you go. Look.
They're very flexible but very strong. You can see that. And they come back to perfectly straight.
Used with finer and most delicate fabrics. I think it says here can be used with sewing machine. I don't think they're saying leave them in, but if you do, you're less likely to
At the end of the day, they're much, much finer, so you're more unlikely to kind of run over them and crack your needle into it.
Well, no, also, if they bend,
there's a bit.
Give, yeah.
There's a bit more movement.
Yeah.
It's less drastic, isn't it?
Fantastic.
So,
and Murano glass, they come in a little case. Look,
Yeah.
I'm doing this one now. They come in a little case. How brilliant are they?
This is what I mean. Everything's just so considered. They've engineered solutions to problems you didn't know you had.
Yes, exactly. And also, I thought, these are all going to be expensive, but they're not, are they? They're not, are they?
No, they're very affordable.
I discovered Bohin hand sewing needles 7 to 8 years ago, and I've used nothing else since, mostly buying from France. I hope you stock them. Oh!
Here we go.
Wait. I've got loads here. So it was sent in the last hour. That'll be one of the messages that I lost there. So they're the pins. There's the pins. Right, now, because the questions come up, should we go on to the needles?
Yes, of course.
So now, I've got 4 different kinds of needles here. I've got crewel, embroidery, betweens with a big eye, and sharps. Which would you like to do first? Doesn't matter?
Doesn't
right,
matter.
let's start with sharps, because these are... Right. These are now the needles I would use all the time. I used to use betweens all the time when I first started, but now I do use sharp. I'm going to show you some here. Sorry. Look, so how many do I get in the packet then? Hang on, let me have a look. It'll tell me on here. 16. 16 needles in here, but look, you've got different sizes. Sizes 1 to 5 in there. Couture sharps. Gorgeous, aren't they? So,
Yeah.
what can you tell me about these then?
Again, this is the stuff they originally made the special steel for.
Right.
And they developed this type of steel. So it's unlikely to rust. The coating lasts much longer on it.
Right.
And the other thing about it is they're just very secure, strong needles. So I don't know if you're one of those people, I quite often teach people and their needles start to look like banana shapes.
Yeah, mine.
Yeah. So these are less likely to do that.
Right.
Or if they're going to do it, it's going to take a lot longer and a lot more pressure to do it.
Yeah.
Just the way that they're developed. And as I say, I just like the detail of the way the eyes are finished. They're less likely to have snags on the...
Slags?
Sorry, slag heaps. They're less likely to have snags on the point.
Yeah.
which again, if you're working with very delicate fabrics and threads, can be a real problem. So yeah, they're just beautiful.
These are nickel plated. The lady messaged in earlier, these are nickel plated. I just checked here. So if you can't do nickel plating, then don't get these. But so they're sharp. So now, okay, there are 10 packets left, 9 left, and 32 in baskets. 33 in baskets now. I would check out straight away because you know you can check out and only pay 1p and p. Please be careful, right? Now, I've got betweens, right? I have never seen such tiny, gorgeous betweens as these. Look. Oh, put it there. Here you go. How lovely are they? So you get 20 in there for your £3.40. You see, I thought these were all going to be high prices.
Yeah, but it's that idea of making one product but making it well and making it affordable.
Have you got those, or do you want to open
No,
mine?
I don't have those
That's
ones.
fine, combine.
So it's just the idea of them, and again, everything they make, it's the attention to detail. But you know that a company that's working with couturiers, they need to have the range of needles.
Of course.
So you're needing the very fine as well as the more sturdy and the larger scale.
These are flying out, absolutely flying
they're
out.
just
7 left.
beautiful.
Oh!
They're flying out that quick, they're making noise.
Yeah. I don't know what that was.
So, but you can see, I mean, you look how delicate that is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, I used to use these, not this make, obviously, but I used to use betweens all the time for every stitching I did, stitching binding down, for dressmaking, hand stitching, for dressmaking and everything. Also, they're absolutely beautifully packaged.
They are.
You know what I mean? They haven't just that 4 left, they're going to sell out, Oh, they're going to go. Check out. Now we're going on to embroidery with the sharp point, because obviously if you do cross stitch, you don't want a sharp point.
No.
I'll just show them here for now. Oh, but look at the size of the eye. Look at the size of the eyes on those.
Yeah.
Okay, 4 left already. 4 left already. Right, okay, let me just pass that one. Have you got, that one?
So these are size 18, 24 and 20. So these are good solid needles. You could use thick thread with it or multiple strands. Nice and easy to thread up, and good solid needles with the points.
They're going to sell out. Please be careful.
So easy to use, so versatile. I mean, I don't know about you, but we've always had kind of tool packs in our house where you kind of go to the tin and there's all the needles in there and all the threads, and just
it's a
in
biscuit
case,
tin in our family.
Yeah, Schrodinger's biscuits. Yeah.
Yes.
So is it still a biscuit tin if it's got no biscuits in it? But it's I mean, yeah. Anyway, so yeah, I mean, I just think it's one of those things. If it was me, I'd be buying one of each, and it covers all your.
Well, I was going to say the next ones I was about to show you have already sold out. The cruel ones, have already sold out. They've gone. Right. So we've done needles and we've done pins. Yes. I think we should do needle threader next, because you mentioned in the last hour.
Yes.
Have you got one of these? I can push that one.
Yeah. So the needle threaders, you can see that they've got cutters on as well. I've actually got one that I can give back to you.
Oh, you can open that one.
I'm going to be controversial and open it. So you kind of need to see it to make sense, because a lot of people don't know how these work.
Yeah.
So.
And also, a lot of people are used. No offence, but a lot of people use them finding them in a cracker or in a advent calendar, and they bend the minute you put them through.
Absolutely, the little kind of silver penny ones. So what you're going to do with this is, just going to make it so it's easier for you to see it.
Yeah.
So what you do is you pop the little wire through the needle.
Yeah.
And then you pop the thread through the wide bit of the wire, and then you pull it and it pulls it through.
Yeah.
You see, so it's so easy, but this also, it's really good for travelling because it's got a cutter on it.
Oh.
So this is the kind of thing that you'd want to take on an aeroplane or a train or whatever.
Always check with your airline first. But...
Absolutely. But no, these aren't a problem because they're self-contained. And as I say, you can take small scissors with your planes. But this is the kind of thing, you can just pop it in a little pouch.
Nobody know what it was anyway.
It's so straightforward, and it's got everything you need then, and you're all self-contained.
And so you got 2 in the packet?
You got 2 in the pack.
The packet you've already opened that we can't sell now.
I've got a spare one of these in the back, I think.
Okay.
So don't worry.
We are asking, everything's selling out, so we are asking, Ben's just rung upstairs to find out if we can get some more of everything today.
Yes.
4 left. Will they all be red? Or there'll be a
yes, I
random
believe they're all red. those,
Okay.
the Bohin. They've got like traditional colours that they go for. You notice the pinheads are red and blue.
Oh,
They
yes.
have some other things, but they're kind of their core colours.
Right, we have to go because you were using scissors earlier on actually those, yeah. So, we've got 2 pairs of scissors. Now, this one's a bit different, actually. I'm going to show you this one first. Sorry, I've taken away from your one. Because normally these are a stalk, aren't they? But it's a fox. Because the stalk is normally, because it's like a midwife's scissors. Oh, I'll show you here. Is it a rabbit? No, it's a fox, isn't it? Look.
Well, I think it's a little rabbit.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
With a pointy nose?
No, he's chasing the...
He's chasing what?
He's chasing the sun. You see where the thing is? Anyway. This is like one of those psychological things. What do you see?
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry, I'm different to everybody else. I saw a fox. Yeah, because the maternity ones, the stalk ones, have a bend in them, don't they? So these are just a fancy silver rabbit embroidery scissor. It says it in the thing. I should have just waited for the graphics to come in, shouldn't I? And then I wouldn't have been embarrassed. Nice big finger holes.
Yes, yeah.
Actually, if I give them to you, I'll take them out of shop now, Charlie, and you can see them in action.
So nice big finger loops and very comfortable cutting action, nice and smooth. They've got the name on the blade there, so that's good. And you can see, as I say, it's got a nice pivot, so it doesn't stick. I always think with scissors, it's a bit like, we always liken it to having a fountain pen. You don't lend somebody else your scissors.
No, never.
Because as you work with them, the blade kind of moulds to you.
You see, you need to be on here more often, right? So I was doing cutting shears the other day, and I said, don't anybody else use them. I don't mean just for string or paper or the husband or anything. No. I wouldn't let Dulcie and I trained together. No. Well, you met Dulcie. Yeah. Sorry, we've trained together. We did the same job. Well, she still does the costume job and everything. I wouldn't let her cut out using my scissors because it's like shoes. Your feet your hands get, and your scissors get used to the way you hold things.
Absolutely.
And somebody else starts cutting with them, the blade suddenly go, oh, this isn't right.
It complains. The thing is, it's like, I actually told my boss off once at a company that I worked for because he'd picked up my embroidery scissors to use something, and I was like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
He was having a moment. He was like,
that's scissors.
Using the scissors, and I was like, yeah, they're my scissors.
Yeah. And then you feel really precious.
Yeah, I felt very precious, but I explained it to him after which he got it, but I was just like...
But if he was your boss, he should have known about it.
I know, but he was a non-stitcher. Okay. So now everybody knows this. But yeah, no, never use somebody else's embroidery scissors. So it's always... Find your scissors, they need to feel right in your hand, a lovely weight, comfortable with your grip, and then, the nice action that you're looking for. But that, to me, I love Bohin scissors. They're good, and they're really sharp. They're really good to... No, it's me being clumsy. They're good to go, you see?
Beautiful. And they're kind of a matte, I don't know what you call them. Is that tempered or something there? So they're not as shiny.
Yeah, it's lovely.
And it's on both sides, look, as well. But they're not shiny. They won't be serrated, no. But they are oiled, so you must look... The thing is about scissors, you have to look after them.
Yeah.
So when you finish with them, put them away. Keep the pocket and put them away. If you've been cutting lots and lots with them, wipe the blades down afterwards. And every now and then, not very often, but every now and then, just put a little bit of lubricant on the blade, just so it kind of doesn't dry, like us, doesn't dry up, you know what I mean?
The other thing is you have to be really careful, because if you drop those... They're obviously very sharp, so you can hurt yourself if they land on your foot or whatever. So you might want to put a little weight on the end of them, like a little charm thing, and they always then drop handle down.
Oh, yesterday's swap bows. Jen Green off swap bows.
There you go. Yeah, so perfect. So
and put a bit of sand in them. Don't just put stuffing in them. And then if they do drop off the table, the weight keeps them up there. Because they're not heavy.
No.
They're not heavy.
Well, the other thing is they always land point down.
Yes.
And it can also damage not only you, but the point of the scissors. So you can snap the point off if you're not careful. So that weight protects you and the scissor.
I did that once to Jane Cowood, one of my teachers at Wimbledon School of Art. She was on the top desk. And I knocked her scissors like that, and she had open-toed sandals on, and they just went straight down into her foot. Anyway, 1981. These are gorgeous. These are so these are the same as the ones you've got?
Yeah.
Right, I'll show these to camera then. Look. I haven't got anything from that company. No. There you go. How much they... Oh, hang on, $14.99. That can't be right.
I know. You kind of think it's going to...
I was ready, because I obviously this morning we had...
You prepared yourself.
I prepared myself, and this being a kind of, everything's going to be... No, I don't mind... No, get me wrong. I don't mind paying a bit extra if you get the quality, and you definitely get the quality in here. But I was ready for somebody going in, £27 for that or whatever, $14.99.
Yeah.
And you use these ones you use.
Yep, yeah, they are. I really enjoy them, and as I say, they're a really good tool. These are like a little workhorse, basically. They'll just stay with you. And I've got different types that I use. So different types of work I use different types of scissors, but I use a pair of these for my general embroidery, and then I've got an older pair that I use for my metal threads. So some people like a serrated edge for metal threads, but I prefer a straight edge. But yes, so those are the ones that I use, as I say, an older pair for my metal threads as well. So I don't like to use the same scissors for metal as I do for everything else.
Got a lovely message from Pam Minihani for you. Absolutely love Helen. I've missed that lovely laugh. Please, Sewing Street, bring back Helen with her gold work. What did I say?
Just literally talking about metal threads.
Yeah. Brushed steel, they were called. Brushed.
Oh,
they were called brushed.
Go.
Right,
Love
these
that.
aren't brushed. These are gorgeous and bright and shiny.
I love a sparkle, as you do.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. Now, I'm going to go on to tools you... Well, OK, let's do these first. So, tweezers. These are the most unusual... Have you got a pair of these? No.
I do,
But
yeah.
Are they the same? They're unusual looking tweezers.
A squeezer, if you will. A squeezer, yes. So
it's called tweezers.
I know, but they're scissors that you can squeeze.
Let me show it to you first of all. Look.
They look surgical, don't they?
Yes. But anyway, so show me what you do with them.
Right. So basically, these are perfect. They're good precision tools. So you get the little plastic sheath for it as well to protect the snips of them. But they're really good balance point, and you need minimal pressure.
Hang on, are yours different to mine?
No, same.
What's that? My end bit's different.
No, but you've got the thing.
Oh. I'm not having a very good day today.
So exactly the same.
Exactly the same.
But you can see that they're balanced. And so what you can do is if you have grip issues,
right,
these are perfect. But also, I mean, it may be that you have larger fingers and thumbs and you struggle to get your fingers through the loops where it's not comfortable.
Yeah.
These are perfect.
So dexterity issues, brilliant for that. Yeah.
And you can see they need very little pressure to actually operate. You know, I'm putting very little pressure to that. And still the precision blades. So,
was he a surgical-y man? Because some of them look surgical,
well,
don't they?
Interestingly, there's always been a bit of kind of Heath Robinson crossover with the surgical world. So a number of the needle producers actually created needles for surgical work as well.
Oh, of course.
So because the process is the same, there's just some slightly different cutting edges and things.
Yeah.
So they quite often looked at other areas that they could adapt.
Yeah.
So you can see how this...
because my brother is a surgeon. He can tie off a knot with one hand. Because when you're a surgeon, you can't be doing that, or put your finger there, or then you have to be able to finish your stitches with one hand.
I found myself in surgery the one day in scrubs advising somebody on their suturing skills.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Wow.
They described me as a suturing expert, and I was like...
No.
No.
But then I heard on the radio that because we, as a race or as a world, we don't write as much as we used to, so our hands aren't as dexterous as they used to be. And so when surgeons or trainee surgeons come to do sewing, they're only used to doing this or this, or typing. They're not used to actually... So they've been given sewing lessons to actually get their fingers more dexterous.
Well, interestingly, there's two things in that. So we've actually changed the way over time that we use our thumb. So all the texting with thumbs, that's changing the way we use our thumbs. So they reckon over a long period of time, we're going to end up with completely different looking hands.
Oh, wow.
I know.
Not in our lifetime.
No, thankfully not.
No.
But, and then the other thing is that, so where I trained at the RSN, they actually used to spend, have training days for the Royal College of Surgeons.
Yeah.
So to actually look at the way that they control their stitches and the size and the dexterity of what they do to improve. So, yeah, so it's cross purpose, you see. So, but yeah, squeezers.
Squeezers. So how much are they? Sorry. Oh, $18.99. $18.99, and they were exactly so. I was just holding them back to front. I thought this was the end that you used. I was like, what's that?
What on earth is that for?
I can't figure out what that's for. But of course, yours will arrive. Look, with the safety gauge, the safety plastic on the end, to keep them, because that's going to be sharp.
Yeah, they are.
But lovely, aren't they? The feel is lovely. I haven't got what? That's arthritis. Oh, apparently this, not my generation, their generation has a dip in the little finger from where they've been using the phone.
Oh.
Right, okay, so that's that. Now, what are these then? Let's do these next.
Right.
So I've got, are they different sizes?
Yes, they are. They're little finger cots. So basically, if you're struggling with grip again, it may be that you're doing something with really fine needles and you're struggling to grip the needles.
Right.
Or it could be that you're just literally struggling to get the needle to pull through the fabric if you've got rheumatism or arthritis. Then what you can do is you can use the finger cots, and they're silicone. So basically, they've got a gap in them to stop your fingers sweating.
Yeah.
Nobody needs that.
Large, that is, yeah. Got large, medium and small.
Yeah, and then what you do is they've got kind of texture on the other side, and it just helps you to grip the needle.
Should we open
you need
one?
to put
Let's
less pressure.
open one. Let's open one. You won't. Now, what size will you wear?
I do small, really.
Okay, right. So that's the large. We won't open large. We'll go to small now and show you the small one because you'll see it on Helen's hand.
Yeah, so and it matches my jumper, so that's good.
I'll squeeze my finger in this.
Yeah, so they've got a bit of stretch to them as well. So you can
I
see.
I see.
So they're like little fingerettes. So fingerettes.
Okay.
We're doing all the words today, aren't we?
I'm opening the blue one as well, just so you know, so I can put the fingerets on. Now, does it matter which one goes on
No,
which?
it doesn't. They've got give. You can see they've got.
Oh, yes.
So the lovely thing about it is they feel like they've got a little bit of tack to it once you actually work with it, but it's one of those things that actually they're not sticky. So
right.
Because nobody needs sticky things near. I know
now,
it's lovely, isn't it?
It's nice, but look, you see the big ones. I've got big fat sausage fingers. I want to say a word that I don't know if I'm allowed to say on daytime telly, but anyway.
They've got give.
They've got a lot of give, so you can squeeze them over something that's slightly larger. Do you know what I mean? That's what it is there. So I've got the large ones on there with my great big sausage fingers.
I've got kiddie fingers, so it's, you can see, but they're great.
Yeah.
And
they're not uncomfortable either. Some of them you buy, some of them, they're like more rigid and they kind of don't feel too good.
No, and the holes in them mean that they don't, as I say, you don't get sweaty fingers.
Right.
But as I say, they're just really good for gripping. And also, if you're doing a lot of fine work, so like if I was working a silk shaded piece with really fine number 12 needles, they're quite small. So actually, if you come across any resistance where you've built up any area, you can end up with the needle going back into you, even with the eye end.
Yeah.
So actually, that just offers a little bit of protection, so that you're not wearing a big chunky thimble, but you are just protecting.
Yeah, I was going to say because the ends when I was doing lots of sewing, the ends of my fingers were like shot because of even the blunt end going in the whole time.
So this is the solution to that.
So small, large, and the green ones are medium.
Yeah. And the lovely thing about it is actually once you've worn them a little bit, you don't actually remember you're wearing them.
No, but it's like a thimble. When I first given a thimble, I was like, I'll never, ever sew with this on. And then one day, it's suddenly like, oh, where's my thimble? And you just wear it. It feels
completely
normal.
Second nature, So, they're good. I like them.
Lovely. So that's the medium one. Now, what's this then? This is a leather. No, this is leather. Right, for those of you who don't like buying leather, but leather point protector for embroidery scissors. Oh, I know what it is then.
Yeah. So a little sheath for your scissors.
Yeah. So, literally, I'm not going to open the packet because they'll sell out and we'll be one short. Yeah. Basically, it just slides over the end of your scissors so that it protects your scissors and it also protects you if you delve into your bag or your thing. But I always have to tell you that it is leather because people will ask if it's faux leather or leather. It is a leather one.
Exactly.
$8.99. Such a handy little thing to have, but you don't really think about it, do you?
No, exactly.
Okay.
They're nice universal size as well, so.
So they'll fit, like, because they're quite wide, aren't they, there? Then last but not least.
Yes.
Oh, you got one of these?
I've got one open.
So this is your mechanical chalk pencil. Now, obviously, we do something like this by sew line and all everything. $13.99, so you get the pen and you get your refills there. Now, these are white ones. Have you got white ones? Oh, no. Ours are white ones.
Ours are white.
Ours are white, but I'll show you there. So now, how does this work then?
So basically, it's a propelling pencil, but it's for fabric. So it's got like the little lead. Now I've got a colour in so you can actually see it.
Yeah.
But you can use it to mark on. So let's say I want to do embroidery on here and I need a central line.
Yeah.
I can mark it on. Now, whether I cover it or don't cover it, that's fine. Because if I cover it, you're not going to see it's not got anything offensive in the lead. So it's not going to eat its way through the fabric or thread over time.
Yeah.
But equally, if I need to remove it, there is a fabric eraser in the top end of here. So it will come off If we just give it a little rub, it comes off. You can also lift them off or lighten them with a little bit of Scotch tape, like magic tape as well. And some of them you can also use a little damp cloth if you wanted to. So depending on how you want to remove them, but they're actually really useful. So let's say I wanted to kind of do 2 colours in here. I could give myself a little guide, or if I wanted to think about the angles that I want on here, I could kind of draw my angles on as a little guide for myself so that I don't have to kind of second guess myself as I'm going.
What I love about them, and I like these for dressmaking, is they're so fine.
Yes.
Because if you use that I was trained to Taylor's chalk.
Yes.
You put a mark of Taylor's chalk, it can be anything from 1/8 of an inch to like 3/4 of an inch, can't it? You know what I mean? Whereas this, it's precision all the time, isn't it? At $13.99.
Yeah, exactly. And it's all fully labelled with the brand of the company as well, which is rather nice.
Beautiful.
So
right, now the hoops arrive, so I'll just whiz through those and then we'll do some stitching. So we're only just halfway through the hours. Right, so the one that you're using here, now I've got a seat from the, right, this is your, they're both seat frames, these. We've ordered up both the seat frames. The table frame's not here. So these are ones you sit on, that one there. So what you get is you get this bit here that you sit on. Let me show, I'll show you inside the box. So there's just, oh, this is a different colour. There's the bit you sit on. There's your bit you screw into that one. And there's your hoop. And then there's your, oh, sorry, little toggles to tighten it up and everything like that.
And the dowel.
It's called what?
There's a dowel as well, so you get everything. So look, you get...
Oh, yeah, there it is.
You get that, basically. Yeah. It all goes together. So, and then that goes in there. You can tighten it up and you can change the height of it. So you can kind of change the...
So that's the El Bess one. We've also got the Quilted Bear version. Ben, have we not got the table attached one? Okay, we haven't got the table attachment one.
To be fair, I mean, the seat frame is the one that I use most often. So to have...
you're not standing
because
up
you can use it everywhere. So
this one, right, there's the Quilted Bear one. Same sort of idea, just seems to be more kind of a luxury version. There's no, where's the hoop in that one?
So that one...
that one doesn't have a hoop in it.
You use these types of hoops.
Right, okay. So this one has a, like, yeah, so this one's not as, this one's $19.99. You've got to buy a hoop, because you can you see on the, let me hold it up. See on the picture there, you put the hoop into that so you can tighten it up and loosen it off and things like that. That's that one. Now, the hoops we've got today, obviously they come in all different sizes. I'd say that one's too small there, isn't it? So I've got the 9.6 inch one. It's a bit bigger than the one Helen's using.
So it's about the same as that, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, that's the same as the one you get in your El Bess one.
Yeah.
Right? And then we've got this one here, which is sort of the same size as the one Helen's using. 7.8 inches, that one. £5.49. Right. Now, we've got about 15, 20 minutes. Do you want to show us some other stitches?
Yeah, I think so.
Do a stitch masterclass.
So, let's look at some stitches that we can use as alternatives. So, obviously, we looked at 9 o'clock at the stitches that you do in the pack. So, we've got some alternatives now. So,
okay, so I've got to interrupt you a second. We've managed to get more needles.
Oh, good.
The cat's just got to unpack them now. Of which ones? Of all of them? Oh, we've only got 30 of each, though, and almost 30 people missed out on a few of these. Right, you do stitching, and I'll get the needles now.
Lovely. So I'm going to start with chain stitch.
Right.
So what we're going to do is you come up and down to the same hole. That gives you a loop.
Yeah. If you just put the graphics through for the needles, Ben, while we're doing this. Yeah.
You travel forward on the line, coming up in the loop, and then you pull your tension. You want the tension to not be too tight because you want to be able to see that it looks like a chain link, not have the two sides collapse. So, and then you go down within the loop at the top end because the chain has to have both ends of the link within the previous link. Okay, so what you can do is you can work forward. Now you can make these stitches as long or short as you like. Let me just move that red one out of the way. That's being a bit annoying. and it gives you a lovely thick line. As I say, you can use, this is again with 3 strands, but you can use 1 strand and have them much finer and much smaller, but you can see them nice and clearly on the screen at the moment. When you work with this one, you want to be able to, as I say, try and regulate the stitch length.
Yeah.
And what you'll do is you'll work along, and you can see it builds up quite rapidly. You can work it in rows to fill a whole area, or you can use it as an individual row for the stem, as I'm doing here. So it works quite well.
And what's this one called?
Chain stitch.
Okay.
Because it looks like little chain links. So it's a really lovely, versatile stitch.
So do you, I mean, I know this is your job.
Yes.
But is it also your relaxation? Do you have busman's holidays? Is this your relaxation at home?
Do you know what? I am completely obsessed with the subject, and I'm a kind of twitchy-fingered person, so I don't really stop doing it.
So there's no difference. You're like me. I don't ever stop working.
No,
either.
but I love what I do. That's the thing, as you do. So it's that thing about my parents.
Don't tell the management that.
My parents always said, get a job you'll enjoy because you'll do it a long time.
Oh, mine didn't. Mine were like, get a job that'll pay the mortgage.
Well, I mean, they wanted me to be able to do that too.
Yeah.
But yeah, so they kind of wanted me to have, they were like, it's a long time to get out of bed every day and dread the day.
Oh, I always say this on air. I would hate to be one of those people who has a job, you have to wear the same polyester blouse every day, sit opposite the same person every day, and then from Monday morning, you're willing it to be Friday afternoon for you to have your weekend off.
Wishing the life
away. I know some people have to have those jobs, but it's just like, how lucky are we?
Incredibly lucky. But the other thing is, I think that's why hobbies are so important though, isn't it? Because it gets you away from all of the other stuff. And I think, but yeah, incredibly fortunate, like realise fully blessed. But
I mean, some people, my accountant, right? I say to him, oh, you must hate me. And he went, I love doing this. And I'll get emails at 9 o'clock at night from him going, oh, just have to do this and this and this. And he's like, why? You've got young children. Why
different
are you
horses
this?
For different courses.
Totally. He'd hate doing this. He'd hate all this.
Absolutely.
But he loves numbers and sorting out problems, things like that. Right. So the graphics, you put through the sharps, you've put through the betweens. So now we've got the embroidery sharp point and the crewel to go through as well. We've got 30 of each more of each of them, but they're going to sell out. They are going to sell out. I'll recap it at the end.
They are good.
Right.
Right, now we've got, I think...
That's gorgeous. That's
nice texture, isn't it? So it's just, you know, we were talking earlier about like where a lot of the stitches they've chosen on the kits are quite smooth. But you don't have to do that. You can do anything you like, and there's lots of textures that you can see out there. So
they could go. So what's that website they've got to go to?
So it's the RSN Stitch Bank.
RSN Stitch Bank.
Yes.
And it's completely for free.
Completely free.
And it's their 150th birthday.
Yeah. So last year it was our 150th anniversary.
Oh, you still are.
Yes. And it was one of those that they decided what could they do to give back to the stitching environment.
It's quite a big commitment.
It's
to
massive.
Do all those stitches for free.
So people have been donating stitches. So people have been doing like all sorts of things, like as a birthday gift to themselves and to everybody else, and to all sorts and sponsorship for it. But it's brilliant. And the idea is that it's a repository for stitch, and they look at not only the stitch and how you work it, but also other names in different parts of the world for the same stitch.
Oh wow! So it's really
what you might use it for.
Yeah,
absolutely. So it's fantastic, and you can even create your own little account on it, which you can save your little special ones, like your favourite stitches, or the ones that you always know you have a problem with, and like you've got to kind of have a look at it again. So and you can go straight to that as well. So it's really, really good. So
and it's all for free.
Completely free. Yeah, so it's not often you get free things these days.
Charlie's looking at it now. It says it's brilliant.
It's good. It's good. So
did you help create it, or you just use it?
No, so I use it a lot when I'm teaching. And as I say, I'm constantly telling people about it because it's such a good thing and so easy to use. So
do you do workshops and classes and things?
Yeah, so I teach in person and I teach online as well.
Okay, so how do people get hold of you if you want to have a lesson? Or do you go do groups?
Yeah, all sorts.
Oh, all sorts.
Yeah, all sorts. So I've even been teaching people with visual impairment. So teenagers with visual impairment. And
did you see? I don't know if you follow me on Facebook. I must have cut the lady's name. She made the Joe Carter elf, and she said, "Oh, it's turned out looking like John Scott, right?" And can you get my Facebook page up? It's my personal one, and just have a look at it, right? Anyway, I said, "Oh, it's lovely, it's adorable," and she said she's severely I don't know what the right word is,
Impaired.
but since birth she's not
Visually
had very good
impaired,
visually
yeah.
impaired and everything. So she'd made this gorgeous little thing, and her husband had said to her, "Oh, looks like John Scott there." And it's absolutely completely adorable. And I've got it as my profile picture on my
Yeah.
Facebook now. And she's messaged me saying, "Oh, I'm so glad you like it because I've got it's all hand stitched.
That's brilliant.
and it's just
That's
beautiful."
brilliant.
And I don't know what brought me into that, but it's just so lovely.
But
Isn't
the thing is, it's when I say it's for everybody, it is for everybody. So, and I think there's so much enjoyment that can be derived from it.
So you've got a website where people can find you?
Yeah, so people can find me on my website. All the things to find me, you just go on to Instagram or Facebook or whatever and look for my name. So
Yeah.
Helen McCook.
Then you might get lots of pictures of the fiance and things like that.
all sorts of things. My cats, my dogs.
Oh yeah, no, mine's
You
the same.
name-
I
you
was going to
name
have a
it.
personal and a work one, and that was only going to have work pictures. And they're all merged together.
Yeah,
now.
but this is the way life is with craft, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's like with making, it's part of your life, and life becomes part of it,
Yeah.
and everything inspires itself. So
Yeah.
it's just a soup. You'll get to see everything.
Did you find the picture?
So it'll become.
Oh, okay. I can find it. I can find it on here. You carry on. And I'll
You're doing that. I'm going to do French knots and pistol stitches. So pistol stitches are basically a French knot with a leg. It's like a cousin of a French knot. So what you do is for a French knot, you wrap round once, you go down into virtually the same hole, but not the same hole. You pull the twist to the face of the fabric, and then you go down. So you get this lovely little knot. Now to do a pistol stitch, which is the same thing but with a leg, what you do is you
Look, sorry to interrupt. Look, can you see this if I turn this to camera? I might have to... Look! Isn't it gorgeous?
That's really sweet. She's done such a good job.
I'll look at the name now. Look at the name. I'll look up the name now. But anyway, sorry, I
done a
just
really
had to
good
interrupt
job.
on that one.
No, that's good. So you do the same thing. So you come up, you twist round the needle once, and instead of going down next to where you're
Maria
going,
Parsons.
There you
Maria
go.
Parsons, we love it.
Well
Thank you
done,
so
Maria.
much. Right, carry on.
So you go down at the other end, and then the knot sits at the top end this time. So you can see it's got a little leg. So it will give you texture for the centre of that flower. So I'm going to just redo that. So you go down at the top of the line, and the knot sits at the top end rather than the bottom. But you can see it gives you lovely texture. I'm going to do a little French knot this time, so I'm not travelling. So wrap round once, go down next to yourself, and go down.
God, I've got a question for you as well.
Yeah.
Potentially a daft question. There's no such thing.
No
is it?
such
No
thing.
such thing as a daft question.
Somebody
From
else will want to
Sue,
know too.
and it says, I haven't thought it through. How do you flatten out the stitching when you move your hoop over a section that's already been stitched without distorting the stitching and the threads? Or is there an answer? Is the answer not to tighten the hoop too much over sewn stitches?
Right, good question. So, guaranteed somebody else will be wondering that too, so well done for asking. So what you can do is you can move them around, and actually there's quite a lot of give in this embroidery. It's not going to flatten. If you're going to leave your embroidery for quite a long time in between stitching, take it out of the hoop so you don't get a ring mark. And also be careful, don't iron your embroidery, iron around it. You can steam it, but don't iron on, don't compress the embroidery because it will flatten and you'll lose your texture. But if you're moving your hoop around and you're worried about the embroidery around it, what you can do is you can actually wrap your hoops. So you can get a piece of bias binding or just a strip of calico, and then you can wrap around the hoop, top and bottom, so that they just have a little bit of buffer.
Right.
So it's not quite so harsh on the fabric. But yeah, it shouldn't damage what you're doing at all. It should be pretty straightforward, and everything should stay in touch. These threads aren't delicate, and the stitches aren't particularly delicate either. So it should all quite happily work with itself with the hoop being moved around. And if you are worried, get a larger hoop or a bigger frame.
Yeah.
So
what do you work on at home? How big's the hoop that you work on?
Depends on what I'm working on. So I quite often, if I'm sitting demonstrating, if I'm demonstrating online, I'll use a table clamp like this with a little hoop. I'll quite often sit, if I'm doing small pieces, and sit in the hoop like this. Or I use slate frames if I'm using bigger projects.
I was going to say, you must do big projects.
Yeah,
as
so
well.
big projects are slate frames. So they basically haven't changed in design since the
Are
medieval
they the big
period.
rectangular ones?
Yes,
Is that what it is?
yeah. So we use trestles and slate frames.
Yeah.
Trestles, you rest the slate frame on, and the slate frame sits on top.
When this is going back donkey's years now, I bought a Kay Fassett ermine tapestry.
Oh, yeah.
He did his range of
Yes,
ermine tapestries
yeah.
and bought them in Kensington High Street. And you had to buy one of the square frames for
Yes,
that. But that
yeah.
you kind of put it on at the top, put it on the bottom, then twist it like that.
Yeah, a roller frame.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. So, so those are roller frames, and you can just roll them along.
Yes.
But yeah, I mean, the lovely thing about it is that if we were working on the same project with slate frames or a roller frame, because they come in different sizes, we could sit opposite each other and sit and chat while we're working, which is what they used to do traditionally.
Yeah.
So, and we can just move it out and
In
as
our
it
big
gets
Elizabethan
bigger.
dresses and our headdresses.
Yeah, so you'd start with it rolled in, and you'd work in the middle of the piece, and then you'd roll it out and out and out, and we'd be as many people as you like around a slate frame as you can.
Yeah.
So we still use that technique now. So.
But you think of things like the Bay of Tapestry, which are like, however long they are. Do you know what I mean? All the village must have had a go at that one, mustn't they?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing that people quite often forget. These are community textiles. So they're a community of makers have had a hand in these pieces. And it's not just one person working it. And sometimes with the non-professional pieces, you can see the individual hand of the embroiderers. So, for example, I always think embroidery is a little bit like handwriting. So there's a number of things that kind of vary your style from somebody else's. So you could be working something correctly, and I think it's important to remember that there's a bracket within which it's still right. So the tension, differences in tension.
Well, yeah,
so
if we wrote, you and I and Ben all wrote an essay by hand, we'd the same, we're writing the same thing.
Exactly,
but
the A, the B, the C is the same. But the slant and the length and the height and how you interact, it's the same with embroidery. So the tension, the length, the angle, the kind of threads that you choose, the colours that you choose, these all change the look of it, and it's all still right within that bracket. So that's,
if you are doing a joint a piece of work, then I suppose professionals would all have to go, we all know that this is a 45-degree rule, because if you're embroidering a royal wedding dress, for example, and there's 5 of you working on it, you've all got to, you can't all have your own individual
so
handwriting.
there's an optimum point at which you want to aim. So there's one perfection point. So you basically want to all work to that level. So you have like a small sample that you look at and you kind of go, okay, this is what we're doing. So it's the length, the angle, the tension, and you mirror what's been shown. So you then all kind of mimic that, which actually is harder to do, because a bit like anything, you know, when you go to art school, it's always like, you're going to make this unique to you, and what do you think, and expressing yourself, and we're all about that. But then doing that, you're putting that to one side, and putting your natural tendency to one side. Well, yes, because if Helen Cook makes something, it's got her signature on it. Whereas if you're making something for like a royal gown, it's got the design, it's got Hardy Amos's design on it, or whoever's designed the royal gown, or Bruce Oldfield, whatever. So you have to, your personality has to take a back seat. Absolutely, it's
because
not about
you're creating something
Yeah.
for that designer.
Yes,
It's like if I make a dress for, not a wedding dress, because that'd be mine, but kind of like a costume for a costume designer,
Yeah.
she'll say, I want this, and you
Absolutely.
can't put personality into it.
No,
you just make it as...
You can't turn up and go, oh, hey, I made these changes.
Yes, no, I'll put these sleeves in, you'll be all right, won't you?
Exactly, so they don't want to see that. They've got an idea and
Yes,
you need to follow that. Now, sometimes at the start of the process, you can kind of go, have you considered, do you want to chat about that? Should we look at some samples? As you know, but as I say, generally it's much harder to put that to one side, but it's learning also the piece that you make for yourself and the piece that you make for somebody else, the standard is the same. So you care about it in the same way.
Yes, exactly. It's really weird because I'd make clothes for people all the time, then make myself a shirt and go, oh, it's not, oh, it's sort of rubbish. Look at the time's flown away. Now, all the needles have sold out. All of the kits basically have sold out, or will have sold out when you check out. Right, the only one we've got quantity left of is the big one. Hang on, I'll just find that. And there's 9 of those left, and that's it. So let me just find that one for you. And I can understand it, because if you're just doing something new, you might not want to take the big project like this one. $84.99. It's supposed to be $99.99, but we put it on split pay. Ben's reduced it for you for today. There you go. It's beautiful. It's gorgeous, and it's 130 by 160.
I'd say about that as well. If you went and purchased a tablecloth, even without the embroidery, you'd be paying more for that, for the fabric. But equally, by the time you put in the material, even just looking at the cost of the materials that are in there and the threads, you're actually probably about the same point, aren't you? So it's one of those things, it's actually a good value.
Yeah.
So whilst you look at it and think, oh, compared to some of the others, it's expensive.
Yeah, but look how big it is.
Very good value for the size of it.
And also, you get more threads because there's more embroidery.
Of course, yeah.
Again, this is lovely. It's like
it's a lovely quality, isn't it?
I don't know what to call it. It's not quilting weight. It's the next kind of weight up. It's the luxury. Well, you know, if you go to a posh wedding or you go to a posh restaurant, That's what it feels like. But look at the size of this one. Oops, sorry. Look. Can I just get you to hold that side?
I certainly will.
Look.
Yeah.
That's why it's £84.99, because it's enormous.
And also, don't be put off by the scale of it, because this is the kind of project that's perfect that you could say to yourself, we're in January, what I want to do is do a flower a week, or I want to do
think Christmas.
10 minutes a day.
Christmas table.
Absolutely. So it's the kind of thing that actually there's a lot of crafting in this. So you're getting a lot of enjoyment time in your project.
Yeah.
So,
and also, once you've done it, once you've got the confidence, there's all this negative space.
Yeah.
You see, a lot of my nan's ones had a motif in the middle like that, but then the corner had like a little V. Some of hers had, I don't know what you call it, like not broderie anglais, but cut out.
Yes.
And then the little hand
Yeah.
stitching around the edges of
Yeah.
the cutouts and everything like that.
The other thing that I think is lovely that they used to do as a tradition was if you had it for a special occasion, or if you had a group of people coming together, they quite often used to get their friends or whoever it was to sign the tablecloth, and then they'd stitch over the top. And actually, or they'd put a date and then they'd bring it out for another special occasion. And it would be a lovely commemorative, like such a special thing. And I think actually as something, even if you had a special occasion coming up, that's such a lovely way, like a wedding, you know, where people leave signatures on things.
Oh, yes.
But
You always
to
sign.
do that, to put your kind of wedding cake on it and then have people sign around it.
Yes, and
Do you know
then
what
you
I
can
mean?
embroider it
So,
afterwards.
and then the date and name of the bride
because
and
my
groom.
brother and Julie, it's in their downstairs toilet. They've got they had just a big card.
Yeah.
That everyone just signed on it, sort of thing. But that's all fading because it was 30 odd years ago. It's fading now.
Exactly.
Whereas if you embroidered it, Kat, when you come to put this one away, I've lost the needle out of this one. Oh, hang on, I think I can feel it.
There you go, have that one.
Oh, thank you.
So,
Lovely.
But yeah, so I think.
Oh, there, I found it.
It's that kind of thing that you would have a lovely keepsake then that means so much that you'd pass on, that kind of legacy textile.
Yes, exactly.
You know, so. And even if you used, even if you didn't want to embroider over the actual names that people have put on there, you could always, as I say, get a lovely kind of fabric marker and use that to put it on. It's so nice.
And earlier you were talking about maybe, how long, I've only got 1 minute, appliquing or painting as well.
Yeah, you could use fabric paints, fabric glitters, you could applique.
As well as the embroidery.
You could do that as a base and then use minimal stitching over the top, or beads or diamantes. There's all sorts of things that you can do.
Or gold work.
Gold work. So you name it, you could do it. So it's a good base, it's already there.
Right, I just need to mention the 2 pairs of scissors again before we go. I can't find. Do
you want to use mine?
Oh, the big kit. There's too many people got it, but they're yours, are they? Or they're mine?
Yeah, they're mine.
Okay, so there's the one with the wolf on it, the rabbit on it. Not a wolf. It's not a rat. It's a rabbit. Can you see it through the bag there? There you go. Silver rabbit embroidery scissors. And they're kind of the tempered, and then we've got the very shiny. Lovely scissors there. Come in the little case, everything. Make sure you keep them in the little case. Oh, they've sold out. They've sold out. They've sold out. They've sold out. Alison Marion said, we talked earlier about surgeons, and she said when she had her pacemaker put in, she said, I'll be checking your stitches later. And went, I've used super glue, love. There's no stitches in there. Well, we had a trip in that, oh no, it was in that studio. Oh. And I've ended up in A&E on December 16th, completely split up here. And they just glued that.
They've done a very good job.
Well, can't really make it any worse, could they?
Bless
anyway, listen, thank you so much. It's been gorgeous to see you.
So lovely.
We'll definitely talk upstairs. We want you back. We want gold work. We want more of this.
We want shines and sparkles.
Exactly. Don't you go anywhere. I've got Janet Clare. Thank you so much. I've got Janet Clare coming up after this doing, I don't know what applique. I'll see you at 4 minutes.
Hello, I'm Emma Bradford from the Swift Quilting Company. I've been a quilter for 25 years. I began sewing and quilting by hand, but now I offer long arm quilting services and I run patchwork and quilting classes. You can see me regularly on Sewing Street demonstrating patchwork techniques. My top tip is there is no right or wrong way, only the way that works for you. There is no such thing as the quilting police. Outside of quilting, I am a qualified botanist and I enjoy riding my motorbike around the country. I hope to see you soon on Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Janet Clare's back. Did you have a nice break?
I did. I had a cup of tea, did some knitting.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Not go upstairs for a meeting or anything?
Ian came to me.
Oh, he'll still get it wrong.
He came to me.
Right.
And it's all organised.
Good.
February is in the bag. We know what we're doing. Got a plan, apparently.
What date's that?
Don't know. Tony will know. Ian will know.
Fine. We'll come back to that.
Be like 3 or 4 weeks.
Yeah. Right. So what are these then? T for two applique picture.
Exactly what it says on the tin.
Absolutely.
Nice little project. Lots of techniques in there. Fun little nice little present.
Okay. So this is what you're making. Right, for £17.50, you get everything you need in there to do the front of it, yeah?
Yes, and you've got everything you need, I think.
Do we do a backing in there as well?
You don't necessarily, there is backing fabric, but you don't necessarily need to use it. Depends how you're going to frame it.
Oh, of course.
But there is backing fabric in there.
So if you want to make it like something that goes on the table, there's fabric in there, but if you can put it in a frame, you don't need to put
You
the backing
don't need
on
to
it.
put it on there, but
Okay.
everything is in there.
So this is new.
It is brand new.
Brand new.
Brand new.
T for two. We got the picture of the real thing as well there. You can see it's live on the table somewhere.
It is.
Oh, no, that's
There it
not
is.
live.
It's
It's on number 2, camera
you go.
2.
There you go. So little tea
Almost
table.
identical.
You've got tea cups. You've got saucers, which I didn't use. A little sugar bowl, sugar spoon.
Oh, hang on.
little
So
jug
you've
and a
got the
teapot.
template for saucers, but you didn't bother using
I
them.
didn't use them, no.
Okay, and they're very fancy chairs. You've got
They are nice posh chairs, aren't they, with the little love heart backs?
Have you got those in your house then?
No.
Oh,
No, I
okay.
haven't. No, I haven't. Little applique picture, as I say, you've got some patchwork to do, you've got some fusible applique to do, and then, of course, you can do the stitching on. And it's a really nice little thing that will take you a day to make. Just a really nice, cosy little project.
Perfect. That's brand new today at £17.50. Now, we've got some others here. Ben, which one do you want to go to next? Sewing time. Move what? What do you want me to move? This?
There you go. Creeping it along. Oh, yes, the light shining on it.
Hang on. There you
There
go.
you go. I did wonder about taking the glass out of those frames.
Yeah.
So a little...
Where do they live when they're not here?
They're in my studio.
On the wall?
Some of them are, yeah.
Okay, so that
Some of
you
them
need
are.
glass.
We
on
haven't
it.
got masses of wall space.
It's all windows.
Lots of windows and lots of fabric on shelves.
Of course. Right, so this is called Sewing Time,
A little
applique.
sewing time. So it's the fabric is the same as in Tea for Two. So you've got an ombre effect that I designed. We'll show you that later.
Yeah.
And you make in a little sewing machine and a little disappearing 9-patch quilt, which is what we just did with Strewn.
In the first hour, exactly. And is that free motion embroidery on there as well?
Yeah, it is.
What happens if I don't like free motion?
You can do some embroidery. You've just had 2 hours of demos. You
Yeah.
can do little French knots. You can do whatever you like.
Beautiful. Now, 7.5 by 7.5 inches in size. We'll go through these with you. I'm just going to go through what's available for you to buy. Then, what's next? Swan?
Swan. The light's on Swan as well.
You what?
The light is glaring off the glass.
Oh, is it? Where?
on
Which one's the Swan?
There you go. It's next to you there.
I can't. Is it working? Is it all right now?
There you go. There you go.
There you go.
There you go.
There it is in its frame.
So-
So now, this has got something different on this one. As in, there's like hand quilting
There's
on
little
this
hand
one.
quilting because the Swan needed a little river or something to float down.
Right.
So I like to add a bit of texture and a little bit of interest.
Oh, they're not ripples made by his feet then?
They could be. They could be.
Yeah.
And then the little hexagons are all like the little lights that go on the water. And here is one on my table that I used exactly the same Swan template, but I just embroidered it.
Oh, wow.
So they're very versatile and useful. The templates are just a line drawing, so there's lots you can do with them.
Beautiful. So that's your Swan. Again, you get everything in the pack. Oh, look at those cute little fabrics there.
We've got cute little fabrics, no thread in that one.
That one's only $14.99.
You haven't got any thread in that one.
Oh, but the others, we've got thread in
You've
the
got
others. We've got
thread,
thread in the
yeah.
others. No thread in that one. And then last but not least, the little cottages.
The little cottages.
Where is this?
That's in my head.
Okay.
That's
Only
my-
because my friend Claire, she and her husband, Richard, is he's the most unassuming, quiet man you'd ever met. But he goes on tour. He's the sound manager for like big rock bands. He's just finished Peter Gabriel and he does all
Cool.
these massive, massive world tours and everything.
Yeah.
They've got a house near me, but they've also got a house right up in Scotland that takes them 12.5 hours to drive to
my
and everything.
goodness.
And I saw them on the day before, a couple of days before Christmas, said, oh, we're just popping up for a day or two. They're snowed in. They can't get, and there's pictures of this gorgeous little cottage all snowed in, and they're like, we love it. We just
We're
love
just
it.
very happy that we're snowed
Yeah.
in. As
He's
long
got
as
to
you've
get
got
back
enough
for his
food.
next tour, but no, oh, she'll have plenty if she'll be organised. She used to be a prima ballerina.
Did she?
And now she makes cushions and applique out of all the tweeds that she buys when
Wow.
she's up there and everything.
Gorgeous.
I know, beautiful and lovely. But she was a full-on, big-time ballerina and everything.
And now she's snowed in.
Now she's snowed in with Richard the Sound Man. Anyway, $14.99 this one. Again, all your beautiful fabrics there. Now, are these fabrics your fabrics?
I think the background fabric's mine.
Just the background fabric.
I don't know, I haven't seen it. Yes,
seen it.
2 of them are.
Now, this has got
3
the
of them
same
are.
river that the Swan's
So
got.
that is a hand quilting template, so that will stand you in good stead for lots of things. It's a traditional feather. Very nice.
Right, Ben's saying if you bought that one and that one, the thing is, the Swan would be twice the size of a house.
Yeah, well, we're not literal, are
So
we?
you have to do it like that. So
They're
foreground,
made out of fabric
background.
anyway.
Anyway, beautiful. They're beautiful. Right, before I go on any further, let's do a little demo on that then.
Okay.
Oh, I forgot to put my apron on.
Talk about... Yes, where is it?
Too late.
Don't worry, we'll let him off.
Yeah.
We'll let him off the apron. So here you go, freshly printed, brand new. Lots and lots of step-by-step photos.
Yeah.
As in all of the patterns and all the templates. This is my proof copy. This is us proofreading. And all of the templates are full size and they're already reversed for you. So don't be worrying about trying to reverse them for the applique.
Mind you, none of them are essential if you don't reverse them, are they? Because your mug could be going the other way.
Exactly. And that is your table.
Oh,
That's your table.
Yeah.
Okay, so...
I quite like them inside that.
Inside all the table. So you have... This one is all my fabric.
Right.
And so is the sewing machine picture. And it's from a line called The Blues. And I had this lovely ombre.
Oh, yes, I remember. That's one Kat's got on her bathroom wall.
Is it?
Not this cat. Producer cat who used to be here.
Producer cat.
Yeah.
So it's dark at each end and then it gets really pale in the middle. So where you cut and applique your table and things from is up to you. But as you can see, I've used a pale.
Oh, I see. It all comes out of there.
It all comes out of there. So that's where I put the table.
Well,
and
you could
then
make the table darker and the chairs lighter if you wanted to.
You absolutely could. And then all the applique I got from this little section here. I used darker little end for teapot and the cups. And then these were from here. And then all the rest of this will then be subdivided and make your border.
Oh.
Did you see the border on the...
Yeah.
There's a border all the way around it. So you've got plenty of fabric, but as I always say, just keep every little bit until you know you don't need it.
Yeah.
And then these are all my little offcuts. It's really, really simple. All you're going to do, I'm going to lose all my bits. All you're going to do is get your Bondweb.
Is the Bondweb in it?
There is Bondweb in there.
Yeah.
And then you're just going to trace. So literally just trace. So quite like a sharp pencil. A Bondweb, you're going to trace on the paper side.
Yeah.
And it's quite bumpy. So it does blunt your pencil quite quickly.
Right.
So just be aware of that. Because it gets irritating.
So if you got the mechanical pencil from the last hour...
Oh, you could use that.
Because it'll stay sharp all the time because you just keep pushing the next bit of
Yes,
lead down.
you'd be all over it. So there you go. Just take your time. All the way down.
So where were you having tea then with chairs like that?
Oh, I don't know. My house.
No, you said they
I
weren't in your
haven't
house.
got them. No. I do like having people around for like afternoon tea.
Oh,
it's
do
very
you?
civilised. I don't do it very often, but it's very civilised.
Right.
And then I'm not using my best scissors for this because it's basically paper, like a gluey paper. So there's a gluey side and a papery side. And you do want to keep those two layers together. And I'm just going to cut roughly all round. I'm not cutting on my drawn line. Can you even see that? I don't know whether you can even see that.
Yeah, we can see it.
And then you're going to, we're not going to fire the iron up, but you're going to iron it to the reverse of how you want it to look when it's finished. And with these prints, you can see...
You can use both sides.
You could use both sides. But you're going to iron it. You don't have to worry about any sort of grain line or selvages. Any grain or it being straight against something. You can put it anywhere you like.
Okay.
So I can literally put that chair there if I want.
Right.
And you press that in place.
On the wrong side
on the wrong, the opposite to how you want it to look when it's finished.
Yeah.
And then you're going to cut that out on your drawn line.
Right.
And then when you've done that with all of your pieces, you can have tea saucers if you want. Mm-hmm. Then you've got all these odds and ends. Now this applies for all of the applique pictures. This is exactly the same process for every single one of them.
Right.
But what I wanted to talk to you about, not so much the stitching, but how you decide where to put things in the space. So all I did before I came was think, right, the chairs are going to go where the chairs are. There's not really a lot of option. I could have them closer together.
But it's when you've already cut that arc, haven't you? Yeah,
I've drawn them to work on the table. And they are underneath the table. So they are a bit longer.
Yeah.
Don't know whether you can see that.
Yeah, it's a little centimetre.
Tiny little bit longer. So you're not tessellating. It's not a jigsaw puzzle. You're overlapping. So the chairs went down first, but you need the table
to work out. When you put the table down, don't glue it. Pop the chairs in, then press it a whole lot.
Exactly that. And then you will have a papery side behind the applique, and if you start peeling it off from that edge, it will just fray.
Yeah.
So you're going to fold it over your finger, get a pin or your sharp scissors, just score the paper, and then you will be able to peel it off. Now, if you're at home, you do this on your ironing board, because what happens, I do workshops, and of course I've got 10 ladies in the sewing room with me, and everyone is fiddling, putting things where they want on their table and picking them up and sort of carrying them to the ironing board. And everyone is always, all right, I've lost an ear, and everyone's looking on the floor for ears and things. So do it as close to your cutting.
Have you got 10 ironing boards then?
No, we've only got one ironing board. I've got 2 irons, but 1 ironing board.
Okay.
Right, so now I can put these anywhere I like. What you've got to be aware of course, is you're going to lose 1/4 of an inch.
All the way around, yeah.
For your thing. So, what you want to do, this sounds mad, but you want to be telling yourself a little story about what's going on.
Right.
You don't need to get your ruler out and just think, right, I'm going to have them all in a nice straight line.
Oh, hang on, I need to put your head back because I couldn't see it.
Can't see. I'm going to have them all in a nice straight line. I'm going to have them all regimented.
Right. Repeat that, yeah.
You know?
So you're not doing that?
I'm not doing that. You can do whatever you want.
No, but you need that cup to be on that side because that person can't read
That's the little story, you see.
No,
you haven't. No, but that is exactly right. Because you think, right, I'm just going to lay these out nice and neatly.
Yeah.
But actually, it's not telling a story. It's not setting the scene, is it? And then if you think what you really want to do is make it look like they're cosy. So I quite liked the teapot between them, like they're being mother.
Mm.
And then you can start playing. So again, I want the handle there, don't I, somewhere?
Yeah.
And there. And do I want them?
Face.
I don't want them at the. I don't want them. Maybe. Do I want one there and one there?
Well, if you're being mother and sitting there.
Yeah, maybe. And then usually you have an odd number of applique pieces. So at the moment I've got an odd number there, and then this makes an even number. So do I want the little? I could even put a spoon. I could cut out a darker
sugar
spoon,
bowl.
A little sugar bowl. Maybe maybe they have sugar in their tea.
Yeah. No, I do that. Where's the cakes?
Well, I know I didn't make any cake. You've got fabric. You can make cake. You could embroider some cake.
Now is the jug. Very little the jug. You only have delicate.
Just
jug.
little splash.
Yeah.
Little splash. You have proper tea, you see.
Yeah.
Do we like that or not? I don't know.
No, I'd put. No. I'd agree with this and this, but I think I'd have.
So you don't need a sugar bowl even. You could leave the sugar bowl out.
No, the sugar bowl would have to be on that side because they're having sugar.
They're having sugar. Okay.
No, but now I'm going to space down. They're too spaced out now. You see, it's too.
Now it's going round.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's what you're going to
decide. But then Ben
decide.
thinks this should be lower.
Ben wants that lower,
and
right?
more to that side.
Ben gets what Ben wants.
Yeah.
There you go. He's in charge, you see. Now you could have a little bit of table pointing through. So all of this is to say, it's up
quite
to
like it
you.
going down like that.
Yeah, it's quite cute, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's not 1/4 of an inch away there.
Oh no! Oh, that's that. Oh no, that one doesn't matter. It's that around here.
That one doesn't matter so much.
Yeah.
So all of this is to say, have a little play, but even though it seems a bit daft, if you tell yourself a little story about what's going on, it'll feel much more friendly and cosy. Or if you're really, really worried, or you think that my original was just fine, just copy the picture, and then you'll know where you are. You could have them all flying around.
Yeah.
You could have more cups. You could add saucers. You could make a third chair. You can do whatever you like. There is enough fabric. There's plenty of fabric for all of the applique, and then there's enough for you to make a nice border all the way around it as well.
What's that?
That is a leftover piece of...
Oh, it's not for the picture then.
No, it's not for the picture.
But it could be. It could be a boudoir finger.
Oh, God, it could be.
I love boudoir fingers.
It could be.
You know, I had boudoir fingers. You'll have had boudoir fingers. Do you know what they are? Jimmy will know.
Come on, Jimmy. He doesn't want to comment. No comment, he says.
Oh, I'll show you later.
He's sneaking in, trying to pretend he's not here, but we've all seen him.
What, Jimmy?
Yeah, we've
You'll
all
hear
seen
him
him.
before you see him. Hi, he said. We had to shout at them yesterday, Jimmy, because they made so much noise.
Did they make so
Jane
much
Greenough, my
noise?
guest, went, shall I punch them or shall you?
They were getting in trouble, were they?
Yeah, way too noisy.
With Jane Greenhoff in the house. You don't do that, do you? Anyway, tell yourself a little story and think about it, because once they are down, they are down. And then it's up to you how much embroidery or free motion stitching or whatever you do, it's up to you at that point.
Right.
You're going to take all the papers off and then press them in place.
But that's it then. Once they're down, they're down.
Once they're down, they are down.
Oh, you've gone right down.
I've just copied that just to show people. Like, there's no harm if... Just do what you're going to enjoy, really.
Yeah, exactly. Some people won't have a teapot. They'll have put the tea bags in the cup.
I know. My friend Sarah always does that.
Oh, do you hate it?
Just to make me a proper cup of tea, women.
Oh.
Bless her. Yeah, there you go. Play. So... very, very simple, very user-friendly, good fun.
Okay.
Nice little project. So there you go, that's how you do that. And again, when you're thinking about swans, shall I go on to swans?
What about the border?
The border, you're going to subdivide all of those up, and then you're just going to make big long strips and do top and bottom or side and side and all the way around.
It reminds me of Mary Poppins when they had tea on the ceiling. I love it, from Debbie in Lancashire.
You could have tea on the ceiling.
Thank you.
And then when you come to...
the swan. So there's no hand quilting or anything on that one?
I haven't. I've done a few little seed stitches.
What stitches?
Little seed stitches, tiny stitches going all directions. And then, am I allowed to move on to the next one?
Move on to swan.
Swan or sewing machine. Right, with the swan, I've got quite a few different colourways here. So these two are on the same sort of backing fabric, and then the one that's framed is closer to the one that you've got in your kits. But there's the swan. And what you're going to do is just think they're floating along the river. Where do you want them to go? And put them in that sort of right angle so that they feel like they're actually gently, gracefully moving down. And again, you've got all these little bits. This is an old...
The little bits from the hexes then?
Little bits for the hexes. And you've got some... I think you've got the board as well in the kit, haven't you, for the swan?
What do you need the board for?
I think you've got the board for framing it.
Yep.
Yep, you've got the board for framing it. So what you'll do, when it's all done and finished, this one's completely bagged out. This is too big, obviously. The thing's too big for the picture. But you're going to get something like this, this tape.
Right.
And all you're going to do is put it across the top.
I think they sell that on Hobby Maker.
Well, there you go.
Double-sided tape on Hobby Maker.
Double-sided tape, or the little glue dots. And you just secure across the top, and then you put it in. This is very, very... I should have had a bigger piece of board for that.
Yeah. That's the size of the envelope.
But you have more space at the bottom of the picture than you do at the top.
Right.
And so that it doesn't feel like it's falling out of the frame.
Oh, okay.
Always have slightly more at the bottom.
I'm going to go and look at all my pictures now.
Yeah, and I always just eyeball things because nothing is completely straight. And if you
haven't bagged your corners out properly.
No. And if you start worrying...
Is that for sale then? Janet Clare 2011, or was it 20?
No, this is an old sample. 2011 I made that.
Oh, it's not like 20 of...
God, that's a lifetime ago now, isn't it?
I know.
Anyway, so that's what you do. I just eyeball it and make sure, but always have so that you've got less space at the top than the bottom.
Lovely.
Okay, so that is Swan. Again, exactly the same technique. And that hand quilting there just brings it to life.
So is there wadding in there?
There is wadding in there. You've got wadding in your kits.
Get wadding in the kit?
You have got wadding in your kits.
Yes, you do.
Is there mount board in there?
Yeah, listen.
Okay.
Look, feel.
So I think my Swan is a bit smaller than that one that I've just made. What does it include? Framing materials. There you go. There you go. So you're going to layer it up, do your stitching, and then if you want to do some hand quilting, it's little running stitches.
Yeah.
So there you go. So that is Swan.
Lovely. And then I'm presuming that sewing table and little houses is exactly the same.
It's exactly the same. So just think about your layout. Tell yourself a little story about where things are going to... I've got a little one of everything. And this is the same fabric, but it's gone... It's not as dark as the one for the tea
time, yeah.
It doesn't go to indigo. It goes to this sort of rich blue.
But that's from the same collection, wasn't it?
Yes, and we've got my fabric in the indigo for the backing fabric. And then this is your little disappearing 9 patch for your quilt. Because I thought, well, the sewing machine's got to be making a quilt, hasn't it?
So you made that the same way?
I did, exactly the same. These are the little squares. And you just cut them out of different sections of that ombre fabric so that you've got the little tonal qualities. And this has obviously been hanging around for a little while, so it's starting to fray.
2011, so I think.
Cut them up and then sew them straight away. Yeah. And then you can rearrange that how you like. You see, I've got a dark, can you see the one there? I've actually did dark centre squares. You can put them where you like and have a little, let's put them back to where it was.
Hardly.
A little play.
Yeah.
So really simple, really nice. Sometimes you just want something that's fun and lots of little techniques.
Yeah.
Really, really good fun to make. All your templates are full size. Lots of notes on how to do your free motion. And I've got, look, how many copies of it have I got with me? I've got 3 copies with me. Full colour pictures helping you with the layout. With that, you're going to put the base of the sewing machine down.
Oh, is that what that is? Yeah.
And then the quilt on the top, and then put the sewing machine on top so it's over. And then be brave and draw the needle going into the quilt.
I mean, you could do that by hand if you didn't want to do free motion. You could do that
by hand, totally, if that's what you like. Yeah, and this is a nice little project to take on holiday with you.
Yeah.
In fact, when I do my stitching holidays, this is the sort of project we do.
Have you got any lined up then this year?
I'm going to Switzerland.
Oh, lovely. When's that?
September.
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 Yeah, because Emma Brassfield is on a sewing cruise at the moment.
Is she? Very nice. Aren't we lucky with all these opportunities we get to do?
So we're not looking little houses. Shall I move on to the book now?
I can do little houses. I've got a little house. Look, I've got
I don't want you to have done all your prep and me not showing.
I did my homework.
And where are these little houses then, you say, in your head?
Just in my head. Right, so I've started marking up. Now, what you want to do is, if you're doing hand quilting, you want to have that line traced before you layer up for the... Can you see what's happening? I've got half a demo here. Yeah. So you want to have that marked up already.
With a friction pen.
With a friction pen, or you could do it with some soap. But yeah, something that's going to wash away or iron away.
They don't know your soap trick.
They don't know my soap trick. It wouldn't show up on that pale background anyway.
No. You can basically get old soap.
But you can design your own of those. Let me find shall I find a cotton reel? Show you how to design your own. It's how they would have done it back in the day.
Oh, yeah.
Back in the day.
What you mean when I was a boy?
Yeah, back in the dark ages when we were... No, it's traditional to make your own.
Yeah.
So you would draw... whatever the curve was. So I say there's going to be a steep hill from the back of that house, say. And then what you're going to do is you could do this with coins or anything circular, but you're literally just going to put something... I'll get my head in the camera angle again.
Did you hear Charlie saying that?
No, I can imagine him going, move your head.
Yeah. He was much...
You forget the overhead camera, where the overhead camera is. There you go. And you just build it up.
That's how they did it in the old days. That's not
well, that's how you design, because I sewed over the thread.
Yeah, but you don't have to, because you've drawn this a picture.
I have. But if you want it to be bigger or smaller or...
And what is that then?
You've
The
forgotten.
bushes?
These are feathers, like feathers. And
Going
also,
up feathers, going up a hill.
they are called feathers. Yeah, this feather quilting. And you can go around your fingers as well.
And what's that called? Finger quilting.
They're all feathers.
Oh,
They're all feathers. There you go. And you can start... So that's how you design those anyway.
yeah. Lovely.
There you go.
So no downstairs in that house then?
There's no downstairs in that house.
The
No,
animals are
it's too-
downstairs.
yes.
My friend Lindy got this gorgeous house in Tuscany that he's going to stay at. And literally the downstairs was where the animals were. And then upstairs was where the people lived.
A bit of warmth.
Yeah, no, but they changed it into a luxury apartment downstairs, which is where I stay. But yeah. Right, okay. So I'll go and do the book now then.
Let's go and talk about...
I'll go and do the
I've
book. I'll be
got
back in a
lots
minute
to
then.
show you with the book.
Freya and Fred. Why is it called Freya and Fred?
Because Freya is my favourite girl's name.
Okay.
We had 2 boys anyway, and I needed something that sounded nice with Freya.
And did you write this after the boys were born then?
Yes.
What if it's your favourite boy's name? Why didn't you call one of your boys Fred?
Favourite...
Boy's name.
Oh, no, Fred.
Oh, Fred's your favourite girl name. Fred goes with it. not
Fred
your two
goes
favourite
with
names.
it. No, I didn't think about Fred, but I've got 2 nieces called Freya, so it's all fine.
Oh, okay then. But what was that Kat just saying? Her favourite name was Vienna.
Vienna. I know.
That's a song, isn't it? Anyway,
didn't know the
what's this book then? I'll come over to you.
Freya and Fred. Right, here we go.
Oh, you got
I've brought loads and loads and loads of bits
Go on then.
to talk to you about
Go on then.
Freya. So, it was inspired by a trip to the Museum of Childhood, which is called the Young V&A now, I think.
No.
It is. They've changed
And where
the
is it?
name.
There used to be one in Hackney.
Bethnal Green?
Yeah, that's it. I was about to
Bethnal
say.
Green.
I used to catch my bus in Bethnal Green. There was one there.
I think it's still in Bethnal
Oh,
Green.
well, yeah, I'm going
But they've
back years.
rebranded it to the Young V&A.
Right.
And it's, they've got like a mezzanine all the way round. And then in the ground floor, there's a cafe and the shop. And of course, there's lots of children around and it's very open. And I was sat there and I'd been and had a look around and it's full of old toys and paintings of children.
Yeah.
And it's absolutely stunning. There's dolls' houses, lots and lots. And I was having a coffee.
Yeah.
And just with my sketchbook, just sort of doodling as I do. And a bit of a kerfuffle behind me.
Oh,
Didn't
yes.
think much of it. And then before I knew it, this beautiful sort of soprano voice was started singing.
Oh,
she gave
yes.
everyone in the place goosebumps because she just was singing and there's all these children were just mesmerised.
Oh.
So I had this really memorable trip. And then on the way home, I thought, wouldn't it be fun to do something, because I do a lot of applique, as you know, to do some applique based on the little paper dolls with all the, you know, the little tabs
Yes,
to
the
their
tab-
clothes.
Yes.
So that's what started it. I was thinking about that on the way home. So you have in the book a template for a little girl. She can be a boy as well. It just depends what hairstyle you put them in. A little girl. She's sort of like 4-ish, I think. And she has a whole wardrobe of clothes.
Uh-huh.
So that you can layer them up and put her in whatever you like. And then this is my friend Sarah, who gives me tea bag and a cup of tea.
Oh,
It's
yes,
her
yes.
daughter. And I think she must be 16 now, if she's not older. And then you have different hairstyles. And you can make
Have I got that one?
any little girls that you like.
Yeah, that's it.
That's it. That's the alphabet quilt. There you go. So all of these use the same template. And by giving them different little skin tones and different outfits, different hairstyles, you can make them all look different. And you will spend hours going through your scraps trying to find the perfect little bit for a cardigan or some shoes or something. So that's the alphabet quilt.
Right.
Good fun. And then, so in here you have got all the letters of the alphabet for you to embroider. And she goes through a week, so it's a week full of quilts for a girl and her dog.
Okay.
So this is thinking sort of...
Fred's a dog.
Oh, Fred's the dog. I haven't got the bag with me, but it's lots of ideas about how you can use the templates because, as we said with the Swan, you know, it's just a line drawing. So Fred can be appliqued or he could be embroidered.
Uh-huh.
You can do lots and lots with him. On Tuesday, she has a picnic.
Yeah, here's the picnic.
Here's the picnic. And that is scrappy, crazy quilting in the middle.
Upside down.
crazy quilting, but it doesn't matter. Lots of little dogs running round.
Yeah, so the pattern for that's in there.
Background. So the patterns are all in here, but really all I'm doing is showing you how you can use the little templates of the people and the dog in lots of different ways.
Yeah.
So we had a picnic. So there you go, all the details. But I've got all my sketchbook and lots of the drawings that I gave to the graphic designer with me, so I can show you those as well.
Right.
Got a little jointed Fred, so he is the same template on the picnic blanket, and you just position his legs differently. Little sunbonnet Sue. Got that with me as well, that cushion's here somewhere. Oh, there it is, on the front of the table.
Oh, yeah. Front of the table, Charlie.
And then she's got a little sun hat.
Camera 2, Jimmy, stop playing with camera 2. There it is. Lovely. Right.
She's got a little sun hat and a little plant sign. Oh, look at
Wednesday we go to ballet.
Izzy. And my mum made this one as well. So put my mum to work. This is the ballerina quilt. And the ballerina, you've got a jointed little girl so that you can put her legs and arms in different positions.
Yeah.
The same template makes the whole quilt all in different positions.
Lovely.
And this is my Henry, pretended to be asleep. There.
Where is he?
There he is in the corner with his teddy bear that he got when he was born.
Oh.
Look.
Oh, so he's not on the quilt.
He's
like
nearly
under
20 now. He's pretending to be asleep. And honestly, they get so that they run away when I saw the thing. Little idea for... oh, I've got that with
blankie.
Little blanket. There she is, watching telly with her. So all I did was I got the template for the jointed ballerina and enlarged it on a photocopier, and you can do that if it's for your own use. And then I just used that as a little stitch round on the blanket.
Lovely.
And here we are. What you can do if you've got old linens that you're picking up in the charity shops, or you've got them in your airing cupboard, you don't know what to do with, or you think they're not being used, you can add to them for, you know, the next generation. It's quite sweet. Little thing.
And Helen McCook been in?
Yeah, I know. She should have done, shouldn't she? She could have got some nice things done. Lots and lots of ideas. Thursday she plays with friends. So this is Ring a Ring a Roses. All really, really simple quilts, all very scrap friendly, and just like a little friends there. And I would have just folded the background fabric and got it into quarters and then little sections to get them all evenly spaced around there. Not much quilting, all done for domestic, all done to be nice and easy. Ring roses. Oh look, little garland. Do you want to hold up one end? So these are all the same templates. They're quite fun. Quite good fun.
Where did you put that then?
Well, back in the day, you used to be able to have cot bumpers, but I don't think you're allowed them anymore. You definitely wouldn't be allowed those strings. So I would hang them across a room.
Yeah.
Quite fun. There you go.
That'd look nice on a quilt, though.
It would look nice on a quilt.
Just applique that onto the bottom of a quilt, like the border of a quilt.
I think this is the one quilt that I decided not to bring with me.
Oh.
Unless it's in that pile. Is it here?
No, I thought...
Pale blue with embroidered. It's actually an embroidered tablecloth. It is here. There it is.
No, I knew I'd seen it.
Because Kat hung it up so she knows where she put it. So this is an old vintage embroidered tablecloth, which I have just appliqued the little girl.
Oh, so you haven't done the embroidery?
I haven't done the embroidery.
So it's what we were all talking about earlier.
Yeah.
We all remember that tablecloth from our mums and our nans, and you've just added to it.
Yeah, and it doesn't fit any of my tables. You need a bigger one, don't you? And
it'd be nice though in the middle with a candle in the middle.
It would be nice, but I've turned it into a quilt which you can sleep under and play with, and it becomes part of something. So there's lots of things you can do.
Friday.
Little apron. Oh, I did some free motion wording on some napkins. Use this and not your sleeve, please. Elbows off the table.
Oh yeah.
Cake recipe.
Cake recipe. Oh, got that. Got this one.
There you go. On Saturday, Freya went to a party. So this is my birthday, like the birthday quilt. So they get one dog if they're one and two dogs if they're two.
Right.
So that's quite a cute little thing. Again, exactly the same templates, just in jolly colours. And you use them. So everything is really versatile. Just use your imagination.
Gorgeous.
There you go. And big numbers already reversed. Party invitation. Lots of little
Place
names for
names.
straws. Little party.
Sunday she goes to bed.
Sunday she goes to bed. There you go. There's a little dolly. I had so much fun. Look at the little dolly.
Is there a pattern for that in there? Then?
Yes, it's all in here. And the little thread. You make yourself some pillows. Even the dimensions of the little cardboard bed that I made. And the little handmade, little hexy, little quilt and sheet.
Is that EPP'd?
Yes, it is. You could have a little knitted throw. You could do whatever you like. So there you go. And the dog chewed the tail off, and I haven't.
The real
mended
dog?
it. My real dog. My last real dog, not the one we've got now, the one before.
Oh.
So there you go. Lots and lots of ideas. I didn't bring that one, I don't think.
No, I've been through them all now.
There's all your templates.
Yeah.
There's Izzy again. There's the measurements for the bed.
So who did this book then?
It's my friend Hayley does the graphic design, and then our friend Richard, who's a printer, does all the printing and everything.
Okay,
for
so
us.
there's your index there. So is that what you sent them then?
So this is my sketchbook of ideas, and I start. Look, 6th of January 2011.
Yeah.
And I start
You did a lot
with
in 2011, didn't you?
I do a lot constantly, John. So starting a little mood board. So thinking about like the golden age of childhood, maybe these little 30s prints, the little Mary Janes, and Millie Molly Mandy. Do you remember Millie Molly Mandy? And this sort of layering with the quilts and the old eider-downs and...
Is that song? Millie Molly
Mandy, sweet as sugar candy. Yeah.
Silly little eyes of blue. Anyway.
So that's she's turning it. She looks quite formal there.
Yeah,
So just trying
Sunday
to make her a
best.
bit more jolly. There's a little monoprint. So there you go. She first turned up 8th of January 2011, and there's Fred. So lots of, just my
And
workings.
is this an actual working book, or did you, after you'd done it, did you make this book?
No. This is all
It's
done.
very neat for a working
I
book.
know. Do you know what? You always start off quite nervous of the page.
Yeah.
And then by the time you get to the end, you're just throwing, like she's skipping. And I did do a fabric collection called Freya and Fred, which is long gone. So I started working out little doodles and things. But no, this is genuinely the sketchbook I had. And if I revisit it, I will pick this sketchbook up and carry on.
Right. But Freya's 27 now.
Yeah, she's old now. The little girl, Izzy, she's about 16. And I made a little doll's house, which we haven't got any of, but some of you will have seen the doll's house. So that's me working out. They're all doing skipping and jumping and everything. So there you go. Lots of ideas. But what I actually gave the graphic designer, which I didn't really understand the whole process of getting from one, like in my head, onto paper. I could understand in my head into fabric and then taking a photograph of that. That's really easy. But how do I tell the graphic designer or explain to her how I want the book to look? So I did far too much work, and she didn't need it, and I don't think it helped her overly.
Because it overcomplicated.
Yes, and I wanted the page numbers to be in a little house. So I drew a house for every single page number, and she said, well, I could have just had one house, Janet, and changed the number in it all.
Oh, yes.
And then I did my very best, rather than thinking that she had a computer font, I did my very best handwriting, because I used to be an infant
Is that your
school...
handwriting?
Yes. I used to be an infant school teacher. I can handwrite like that. Yeah.
I remember learning to write, and they gave us books like this, and we had to fill the letter to the square and everything.
Yeah, and how tall things were. So that's my... But she could have done that in a font. So I was making things, because she said, do you want me to scan your writing in and all of that? So that's part of it, and on the old graph paper.
Yeah.
And then, because I wanted the book to be quite simple, I was literally cutting and sticking where all my things wanted to go. And graphic designers have their own imagination, and they have their they get excited by projects because there's a bit of freedom for them to be
Yeah, but you gave her no freedom.
And I gave her no freedom whatsoever. So I've got better over the years. And I made the actual cover and I embroidered the writing on it as well. And again, Hayley said, I could have put a font on top of that. But there you go. So it's all there. So this is really, I just thought it was fun to dig it all out.
When you open the Janet Clare Museum, this will be very interesting, won't it?
I know. So there you go. All the little...
So you made the book? You typed all the writing out and everything?
I made a lot of the book. And then Hayley did a lot of the page layouts and Tony helped a lot as well. Project images, photos. Didn't print the photos out.
No.
Made end covers.
You made a lot of work for yourself.
I did make a lot of work for myself, but it's fun. And then when you've gone through all of that process, the printer will give you a quick little mock-up. So this is on shiny paper.
Yeah.
And we always choose very matte paper, but it's just an idea to see how things are progressing and what they might look like. So it was fun to get all of these out and think, oh yeah, look at all that work that goes into making the book. So there you go. That is Freya and Fred.
Brilliant.
And then my boys always write the book reviews for me. So Joe is very sensible, very logical. He said, this book is a great book. It's filled with patterns and drawings and sewing tips and other things. And he was 9.
Right.
And Henry has always been Henry. And he just went, this book is the best book in the world.
Oh.
So there you go.
Now, what about unbiased? Are there any unbiased
No, there's no unbiased reviews. It's all perfect. It's all brilliant. There you go. And there's been many, many little Freya and Fred quilts made and given to new babies, and I've been sent photos of them, and it's an absolute joy to see, you know, your idea and to be able to get inspired by something and then pass it on, and it sort of all trickles down.
Of course, no, I agree, yeah, totally.
So it's great fun. So there you go.
Brilliant.
The world is your oyster. If you want to make something for a little person, Freya and Fred is there.
Right, let's do a roundup then, the Freya and the Fred book. A Week Full of Quilts for a Girl and Her Dog by Janet Clare. $16.99. So it's got lots and lots of all the different, well, everything that Janet's just shown you basically there. Full of patterns, full of ideas, full of templates, everything you can imagine. £16.99. What we also had this hour with the applique pictures, starting with Time for Tea, which is a brand new one. Tea for two even.
Time for tea?
No, time for sewing, isn't it?
That could
Oh no, it's sewing time.
Sewing time.
It's time to go home. Oh, I've got a big meeting as well after this, haven't I? But anyway, look, there we go. So that now you get everything you need, including the thread in this kit. Wadding, backing, fabric, thread, templates, a bonder web. No, I've got a meeting about my... Beautiful. Then, so that was tea for two. Then we had sewing time.
Sewing time, nice little machine.
I'll hold that one up,
something
you
to
might
put
get
in your
glass.
sewing room. Or give us a little present.
There you go. Oh, hang on. There you go. 16. Now that kit is £16.50. You don't get the frame, obviously. Let me just put that over there. That goes there. There you go. So you're making your own little... Oh, hang on. Have I jumped?
No, you were doing sewing time,
Yeah. No. So you're making your own little quilt in there, and your free motion embroidery, and your frame, which we didn't talk about.
We didn't talk about the frame, but you're literally sewing strips of fabric together. So
But you've done it on braid, have you?
I have, because I just used what I had left. And you can create little frames. You can have paler side, dark side.
Can you do a frame
like that? The other
one?
one, I did a scrappy one.
Yeah,
you can do whatever you like.
7.5 by 7.5 inches, that one. That one gets you get the thread in that one as well as everything else you need. £16.50. Then we went to Swans. Now, this one's a bit different. There's the finished...
Slightly different background fabric, but the idea and the quantity of different prints you've got are all the same. So
Yeah.
you've got all of those in there.
So again, this one here, so you don't get thread in this one, but you do get mount board in this one. So you've got your templates, your hand applique templates there. You've got all the fabric you need.
You've got some wadding.
And wadding and everything like that, plus the board to mount it on. $14.99. Then we had, that's the Swan. Then we had the little houses. They're cute, aren't they?
Yeah, a little housewarming present or a little something to put on a key ring.
It's a bit big for a key ring.
Yeah, well, you wouldn't lose it, would you?
$14.99. Let's see what you get in that kit then. So this one, you get all the fabrics you need, plus your wadding, plus your templates, and the little house templates are in there as well, aren't they?
Yes. Yeah. All the templates are full size. Everything's there. Really good instructions.
$14.99. Now, if you go back to the 10 o'clock hour, we had this gorgeous quilt, which there are so many in baskets. Here it is in that colourway. It's in collage. Okay, there are 23 in baskets, but only actually 15 to go round. So check out. Make sure you check out. This title arrived. Now you'll be going to the post office on Monday or Tuesday.
Yes, Monday and Tuesday.
It arrives in this bag, right? And inside the bag are two. Oh, she hasn't put it away. Look.
I'll tidy it up. Don't worry.
You get two 10-inch layer cakes of the collage. Designed by Janet Clare for Moda. Now, as with all of Janet's designs, right, and fabric designs, Moda, when they first, I'll just tell you this, when Moda do say, oh, Janet, could you design us this? They design it, it goes out to the buyers, and they say, who wants this, who wants this, who wants this? Everyone says what they want, then Janet orders a bit for herself and everything. That's all they print. They never, ever, ever do a reprint. So if you're loving this fabric, there will be a day when we go, well, you said it this morning about one of the ranges.
Yep.
You cannot get that because they don't do a reprint. They move on. But she's working on 4 or 5 in advance sort of thing.
Yep.
The pink one that you also on Facebook is not going to come out for ages. The next one's called?
Bluebell.
Bluebell, which will be blue, I imagine.
It is blue.
There's a surprise.
It's got bluebells on it.
And blue and green, is it?
No. Yes, there are greens, but it's a very blue-green.
Right, okay.
If that makes sense.
Yeah.
And I've made it with cyanotypes.
With what?
Cyanotypes. You know that early photography where you get all like the ghostly flowers? It's all bluebells.
Oh, I've not seen that.
Pretty.
Anyway, so you get two of these, two layer cakes from Moda. You get this piece of fabric, that piece of fabric there for your binding, plus your instructions. Now, your instructions are very, very thorough because they've got your cutting instructions in there. Now, yours isn't this design, this fabric. This is from the original fabrics on the wall there.
You have to go to the page on the website that shows you the collage mock-up.
Well, yeah, we've got it as well. The collage mock-up is here. Tony made.
There you go.
Brilliant. But you also have, if you want to make it slightly more formal, you can either do it like when we did the demo earlier, it was completely random. We just moved it around because you make a 9 patch, you then cut that into 4 to make a disappearing 9 patch, but you can then put the blocks, so when you put the 4 blocks together, so you sew the 10-inch squares together, then you cut it like that way and that way, then you move the blocks, but then when you've made a new block, when you put them together next to the big block, you then can twist those round as well. So you can make it completely random as you want, or if you want to be more formal, you can work out what you need from here. Don't forget, there are 4, do you say 4 layers, the 4 pieces?
Well, it's whatever multiples of 9. You need a multiple of 9, and how many?
And you've got 80, have we got these?
You've got more than 80, I think.
Oh, it doesn't say how many there are in there.
Is there 40 or 42?
40 or 42, but anyway.
So I think there's 3 left over.
Yeah, so there's no wastage at all, so we like that as well. So make yourself a little cushion. Okay, right, tell me what. 10 left. 35 in baskets. Simple, 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 simple. You can buy the pattern on its own. Oh, we'll just check. Because these were flying out earlier. Sold out. Right, the other thing before we go is this Fiskars. Let's check if that hasn't sold out, because it was supposed to go to $14.99. For some reason, Ben took it to $12.99. $12.99. It's supposed to be $24.99. We're supposed to take £10 off to $14.99. $12.99. Should be $14.99. I don't know why you went that low. But anyway, when I left you earlier, when we left this earlier, more than half the stock had gone. So how am I doing stock price now? And how many in baskets? Right, okay, so there's 40 of those left. Take advantage, because the price goes back up at midnight, remember. Right, the other bins we had today, we also had then just the pattern on its own for uphill, down dale. That's a June Taylor. That's nothing to do with this. There you go. Just the pattern on its own. You're making half square triangles for this one. A third the stock has gone. Just trying to find it. There you go. That's what you do. Look, you make 2 half square triangles. You've got to make sure that you do opposites. Chop them and then put them together like that.
Otherwise, you don't have a mountain. You just have staircases.
Yes. So you don't have to cut any of those weird angles and sew any of those weird angles.
Not at all.
Then we had the apron. There's the grown-up apron. Goes up to a size 34. Very popular. $12.99. Check out. Oh, now Belinda said, can't wait to get home and watch all these shows tonight. I hope there's something left. Well, Belinda, I hope so too for you. Child's apron, little artisan apron. Oh, producer Kat's been curling her hair since she's been away on her romantic break with her fiancé. Oh no, was it not that romantic? Had an outside bath anyway. $12.99. Oh, Dan Sketchley's, they're all in today. Look, Dan Sketchley's in. Looking very handsome. Oh, thank you, Dan. You don't have to say that, though. Right, Janet Clare, when are you next?
In a couple of weeks. It'll be in 3 or 4 weeks. I should know the
You've just been up for your meeting.
No, he came to me.
Oh, he came to you.
We were chatting. It's in birthday week. We've got big things planned.
Okay.
You're having a birthday week. Did you know?
I am.
Yeah.
No, it's not my birthday. There's Stuart's birthday, there's Rebecca Reed's birthday, then there's the show's birthday. And guess who took that week off?
You're not here. I won't see you.
No, I am in on the Monday. Am I doing the Monday, Tuesday, Saturday, Sunday?
I might see you. I might be in on the Tuesday.
Yeah, I think so.
I think I'm in on the Tuesday.
All right. If not, Stuart's doing the... Is it Stuart and Vix or just Stuart doing the other 2 days? Stuart and Vix doing the other 2 days. Right, thank you ever so much.
It's been a pleasure.
Absolutely lovely to see you.
Thank you so much, everyone.
I've got to do tomorrow's menu. Who's in tomorrow then? Oh, it's me. It's me. Do you know what? I thought I was going off like you then. I was thinking, oh, no.
Off?
We Love Kate Fassett today, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock. We've got a brand new guest, Little House of Victoria, Victoria Murness. She has embroidery, hand embroidery. 10 o'clock, Cathedral Window Cushion and Tote Bag with Delphine Brooks. Little House of Victoria with Victoria Murness at 11. And Year of the Dragon Quilt, that'll fly, that'll sell out. Come in for pre-order on that one. Year of the Dragon Quilt with Delphine Brooks. I've got to go. Thank you very much for your company. Make sure you check out on everything. Rosie's up next, looking very lovely in leopard. Oh, in fact, they're both in leopard print. Anyway, I will see you tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Don't be late.